Welcome, and I'm really glad you're here. If English has ever felt confusing, heavy, or out of reach, you're in the right place. This course is not about memorizing rules or feeling judged for mistakes. It's about understanding English slowly, naturally, and with confidence. We'll build everything step by step in simple language using real-life examples that actually make sense. Take a deep breath, relax, and begin. You don't need to be perfect here. You just need to show up. Chapter 1. English is not a monster. Many people feel afraid when they hear the word English. Their shoulders become tight, their mind closes a little, old memories come back, red marks on notebooks, exams, teachers speaking fast, people laughing when a word was wrong. Slowly, English stopped feeling like a language and started feeling like a problem. A big problem. For some people, English feels like a monster standing in front of them, big and scary, with too many rules and too many mistakes waiting to happen. But here is the first truth you must hear, and hear clearly. English is not a monster. English has never been a monster. English is only a tool, just like a pen, just like a phone, just like a spoon. A spoon does not judge you if you hold it the wrong way. A phone does not shout at you if you press the wrong button. English is the same. It is quiet. It is patient. It waits for you. So why does English feel scary? English feels scary because of how it was taught. Many learners were pushed into grammar before meaning. They were told rules before they ever felt confidence. They were corrected before they were encouraged. Slowly, fear replaced curiosity, and when fear enters learning, the brain closes its doors. You stop trying, you stop speaking, you stop believing that you can learn. This course starts by breaking that fear. You do not need to be smart to learn English. You do not need talent. You do not need perfect memory. You only need permission. Permission to learn slowly. Permission to make mistakes. Permission to speak before you feel ready. English does not belong to schools. It does not belong to exams. It does not belong to textbooks. English belongs to life. People use English to order food, to tell stories, to share feelings, to ask for help, to make friends, and to dream about the future. That is all English does, nothing more. Think about your first language. You did not study grammar when you were a child. No one explained tenses to you. No one gave you rules. You listened, you copied, you spoke badly, you made mistakes. And slowly, without fear, language grew inside you. That is not magic. That is human learning. Children are not better than adults at learning languages. They are just less afraid. They are not scared of sounding stupid. They are not scared of mistakes. They speak first and think later. Adults often do the opposite. Adults think too much and speak too little. This course will help you return to that childlike confidence. Not childish language, but childlike courage. English grammar is not something you fight with. It is something you understand gently, step by step. Grammar is simply a map. It shows you how sentences are built. But you do not need the full map on the first day. You only need to know where you are standing now. Right now you are at the beginning, and that is a beautiful place to be. In this course, grammar will not be thrown at you. It will be introduced slowly. Every rule will have a reason. Every structure will have meaning. You will not memorize grammar. You will feel it. You will see how it works in real sentences, sentences you can use in your own life. We will build English the way humans actually use it, from simple to strong, from short to clear, from fear to confidence. You will start with very small sentences, easy sentences, honest sentences, sentences about yourself, about your day, about your life, and something amazing will happen. The more you understand, the less scared you will feel. The less scared you feel, the more you will speak. And the more you speak, the better your English will become. That is the real secret. This course is not about becoming perfect. Perfection is not the goal. Communication is. English is successful when someone understands you, even if your sentence is not perfect, even if your grammar is not clean. Understanding is success. Many learners wait for confidence before speaking, but confidence does not come before speaking. Confidence comes from speaking, from trying, from surviving mistakes and realizing nothing bad happened. In this course, mistakes are not enemies. Mistakes are signs that learning is happening. Every mistake means your brain is testing something new. That is progress. You will not be rushed here. You will not be judged here. You will not be made to feel small. This course is a safe place to learn, a calm place, a human place. By the end of this course, English will no longer feel heavy. It will no longer feel confusing. You will understand how sentences work. You will understand time in English. You will know how to talk about the past, the present, and the future. You will be able to build sentences without fear. You will be able to hear English and not panic. You will be able to speak and not freeze. Most importantly, you will trust yourself. This is not a shortcut course. This is a foundation course. A strong foundation lasts a lifetime. Once English becomes friendly, once grammar makes sense, once fear disappears, learning becomes enjoyable. So take a deep breath. Relax your shoulders. Let go of the past. You are not bad at English. You were just taught in a way that did not help you. From this moment, English is not your enemy. English is not a monster. English is your tool. And this journey starts now. Chapter 2. What English really is. Many learners think English is grammar. They open a book and see rules, tables, charts, and long explanations. Slowly, they begin to believe that English is a difficult subject, full of rules that must be memorized. This belief creates stress before learning even begins. But English is not grammar. Grammar is only a small part of English. Language comes first, grammar comes later. Understanding this simple truth can change the way you learn forever. Language is how humans share meaning. Long before grammar books existed, people spoke, listened, argued, laughed, and told stories. They did not ask themselves which tense they were using. They spoke to survive, to connect, and to express what was inside them. Grammar was created much later, not to create language, but to explain it. Grammar did not give birth to English. English gave birth to grammar. Think of language like a river. It flows naturally. People use it every day without thinking. Grammar is like a map of that river. The map helps us understand where the river goes, but the river does not depend on the map to exist. If you only study the map and never touch the water, you will never learn to swim. In the same way, if you only study grammar and never use language, English will always feel distant and difficult. English is built in a very simple way. First come words. Words are small pieces of meaning. A word can name a thing, show an action, or describe a feeling. On their own, words are like bricks lying on the ground. They are useful, but they do nothing until you put them together. When words come together in the right order, they become sentences. And when sentences are understood by another person, meaning is born. This is the heart of English. Words lead to sentences. Sentences lead to meaning. Meaning leads to communication. This is the natural order. Grammar simply helps us place the words so the meaning is clear. Many beginners make the mistake of thinking grammar is about being correct. In real life, grammar is about being clear. If someone understands you, your grammar is already working. Native speakers make grammar mistakes too. They forget words. They change sentences in the middle. They break rules without noticing. Yet communication continues. Why? Because meaning is still alive. Grammar exists to reduce confusion. That is all. When grammar works, people understand each other easily. When grammar is missing or very weak, people may still understand, but they need to work harder. Grammar is like traffic rules. Cars existed before traffic rules. People drove without them. But as roads became busy, rules were created to make movement safer and clearer. Grammar does the same for language. In real life, people do not speak in perfect sentences. They speak in ideas. Sometimes those ideas are short. Sometimes they are unfinished. Sometimes they are emotional. Grammar adjusts itself to life, not the other way around. This is why learning grammar without real examples feels empty. You learn rules, but you do not know when to use them. English in real life is simple and repetitive. People use the same patterns again and again. They talk about their day. They talk about the past. They talk about plans. They ask questions. They answer questions. They describe problems. They give reasons. This course focuses on these real patterns, not rare or confusing ones. Instead of asking, "Is this sentence perfect?" you will learn to ask, "Is this sentence clear?" That question changes everything. When clarity becomes your goal, fear disappears. You stop trying to impress and start trying to communicate. And communication is where real learning happens. Many learners wait to learn all grammar before they speak. This is like waiting to learn all swimming theory before touching water. You will never feel ready. The truth is, grammar understanding grows because you use English, not before you use it. Every sentence you hear, read, or speak teaches your brain something. Slowly, patterns become familiar. Your brain begins to recognize what sounds right. This process is natural. You do not need to force it. Children learn language by hearing complete sentences again and again. They do not study grammar, but their brain slowly builds grammar inside them. Adults can do the same, but adults often block this natural process by overthinking. This course helps you remove that block. Here, grammar will be explained, but always connected to real use. You will never learn a rule without seeing it in action. You will never see a structure without understanding why it exists. Grammar will stop feeling like a wall and start feeling like a support. English works because it follows patterns, not because it follows rules. Patterns are friendly. Patterns repeat. Patterns make learning easy. When you hear, "I am working," "she is working," and "they are working," your brain sees the pattern. Grammar simply gives that pattern a name, but the pattern comes first. In real conversations, people care more about meaning than form. If you say, "Yesterday I go market," people will understand you. The grammar is not perfect, but the meaning is clear. Grammar helps you improve that sentence, but meaning already exists. This is important to remember because it removes the fear of speaking wrong. In this course, English will be treated as a living thing, not a dead subject. You will see how words join together naturally. You will understand why grammar rules exist instead of memorizing them blindly. You will learn English the way it is actually used by people, not the way it is tested in exams. By the end of this chapter, you should feel lighter. English should feel simpler. You should understand that grammar is not the enemy. Grammar is a helper. It is there to make your message clearer, not to stop you from speaking. English is words working together to create meaning. Grammar is simply the system that keeps that meaning clear. When you understand this, learning becomes calm, logical, and even enjoyable. And now that you know what English really is, you are ready to start building it step by step, without fear. Chapter 3: Thinking in Meaning, Not Rules. One of the biggest problems for English learners is not grammar, it is translation. Many learners try to change every English word into their own language before understanding the sentence. They stop after every word. They think, they translate, they think again. By the time they reach the end of the sentence, the meaning is already lost. This makes English feel slow, heavy, and tiring. It also creates fear because the brain is working too hard. English was never meant to be translated word by word. When you translate word by word, you are not learning English. You are only changing languages inside your head. This habit keeps you trapped. You may know many words, but you cannot speak smoothly. You may understand grammar rules, but you freeze when someone talks to you. This happens because real language does not live in single words. Real language lives in meaning. Think about your first language. When someone speaks to you, you do not translate. You do not think about grammar. You feel the meaning immediately. The sentence enters your mind as one idea, not as many words. That is exactly how English should feel too. The goal is not to understand every word. The goal is to understand the idea. This course teaches you to think in meaning first. Grammar comes later. Rules come later. Meaning always comes first. Let us look at a very simple sentence. I am hungry. If you translate each word, you may think about I, then am, then hungry. Your brain becomes busy. But if you focus on meaning, you feel the sentence immediately. Someone needs food, that is all. The sentence is alive because the meaning is clear. Now imagine this sentence in daily life. You come home tired. You say, I am hungry. You are not thinking about grammar. You are not thinking about the verb am. You are expressing a feeling. That feeling is the heart of language. When learners focus too much on rules, they forget feelings. English becomes mechanical, robotic, empty. But language without feeling is not real language. People do not speak to show grammar. People speak to share something inside them. Thinking in meaning means you ask a different question. Not is this sentence correct? But what does this sentence want to say? When you hear English, do not fight the sentence. Do not stop it. Let it pass through you. Try to catch the main idea. Even if you miss some words, it is okay. Understanding grows with time. Your brain is smarter than you think. It learns patterns naturally when you allow it to relax. Children do not translate. they listen, they guess. Sometimes they are wrong, sometimes they are right. But every time they learn. Adults can do the same, but adults often do not trust themselves. This course is about rebuilding that trust. Feeling sentences is a powerful skill. It means you do not analyze the sentence, you experience it. For example, listen to this sentence. She is waiting for you. You can feel it. Someone is standing somewhere. Time is passing. Another person is expected. You do not need grammar to feel that. The meaning arrives first. Grammar only explains how that meaning is built. In daily life, English is full of simple meanings. People talk about hunger, work, family, weather, plans, problems, and feelings. These meanings are universal. Every human understands them. You already understand them in your own language. English only gives them a new sound. Let us take another daily example. I missed the bus. You do not need to think about past tense rules. You feel the situation. Someone is late. Someone is annoyed. Someone has a problem. That feeling helps your brain remember the sentence. Meaning creates memory. Rules do not. When you learn through meaning, English becomes easier to remember. Your brain connects language to life. It stops being information and starts becoming experience. This does not mean grammar is useless. Grammar is important, but grammar should support meaning, not replace it. First, you understand what is happening. Then, slowly, you learn how English shows that meaning through structure. In this course, sentences will always come before explanations. You will see English used in real situations. You will hear how people speak. Then grammar will gently explain what you already felt. This approach removes pressure. You stop trying to be perfect. You start trying to be clear. And clarity is much easier than perfection. Many learners are afraid to speak because they think too much. They ask themselves many questions. Is this tense right? Is this verb correct? Is my sentence wrong? These questions stop your mouth. Meaning-based thinking frees your mouth. You speak because you have something to say, not because you are checking rules. Simple sentences are your best friends. Short sentences carry strong meaning. They are easy to understand and easy to remember. For beginners, short sentences are powerful tools. They build confidence fast. Think of English like building blocks, one block at a time, one meaning at a time. You do not need long sentences to communicate. You need clear ones. In daily life, people speak in simple ways. I am tired. I am late. I need help. I will call you. These sentences are not advanced, but they are real. And real English is always better than complicated English. As you move forward in this course, you will slowly notice a change. English will start to feel less foreign. Sentences will start to make sense faster. You will stop translating and start understanding. This change does not happen in one day. It happens through calm practice and patience. Trust the process. Trust your brain. Meaning comes first. Rules will follow. When you think in meaning, English becomes human again. And when English feels human, learning becomes natural. Chapter 4: Sounds come before grammar. Before you ever spoke your first word in life, you listened. For months, maybe years, you listened to voices around you. You listened to sounds, tones, pauses, and emotions. Your brain was learning quietly. No rules, no books, no pressure. Just sound. This is how language truly begins. Sound always comes before structure. Listening always comes before speaking, and speaking always comes before grammar. Many English learners try to start from the opposite direction. They study grammar first. They memorize rules. They read sentences silently. But when someone speaks English to them, everything disappears. The words feel fast. The sounds feel unclear. The meaning feels lost. This is not because English is difficult, it is because the ear was never trained. Language enters through the ears, not through books. Listening is not a passive skill, it is active learning. When you listen, your brain is working even if you are not speaking. It is learning how English sounds. It is learning where words begin and end. It is learning which sounds are strong and which sounds are weak. This learning happens naturally when you listen regularly. Many beginners are afraid to listen because they think they must understand everything. This fear blocks learning. You do not need to understand every word. You only need to allow the sound to enter your mind. Meaning will come later. First, the brain needs to become familiar with the music of English. Yes, English has music. Every language has rhythm. English is not spoken word by word. It is spoken in groups. Some words are stressed. Some words are soft. Some sounds disappear. Some sounds connect. This is why English sounds fast even when it is not. Native speakers are not speaking quickly. They are speaking smoothly. Pronunciation matters not because you need to sound perfect, but because pronunciation carries meaning. If sounds are unclear, listeners must work harder to understand you. Clear sounds make communication easier for both sides. Good pronunciation is not about accent. It is about clarity. You do not need a foreign accent. You do not need a native accent. You need a clear accent. Clear pronunciation builds confidence. When you know people can understand you, you feel relaxed. When you feel relaxed, you speak more. When you speak more, you improve faster. This cycle is powerful. Many learners avoid speaking because they are afraid of pronunciation. They think people will laugh. They think they sound wrong. But pronunciation improves through listening, not through silence. You cannot improve sounds you do not hear often. That is why listening comes first. Listening trains your mouth. Your mouth learns from your ears. When you hear a sound many times, your mouth slowly learns how to make it. This is why shadowing, repeating, and listening to slow English are so effective. They connect sound to speech naturally. English rhythm is especially important. English has strong and weak beats. Important words are stressed. Small words are often soft. For example, when people say a sentence, they do not give equal power to every word. They give power to meaning words. This rhythm makes English sound alive. When beginners speak very slowly, word by word, without rhythm, English sounds broken. But when beginners learn rhythm slowly and naturally, even simple sentences sound confident. Slow speaking is not a weakness. Slow speaking is strength. Many learners rush because they want to sound fluent. They push words out quickly. Mistakes increase. Fear increases. Confidence drops. Slow speaking gives your brain time. It gives your mouth control. It gives your listener clarity. Speaking slowly does not mean speaking badly. It means speaking clearly. Native speakers slow down when something is important. Teachers slow down. Leaders slow down. Calm speech shows confidence. This course encourages slow, clear speaking. You are not here to perform. You are here to learn. Speed will come naturally with time. You never need to force it. Listening before speaking also removes pressure. When you only listen, there is no fear of mistakes. There is no judgment. You can relax and absorb. Your brain is collecting data quietly. This silent learning is powerful. Think of listening like planting seeds. You do not see growth immediately, but something is happening under the surface. One day, suddenly, understanding appears. A sentence makes sense without effort. A phrase feels familiar. This moment surprises learners, but it is the result of listening. In real life, people listen much more than they speak. Good communication starts with good listening. When you listen well, you understand better. When you understand better, you respond better. English becomes a conversation, not a test. Pronunciation will be improved gently in this course, not with pressure, not with difficult symbols, but with awareness. You will notice sounds, you will notice patterns, you will notice how words connect. Slowly, your ear will guide your mouth. Remember, babies listen for a long time before speaking clearly. Adults want results quickly, but language does not work that way. Patience creates progress. If you listen daily, even for a short time, your English will change. Your brain will stop fighting the language. English will begin to feel familiar, and familiarity removes fear. Sounds come before grammar. Always. Grammar explains language, but sound brings it to life. Without sound, English is just ink on paper. With sound, English becomes human. So listen calmly, speak slowly, trust your ears. Your English journey is already moving forward, even when you feel quiet. Chapter 5: How Sentences Are Born. Many English learners believe that sentences are difficult. They look at long lines of words and feel lost. They think a sentence must be perfect, complete, and advanced. This belief creates pressure before they even try to speak. But the truth is simple. Sentences are born from ideas, not from rules. A sentence begins when you have something to say. A sentence is not a grammar structure. A sentence is a message. Before grammar touches it, before rules shape it, a sentence starts as a thought. You feel something. You see something. You want to share something. That moment is where sentences are born. When learners understand this, English becomes much easier. What makes a sentence? At its heart, a sentence needs only one thing: meaning. If a group of words carries meaning, it is already close to being a sentence. Grammar helps clean it. Grammar helps organize it. But meaning gives it life. In real life, people do not always speak in full textbook sentences. They speak in short ideas. They pause. They change direction. Yet communication still happens. This shows us something important. English sentences are flexible. They exist to serve communication, not to impress teachers. For beginners, the best way to build sentences is to start small. Very small. One idea at a time. Think about this sentence. I am tired. This is a complete sentence. It has a clear meaning. Nothing is missing. Nothing is extra. It works because it expresses one idea clearly. Now think about what happens when learners try to say too much at once. They create long, confused sentences. They forget words. They lose confidence. The listener becomes confused. one idea, one sentence. This simple rule can change your English forever. Real-life sentence building happens naturally. You do not sit and design sentences in daily life. You respond to situations. Someone asks you a question, you answer. Someone tells you something, you react. Sentences appear because life demands them. For example, someone asks, "How are you?" You answer, "I am fine." That is sentence building in real life. No grammar thinking, no rule checking, just meaning. Now imagine trying to answer like this. I am fine because yesterday I was working, and then I was tired, but today I am okay, and also happy. This sentence may be grammatically possible, but for a beginner, it creates stress and confusion. Short sentences are safer and stronger. When you keep sentences short, your brain stays calm. Calm brains learn faster. Another common problem is trying to sound advanced too early. Many learners believe long sentences mean good English. This is not true. Clear sentences mean good English. Native speakers often use very short sentences. They choose clarity over complexity. Avoiding long confusion is a skill. When you feel your sentence becoming heavy, stop. Finish the idea. Start a new sentence. This is not a weakness. It is smart communication. Think about writing a message on your phone. You do not write one long sentence for everything. You break ideas into parts. Speaking is the same. Sentences grow naturally with confidence. First, you learn to walk. Then you run. You do not run on the first day. In this course, you will learn sentence building step by step. First, simple sentences. Then, slightly longer ones. Then, connected ideas. But always with control. Always with meaning. A sentence usually answers a simple question. Who? What? How? When? You do not need to answer all of them at once. One is enough. For example, I work. Who? I. What? Work. This sentence is alive. It works. Later, you can add more details. I work in an office. I work every day. But these are additions, not requirements. Many beginners try to put everything into one sentence. This causes confusion. They forget verbs. They mix tenses. They lose control. Instead, give each idea its own space. This approach also helps listeners. When you speak clearly, people relax. When people relax, communication becomes friendly. English becomes a shared experience, not a performance. Grammar will help you polish sentences later, but first you must learn to create them. Creation comes before correction. Sentence building is like stacking blocks, one block at a time. Strong base first. If the base is weak, the structure falls. Short sentences build strong bases. In real conversations, pauses are normal. Silence is normal. You do not need to fill every moment with words. When you pause, your brain organizes the next sentence. This is healthy. Do not fear pauses. As you practice, you will notice something interesting. Your sentences will begin to appear faster. You will not search for them. They will come naturally. This happens when sentence building becomes automatic. Automatic sentences are born from repeated use, not from memorization. The more you speak simple sentences, the more your brain trusts itself. Trust creates fluency. This chapter is about removing pressure. You do not need big sentences to speak English. You need honest ones, clear ones, useful ones. From this point forward, remember this. English sentences are born from meaning, one idea at a time. Short is strong. Clarity beats complexity. When you understand how sentences are born, English stops feeling like a puzzle. It starts feeling like communication. And communication is something you already know how to do. You are not learning how to think. You are learning how to share what you already think. And that is the beginning of real English. Chapter 6. What is a word? Before sentences exist, before grammar appears, before rules are written, there is one small but powerful thing: a word. Every language in the world is built from words. Words are the smallest carriers of meaning. When you understand what a word really is, English stops feeling complicated and starts feeling organized. Many beginners think words are just vocabulary to memorize. Long lists, translations, meanings written in notebooks. But words are not dead items. Words are living tools. Each word has a job. Each word behaves in a certain way. When you understand these jobs, sentences begin to make sense naturally. A word is a unit of meaning. One word can name something, show an action, describe a feeling, or connect ideas. Alone, a word is like a single brick. It is useful, but limited. When words come together, they build sentences. And when sentences come together, they build communication. English words are not random. They fall into groups. These groups are called types of words. You do not need to memorize difficult names. You only need to understand what the words do. Some words name things. Some words show actions. Some words describe. Some words connect. That is it. Simple. For example, the word book names something. The word run shows an action. The word happy describes a feeling. The word and connects ideas. When you know what job a word does, you know how to use it. This is why words behave differently. They are not all equal. You cannot use every word in the same place. A naming word cannot do the job of an action word. A describing word cannot replace a connecting word. Each word respects its role. Think of a football team. Every player is important, but not every player does the same job. A goalkeeper cannot suddenly play like a striker. A defender cannot ignore defense and run anywhere. In the same way, words follow their roles to keep sentences clear. When beginners ignore word roles, sentences become confusing. Words are placed in the wrong position. Meaning becomes unclear. This is not because the learner is weak. It is because the learner does not yet understand how words behave. Understanding word roles brings order to English. Let us look at a simple sentence. I eat rice. Eat. Each word has a role. I shows who. Each shows action. Rice shows what. When these words are placed correctly, the sentence feels natural. If you change the order or replace one word with a different type, the sentence breaks. Words do not only have meaning. They have position. They know where they belong. This is why grammar exists. Grammar explains where words go so meaning stays clear. Many learners try to learn grammar without understanding words. This creates confusion. It is like trying to build a house without knowing your materials. Words are the materials. Grammar is the design. In real life, people choose words based on meaning first. They do not think about word types, but their brain already knows them. That knowledge comes from exposure and practice. This course will make that knowledge conscious, but gently. Words also change behavior depending on the sentence. For example, some words can do more than one job. This surprises beginners. A word may look the same but behave differently. This is normal in English. It does not mean English is strange, it means English is flexible. For beginners, the most important thing is not knowing every word, but knowing how common words behave. A small group of words is used again and again in daily English. When you master these, your confidence grows fast. Do not chase rare words. Chase useful words. Another important truth is this: words gain power inside sentences. A word alone is weak. Inside a sentence, it becomes strong. This is why learning words in isolation is slow. Learning words inside sentences is fast. When you learn a word inside a sentence, you learn its meaning, its role, and its position at the same time. Your brain loves this kind of learning because it is complete. For example, learning the word open alone gives you little information. But learning it in a sentence like, I opened the door, shows you how it works. You see the action, you feel the meaning, you remember it better. Word roles also help you avoid mistakes. When you know what job a word does, you are less likely to place it incorrectly. You stop guessing. You start understanding. Many beginners feel overwhelmed by vocabulary because they think they must learn thousands of words. This is not true. Language grows from repetition, not from volume. When you see the same words again and again, your brain becomes comfortable with them. Comfort creates confidence. In this course, words will be introduced slowly. Each word will have a purpose. You will not be flooded with lists. You will see words working together. You will see how grammar supports them, not controls them. Remember this important idea. Words create meaning. Grammar organizes meaning. When you respect word roles, grammar becomes easier. When grammar becomes easier, English becomes friendly. This chapter is about awareness, not memorization. Awareness of how words function in sentences. Awareness of why some words go before others. Awareness of why meaning changes when words change position. As you continue, you will notice patterns. Words will start to feel familiar. You will begin to predict what comes next in a sentence. This is a sign of real learning. Do not rush. Words need time. They need repetition. They need context. Let them grow naturally. English is not built from rules. It is built from words doing their jobs together. When you understand that, you stop fighting the language and start working with it. And now that you understand what a word really is, you are ready to learn how different words shape English step by step, without fear. Chapter 7. Naming Words, Nouns. Very easy. Now that you understand what a word is, it is time to meet the most friendly and most important group of words in English. These words are called nouns. Do not worry about the name. The idea is very simple. A noun is a naming word. It names something. That is all. nothing scary, nothing complex. Every time you talk about a person, a place, or a thing, you are using a noun. You already use nouns every day in your own language without thinking. English nouns work in the same human way. They help us point to the world around us. Look around you right now. You can see many nouns: a chair, a table, a phone, a room. These are all nouns. If you think about people, you also think in nouns: a mother, a friend, a teacher, a child. These are nouns too. When you think about places, the same thing happens: a house, a school, a city, a market. All nouns. So remember this simple idea: a noun names something. Nouns help us answer very basic questions: who, what, where. If a word answers one of these questions, it is probably a noun. Many beginners feel afraid when they hear grammar words like noun, but there is no reason to fear them. Grammar names things so we can talk about them easily. The idea itself is already inside your mind. Nouns are everywhere because humans talk about things all the time. We talk about people we love, we talk about places we go, we talk about objects we use. Language would not exist without nouns. They are the backbone of sentences. Let us look at some very simple real-life sentences. I am a teacher. She is my sister. The phone is on the table. In each sentence, nouns help us understand what the sentence is about. Without nouns, the sentence has no shape. You would feel lost as a listener. One beautiful thing about nouns is that they are easy to see and easy to imagine. When someone says dog, you see a dog in your mind. When someone says home, you feel something. This makes nouns perfect for beginners. They connect language to life very quickly. Now let us talk about why nouns are important for speaking. When beginners speak English, they often stop because they cannot find the right noun. They know what they want to say, but the name of the thing is missing. This creates silence. This creates fear. But the solution is simple. Learn the most common nouns first. Do not try to learn everything. You do not need thousands of nouns, you need useful ones. Think about your daily life. What do you talk about most? Your family, your work, your home, your food, your phone, your city. These are the nouns you need first. When you learn nouns connected to your own life, English becomes personal. And personal English is easy to remember. Nouns also help you build sentences very easily. Even with very little grammar, nouns allow communication. For example, tea, water, bus. In real life, people understand you even with one noun. This shows how powerful nouns are. As you grow, you add more words, but nouns are often the center. Now let us talk about speaking practice, because learning nouns without speaking is not enough. The best way to practice nouns is to name what you see. This is simple and powerful. Look around and say the names of things in English. Do not worry about full sentences yet. Just name them. Chair, door, window, light. This practice trains your brain to connect English words to real objects. It removes translation. You stop thinking in your own language and start recognizing the English name directly. Next, add very small sentences. This is a chair. That is my phone. What? I see a car. These sentences are easy, but they build confidence. Confidence is more important than complexity. You can also practice nouns by talking about people in your life. My father is kind. My friend works here. My teacher helps me. You are not just learning grammar, you are learning to talk about your world. Another powerful practice is asking and answering simple questions using nouns. What is this? It is a book. This kind of practice is natural. It feels like real conversation, not study. Some learners worry about mistakes when using nouns. They worry about being wrong, but nouns are forgiving. Even if you make a small mistake, people will usually understand you. Meaning stays strong. Remember, English is not about showing knowledge, it is about sharing meaning. As you continue this course, nouns will appear again and again. You will learn how to use one noun or many nouns. You will learn how nouns change slightly in different situations. But for now, keep it simple. Naming is enough. This chapter is about comfort. Comfort with words. Comfort with speaking. Comfort with English. If you can name people, places, and things, you can already communicate. That is a powerful realization. So today, do one simple thing. Look around. Name your world in English. Speak softly. Speak slowly. Smile when you speak. You are not practicing grammar, you are building connection. And that is how real English begins. Chapter 8. One or many. Singular and plural. When people start learning English, one of the first small confusions they meet is this idea of one or many. It looks simple, but because beginners worry too much, it sometimes feels bigger than it really is. The truth is, singular and plural in English are very friendly. They are not here to confuse you. They are here to help your listener understand how many things you are talking about. Singular means one. Plural means more than one. That is the heart of it. No stress, no fear. If you say book, people imagine one book. If you say books, people imagine many books. This small change gives clear meaning. English likes clarity. When the listener knows how many things you are talking about, communication becomes smooth. In most cases, English makes a word plural by adding a simple s at the end. This is the most common and most useful rule. One cup becomes two cups. One phone becomes three phones. One student becomes many students. This rule covers most everyday nouns. You will use it again and again in daily life. That is why it is important, but it should never feel heavy. It is just a small sound that carries big meaning. Many beginners are afraid of making mistakes with plural words, so they avoid speaking. This is a mistake. You do not need to be perfect to be understood. Even if you forget, this people usually understand you. But learning to use it correctly makes your English clearer and more confident. Let us look at real-life situations. You go to a shop. You say, "I want apple." The shopkeeper understands you, but something feels incomplete. When you say, "I want apples," the message feels natural, clear. finished. That small its improves the sentence without adding difficulty. Singular and plural are not rules to memorize, they are habits to build. One common mistake beginners make is forgetting the S when they are speaking fast or feeling nervous. This is normal. Another common mistake is adding S where it is not needed. This also happens when learners try too hard. For example, some learners say furnitures or informations. In English, some words do not usually take an a sentence. This may feel strange at first, but do not worry. You do not need to learn all of them now. Focus on the common everyday nouns you use most. Those will slowly become natural. Another mistake is mixing one and many in the same sentence. For example, saying one books or many book. These mistakes happen because the brain is still learning the pattern. With practice, the pattern becomes automatic. The key is not to stop speaking because of mistakes. The key is to keep speaking and let correction happen naturally. Daily speaking use is where singular and plural truly become easy. Think about your daily life. I have one brother. I have two sisters. There is a shop near my house. There are many shops on this road. These sentences appear again and again in real conversations. When you repeat them in real situations, your brain remembers them easily. Repetition builds comfort. Comfort builds fluency. A good way to practice singular and plural is to look around and count things. Do not write, do not translate. Just speak. One chair, two chairs. One window, three windows. This simple practice trains your brain to connect number with word form. It feels small, but it is powerful. Another helpful habit is talking about shopping, food, and daily needs. These topics naturally use singular and plural. I need eggs. I bought a shirt. I lost my keys. This is real English. Useful English. Some beginners worry too much about irregular plurals. Words like children, men, or women. Yes, they exist. You will learn them slowly, but do not let them block you. English has a few exceptions, but most words follow the simple S pattern. Focus on the majority first. Language is not learned all at once. It is learned step by step. Today, your goal is not to master everything. Your goal is to feel comfortable talking about one thing or many things. Singular and plural also help listeners visualize your message. When you say cars, people imagine a group. When you say car, they imagine one. This makes your speech stronger and more accurate. Remember, grammar exists to serve meaning. Singular and plural are not about being correct. They are about being clear. As you continue speaking English, you will notice something interesting. You will stop thinking about adding S. Your mouth will do it automatically. That is when grammar becomes natural. That is when English starts to flow. Mistakes will still happen. That is normal. Even advanced speakers make small mistakes. The difference is they do not panic. They continue speaking. So do not let singular and plural scare you. It is one of the easiest and most useful parts of English. Treat it like a friend, not a test. One idea, one word, or many words, English is flexible. You are learning and you are moving forward. That is what matters most. Chapter 9. Talking about action. Verbs. If nouns are the names in English, then verbs are the movement. Verbs give life to sentences. Without verbs, English cannot breathe. A sentence may have many words, but without a verb, nothing happens. Verbs show action. Verbs show situation. Verbs show what is going on in the world. Many beginners feel confused about verbs because they hear many rules about them. Tenses, forms, changes. This chapter is not about those rules. This chapter is about understanding what verbs really do. When you understand their job, grammar becomes easier later. A verb tells us what happens. When you say, I eat, something is happening. When you say, she sleeps, something is happening. Even when you say, I am tired, something is happening inside you. That am is also a verb. Verbs do not always show big physical actions. Sometimes they show states. Sometimes they show situations. But they always show life. Think about real communication. When you talk to someone, you usually talk about actions. What you did, what you are doing, what you will do. Verbs sit at the center of all of these ideas. They are the engine of English. There are two very important kinds of verbs you need to understand as a beginner: action verbs and state verbs. Do not be afraid of these names. The idea is simple. Action verbs show something you can see or imagine happening. Eat, walk, run, talk, work, write, cook. These verbs are easy to understand because they move. You can imagine them clearly. They are common in daily life. Beginners use them naturally. State verbs show a situation, feeling, or condition. Be, have, like, love, know, feel. These verbs do not always show physical movement, but they show a state of being. For example, when you say, I am happy, nothing is moving, but a condition exists. That condition is important. Language talks about life, not only movement. Many beginners think verbs must always show action like running or jumping. This is not true. English also talks about feelings, thoughts, and situations. Verbs help us express all of that. Understanding this difference helps you later when you learn tenses, but for now, simply remember this. Verbs describe what is happening, inside or outside. Now let us talk about common verbs beginners need. You do not need hundreds of verbs to speak English. A small group of verbs can help you say many things. These verbs appear again and again in daily life. When you learn them well, you can build many sentences. Some verbs are like keys. They open many doors. Words like be, have, do, go make, get, and say are used everywhere. You will hear them in conversations, movies, and daily speech. They may look small, but they are powerful. For example, the verb go helps you talk about movement. I go to work. I go home. I go outside. The verb have helps you talk about possession and experience. I have a phone. I have time. I have a problem. The verb do helps you talk about activities. I do my work. I do my homework. These verbs are not advanced. They are basic, but they are the foundation of real English. Many beginners make the mistake of avoiding verbs because they are afraid of choosing the wrong form. They stop speaking to think. This slows learning. Instead, focus on meaning first. Choose a verb that feels right. Speak. Let correction come later. Verbs are learned through use, not through lists. Another important thing to understand is that English sentences usually need a verb. If you only say nouns, the sentence feels incomplete. I food. I work. The second sentence works because the verb work is present. The first sentence does not work because there is no verb showing action. This shows how important verbs are. In daily speaking, verbs help you share your life, your routines, your problems, your plans, your feelings. Without verbs, you cannot tell your story. Practice verbs by talking about your day. I wake up early. I eat breakfast. I go to work. I feel tired. These sentences are simple, but they are real. They are not textbook examples. They are life examples. Do not try to speak perfectly. Speak honestly. Another helpful practice is to describe what people around you are doing. He is working. She is talking. They are waiting. This kind of practice trains your brain to see verbs in action. It also helps you listen better, because you start noticing verbs when others speak. Verbs connect time, but do not worry about time yet. Time will come later in this course. For now, focus on the idea that verbs show action or state. They are the heart of the sentence. English becomes much easier when you stop seeing verbs as rules and start seeing them as tools. Tools help you build. They do not judge you. Mistakes with verbs are normal. Everyone makes them. Even children learning their first language make verb mistakes. That does not stop them from speaking. It should not stop you either. As you continue, you will meet verbs again and again. You will see how they change slightly to show time. You will see how they connect with other words. But all of that will make sense because you understand the base. Verbs are about life in motion. Nouns name the world. Verbs show the world moving. When you feel this, English stops being a subject and starts being a way to express your life. And that is real learning. Chapter 10: Helping Verbs Without Fear. For many beginners, helping verbs are the point where English suddenly feels difficult. Words like am, is, are, do, and does look small, but they seem to create big confusion. Learners often ask, why are these words here? Why do we need them? Why can't I just say the sentence without them? Because these questions are never answered clearly, fear grows. This chapter exists to remove that fear completely. Helping verbs are not enemies. They are helpers, just like their name says. Helping verbs do exactly one job. They help the main verb do its work clearly. They do not carry heavy meaning by themselves. They support the sentence. When you understand this, they stop feeling strange. Let us start with the most common helping verbs for beginners. Am, is, are. These words come from one verb, to be. This verb is special in English. It is used very often because it helps us talk about identity, condition, feeling, and situation. In simple words, am, is, are help us say who we are, how we are, and what something is. When you say, I am tired, you are not showing an action like running or eating. You are showing a state, a condition, something true at that moment. That is why am is needed. Without it, the sentence feels broken. I tired does not feel complete. I am tired feels natural. Now look at the pattern, very calmly. I am. You are. We are. They are. She is. He is. It is. This is not something to memorize in one day. You will hear these patterns again and again. Your brain will slowly accept them. Do not force them. Let them grow. One reason beginners fear am, is, are, is because they try to translate them. In many languages, these words are not spoken clearly, or sometimes not spoken at all. So learners ask, why do I need this word? The answer is simple. English needs it to complete the sentence. English sentences usually like a clear structure. Helping verbs keep that structure strong. Now let us talk about do and does. These two words scare learners even more. They appear in questions and negative sentences, and beginners often feel they come from nowhere. But once again, their job is very simple. Do and does help us ask questions and make negatives in the present simple tense. That sounds technical, but the idea is easy. Look at this sentence. You work. This is a simple statement. But what if you want to ask a question? English likes to add a helper to make the question clear. Do you work? The word do steps in to help form the question. It does not change the meaning of work. It only helps the sentence become a question. Without do, the sentence would feel incomplete or strange to a native speaker. The same happens with negatives. You work. You do not work. Again, do helps the sentence carry the negative meaning. It supports the main verb. That is its only job. Now about does. Does is simply the helper for he, she, and it. I do work. You do work. We do work. They do work. But he does work. She does work. It does work. That is all. No magic, no mystery. Many beginners try to understand why English does this. The truth is, you do not need to know why. Languages grow naturally over time. Some things exist because they help clarity. Do and does are part of English's way of being clear. Another important thing to remember is this. Helping verbs are often more important than main verbs in questions and negatives. Beginners often drop them because they feel unnecessary. But when you drop them, English feels incomplete. For example, where you go feels broken. Where do you go feels natural. The difference is one small word, but it changes everything. Now let us talk about fear. Fear comes when learners think they must always choose the correct helping verb instantly. That fear blocks speaking. Instead of speaking, they think. Instead of thinking calmly, they panic. You do not need to be perfect. You need to be understood. If you say, where you go, people will still understand you. But when you slowly add do, your English becomes clearer and more confident. Learning is a journey, not a jump. The best way to learn helping verbs is through repetition in real sentences. Not through rules, not through tables. Through hearing and using them again and again. I am learning English. She is my friend. They are here. Do you like tea? I do not know. Does he work here? These sentences appear everywhere. In real conversations. In real life. When you hear them often, your brain stops questioning them. They become natural. Another important idea is this. Helping verbs do not carry the main meaning. The main verb does. Helping verbs carry structure. They hold the sentence together. Think of a bridge. The bridge supports the road. Cars move on the road, not on the bridge itself. Helping verbs are like that bridge. They support communication. This chapter is not asking you to master helping verbs today. It is asking you to stop being afraid of them. Fear slows learning. Calm understanding speeds it up. Helping verbs are friends. They appear again and again because they are useful. English uses them to stay clear, not to confuse you. As you continue this course, you will see am, is, are, do, and does many times. Each time they will feel lighter. Each time they will make more sense. You are not behind. You are learning exactly as you should. Step by step. Sentence by sentence. Without fear. Helping verbs are not something to fight. They are something to accept. And once you accept them, English becomes much easier to speak. Chapter 11. Who is doing the action? Subjects. When beginners start speaking English, one quiet problem often hides inside their sentences. The listener hears the action, but does not clearly know who is doing it. This small confusion can make a sentence feel weak or incomplete. That is why this chapter is important. It answers one simple question that every sentence needs to answer clearly. Who is doing the action? In English, the word that tells us who does the action is called the subject. Do not worry about the grammar name. The idea is very human. Every action needs a person or a thing behind it. English likes to know that person clearly. When you say, eat food, the action is there, but the subject is missing. Who eats? You, me, someone else? The sentence feels unfinished. But when you say, I eat food, everything becomes clear. One small word changes the whole sentence. Subjects bring clarity, and clarity brings confidence. The most important subject words for beginners are very simple. I, you, we, they. These four words allow you to talk about yourself, the person in front of you, and people around you. With only these words, you can already communicate a lot. Let us start with the most powerful one. I. I is the subject you will use the most. It helps you talk about yourself, your life, your feelings, your actions. When beginners learn to use I comfortably, English stops feeling distant. It becomes personal. I work. I live here. I feel tired. I like tea. These sentences are simple, but they are strong. They allow you to express your reality. Many learners stay silent because they feel they need advanced English. But even with I, you can say many meaningful things. Now let us talk about you. You helps you speak to the person in front of you. It is used for one person and for many people. This makes English easier. You do not need different forms. One word does the job. You work. Here. You look happy. You understand me. You creates connection. It turns English into a conversation instead of a monologue. When you use you, English feels alive. Next comes we. We means you and others together. It shows shared action, shared experience, unity. We is often used in families, teams, friends, and groups. We work together. We are learning English. We live here. Using we makes your speech warmer. It shows belonging. Beginners often forget this word, but it is very useful in real life. And then there is they. They talks about other people. People not in the conversation. Groups. Others. This word helps you describe the world around you. They are waiting. They work nearby. They like music. They helps you talk about stories, situations, and people without naming everyone. It keeps speech smooth. Now let us talk about why subjects matter so much. English sentences usually follow a clear pattern. Subject first, then action. This pattern helps listeners understand quickly. When the subject is missing or unclear, the listener has to guess. Guessing creates confusion. For beginners, using the subject clearly is one of the fastest ways to improve English. Compare these two sentences. Go market. I go to the market. The second sentence feels calm and clear. The listener knows who is moving. The sentence feels complete. This is the power of subjects. Another common beginner mistake is repeating nouns again and again, instead of using subject words. For example, saying, my friend work. My friend live here. This is understandable, but English prefers flow. My friend works. He lives here. Using subjects like he, she, they avoids repetition and makes English sound natural. You will learn more about these later. For now, focus on I, you, we, they. Subjects also help grammar work smoothly. Helping verbs, actions, and sentence structure depend on the subject. When the subject is clear, everything else falls into place more easily. Daily examples are the best way to practice subjects. Think about your day. I wake up early. I go to work. We eat together. They come later. These sentences are not advanced, but they are real. Real English is built from simple patterns used again and again. Another good practice is speaking about what you see around you. They are talking. We are waiting. You look busy. This kind of speaking connects English to the moment. It removes translation. It makes learning natural. Some beginners feel shy using I. They feel it sounds selfish or repetitive. This is not true in English. I is neutral. It is normal. Native speakers use it comfortably. Using I is not about ego, it is about clarity. Remember, English does not want you to hide. It wants you to speak clearly. Subjects also help listeners follow your story. When you tell a story and the subject changes, listeners need signals. Subject words provide those signals. I went outside. I met a friend. We talked for a while. Then they left. Even a short story becomes clear because subjects guide the listener. Do not rush this learning. Use subjects slowly and consciously at first. With time, they will appear automatically. You will not need to think. Your mouth will choose them naturally. Mistakes will happen. You may forget the subject. You may use the wrong one. That is part of learning. Do not stop speaking because of that. Speaking is how correction happens. Subjects are not rules to memorize. They are tools to help people understand you. English becomes easier when sentences become clear. Sentences become clear when subjects are clear. So remember this simple truth. Every sentence asks one silent question. Who is doing the action? When you answer that question clearly, your English becomes stronger, calmer, and more confident. And that confidence is exactly what you are building, step by step. Chapter 12, Talking About Yourself. I sentences. Learning to speak English begins with learning to speak about yourself. This is not selfish. This is natural. When you talk about yourself, you already know the meaning. You do not need to imagine a story or remember information. The words are connected to your own life, your own feelings, your own actions. That is why I sentences are the strongest starting point for beginners. Many learners feel shy using I. They think their English is not good enough. They wait. They stay silent. But confidence does not come from silence. Confidence comes from speaking, even when your English is simple. I sentences give you that first push. When you say, I am learning English, something important happens. You are not just using grammar. You are declaring your journey. You are telling yourself and the world that you are a learner. This builds confidence from the inside. I sentences are powerful because they are honest. You are not guessing. You are not translating someone else's words. You are speaking your truth. I am tired. I feel happy. I work here. I want to improve. These sentences are simple, but they are real. Real English is always better than fancy English. Confidence grows when sentences feel safe. I sentences are safe because they belong to you. No one can correct your feelings. No one can argue with your experience. You cannot be wrong about yourself. That is why this chapter focuses on daily self-talk. Self-talk means speaking to yourself in English, quietly or out loud, at home, on the way to work, before sleeping. This is one of the most powerful tools for learning English, and it costs nothing. When you talk to yourself, there is no pressure, no judgment, no fear. You can repeat sentences, you can stop, you can start again. This creates a safe environment for practice. Start with very simple I sentences. I wake up early. I drink tea. I go to work. Say them slowly. Feel them. You are not practicing grammar. You are training your brain to think in English. Many beginners wait for a speaking partner. They think they cannot practice alone. This is not true. Self-talk is real practice. It prepares you for real conversations. Another benefit of I sentences is clarity. English sentences need a clear subject. I gives that clarity instantly. When the subject is clear, The sentence feels complete. This completeness builds confidence. Now let us talk about practice patterns. A practice pattern is a simple sentence shape that you can reuse many times. Patterns make English easy because you do not create a new sentence from zero every time. You change only one part. For example, this pattern. I am. You can use it with many words. I am happy. I am busy. I am ready. I am learning. One pattern gives you many sentences. This is smart learning. Another pattern is I like coffee. I like music. I like walking. You are not learning separate sentences. You are learning one pattern and filling it with your life. Patterns reduce thinking. Reduced thinking increases fluency. You can also use patterns to talk about your routine. I wake up at 6. I go to work. I come home late. These sentences help you talk about your day naturally. Daily repetition makes them automatic. Self-talk also helps pronunciation. When you repeat sentences, your mouth becomes familiar with English sounds. You stop feeling strange speaking English alone. This removes fear when you speak to others. Another important thing is emotional connection. When sentences connect to your feelings, your brain remembers them better. I feel nervous. I feel excited. I feel confident. These sentences help you name your emotions in English. This is powerful because language is not only about facts, it is about feelings. Many learners only practice English in books, but books do not know your life. You know your life. Use it. You can practice I sentences anywhere. In the mirror, while cooking, while walking, before sleeping. I am cooking dinner. I am walking slowly. I am thinking. These sentences describe what is happening now. This kind of practice connects English to the present moment. Do not worry about mistakes. Mistakes are signs that learning is active. If you wait to speak until you are perfect, you will never speak. Perfection is not required. Communication is. I sentences also prepare you for conversations. Most conversations begin with personal information. Who you are, what you do, how you feel. When you can say these things confidently, conversations become easier. Think about meeting someone new. I am from here. I work as a driver. I am learning English. These sentences open doors. They create connection. This chapter is not about speed, it is about comfort. Comfort with your own voice in English. Comfort with expressing yourself. You do not need long sentences to sound confident. Confidence comes from clarity, not length. As you continue this course, I sentences will become your base. From this base, you will grow naturally. You will add more details. You will connect ideas, but the foundation remains strong. So start today. Speak about yourself. Speak simply. Speak honestly. I am learning. I am improving. I am not afraid. And with every I sentence you speak, your confidence grows quietly, one sentence at a time. Chapter 13, talking about others. He, she, they. After learning how to talk about yourself, the next natural step in English is learning how to talk about other people. This is where words like he, she, and they enter your speech. These words help you describe the world around you, your family, your friends, your coworkers, the people you see every day. When you use these words correctly and comfortably, your English becomes more natural and more complete. Many beginners feel nervous using he, she, and they because they are afraid of making mistakes. They worry about choosing the wrong word. They worry about gender. They worry about sounding wrong. This chapter is here to remove that fear and make these words feel easy and friendly. Let us start with a very simple idea. He is used for a male person. She is used for a female person. They is used for more than one person. That is the core idea. Nothing more is needed right now. When you say, he is my brother, you are telling the listener clearly who you are talking about. When you say, she is my sister, the meaning is clear. When you say, they are my friends, the listener understands that more than one person is involved. These words exist to bring clarity, not confusion. Gender clarity is important in English because he and she help listeners imagine the situation correctly. But do not let this idea scare you. In real life, if you make a small mistake, people still understand you. Communication does not break because of one word. Many beginners make the mistake of avoiding he and she completely. They repeat names again and again. For example, saying, my friend works here. My friend lives nearby. My friend likes coffee. This is understandable, but it sounds heavy. English prefers flow. My friend works here. He lives nearby. He likes coffee. Using he or she makes your English smoother. It sounds more natural. It also helps you speak faster because you do not repeat long names. Another common beginner error is mixing he and she. This happens when learners translate from their own language or when they feel nervous. This is normal. Do not stop speaking because of this. With practice, your brain will automatically connect gender with the correct word. Another common mistake is using he or she when talking about more than one person. For example, saying, he are my friends. This happens because the learner is still learning how English separates one person from many. This is not a problem. Awareness fixes it. They is a very useful word. It helps you talk about groups without naming everyone. It is used all the time in real life. They are waiting outside. They work together. They live near here. Using they saves time. It keeps sentences simple. It helps you speak more comfortably. Real situations are the best way to understand these words. Think about your family. He is my father. She is my mother. They are my parents. These sentences are simple, but they are real. They appear in daily conversations. When you practice them, English feels useful. Think about work or study. He works with me. She teaches English. They study together. These sentences help you describe people around you. You are not practicing grammar. You are describing life. Another real situation is talking about someone who is not present. He called me yesterday. She is busy today. They will come later. These sentences help you tell stories and share information. Stories are an important part of communication. When you can talk about others, your English becomes richer. Some beginners also feel confused because English uses they not only for groups, but sometimes for one person, when gender is unknown. Do not worry about this now. You will see it naturally with time. Focus first on the basic use. One person or many people. That is enough. The goal of this chapter is not perfection. The goal is comfort. Comfort speaking about others without stopping. Comfort using short, clear sentences. Do not wait to feel ready. Readiness comes after practice, not before it. You can practice he, she, and they anywhere. Look around and describe what people are doing. He is talking on the phone. She is walking slowly. They are sitting together. This kind of practice connects English to the moment. It removes translation. It builds confidence. Another powerful practice is storytelling. Talk about someone you know. He is my friend. He lives near me. He likes music. This simple story is enough. You do not need long sentences. Short sentences are strong. Mistakes will happen. You may say he instead of she. You may forget they. That is fine. Learning is not about avoiding mistakes. It is about continuing despite them. Remember, native speakers care about meaning, not perfection. If they understand you, communication is successful. Using he, she, and they correctly will improve your English quickly because these words appear everywhere. In conversations, in stories, in daily speech. When they become natural, your English flows better. As you move forward, you will add more words to describe people. But these subject words are your base. Strong base means strong English. So relax. Speak slowly. Use these words without fear. He, she, they. Small words, big power. And with every sentence you speak, you are becoming more confident. One clear idea at a time. Chapter 14. My, your, his, ownership made easy. In daily life, we talk about ownership all the time. We talk about our phone, our house, our family, our work, our problems, and our dreams. English makes this very easy by using small, friendly words that show ownership. Words like my, your, and his are called possessive words. But do not let the grammar name scare you. The idea behind them is very simple. They answer one clear question. Whose is this? When you say my phone, you are telling the listener that the phone belongs to you. When you say your bag, you are telling someone that the bag belongs to them. When you say his car, you are talking about a car that belongs to a man. These words exist to make meaning clear and natural. Possessive words are some of the most useful words in English. They are small, but they appear everywhere. In conversations, in stories, in daily speech. When beginners learn to use them comfortably, their English becomes more personal and more real. Let us begin with my. My is one of the first words you should feel comfortable with. It connects English to your life. It allows you to speak about things that matter to you. My name, my house, my job, my family. These phrases are simple, but they are powerful. They help you talk about yourself without long sentences. They help you feel ownership not only of objects, but of your English. Many beginners feel shy using my. They think it sounds repetitive, but in English it is normal. Native speakers use my naturally. There is no need to avoid it. Now let us talk about your. Your helps you talk to the person in front of you. It builds connection. It shows attention. It makes conversations warmer. Your name, your phone, your idea. Using your makes English feel like a dialogue, not a speech. It shows that you are aware of the other person. Another beautiful thing about your is that it works for one person and for many people. You do not need to change it. This makes English easier. Now let us look at his. His shows ownership for a male person. When you say his book, you mean the book belongs to him. This word helps you talk about others without repeating names again and again. His brother, his work, his phone. Using his makes your speech smoother. It avoids repetition. It helps listeners follow the story easily. Possessive words usually come before nouns. This is an important habit to notice. My phone, your house, his job. You do not say phone my or house your. English likes the possessive word first. This pattern appears again and again. With repetition, it becomes automatic. Many beginners make small mistakes with possessive words. One common mistake is mixing my and me. For example, saying me phone instead of my phone. This happens because learners are still learning the roles of words. Do not worry. With practice, this confusion disappears. Another mistake is forgetting the possessive word completely. Saying, I lost phone instead of I lost my phone. But the sentence feels incomplete. Possessive words complete the meaning. Natural speaking use is where these words truly shine. Think about daily situations. You meet someone. This is my friend. You ask a question. Where is your office? You talk about someone else. That is his bag. These sentences are short, clear, useful. This is real English. Possessive words also help you express emotions and relationships. My mother. My best friend. His problem. These phrases are not just grammar. They are human connections. A very good way to practice possessive words is to describe the things around you. My chair. Your table. His book. Say these sentences slowly. Look at the object. Feel the connection between the word and the thing. This removes translation and builds natural understanding. Another powerful practice is storytelling. My friend has a car. His car is old, but his car works well. This short story uses my and his naturally. You are not thinking about grammar. You are sharing information. Remember, English is not about complexity. It is about clarity. Possessive words make your sentences clear and complete. Do not try to remember long lists. Focus on using these words in real life. The more you use them, the more natural they feel. Mistakes will happen. You may say the wrong word. That is okay. Learning continues through speaking, not through silence. Possessive words are friendly helpers. They help English feel personal. They help sentences feel finished. When you say my, English becomes yours. When you say your English, becomes a conversation. When you say his English, becomes a story. Small words, big meaning. And with each sentence, your English becomes clearer, calmer, and more confident. Chapter 15. This, that, these, those. When we speak in real life, we often point. We point with our hands, with our eyes, or with our voice. We point to things near us. We point to things far from us. English has very simple words that help us do this clearly. These words are this, that, these, and those. Many beginners feel confused by them at first, but once you understand the idea behind them, they become very easy and very useful. These words help us answer a simple question. Which one are you talking about? English likes clarity. When you point clearly, the listener feels comfortable. When the listener feels comfortable, communication flows smoothly. Let us start with the basic idea. This and that are used for one thing. These and those are used for more than one thing. That is the first step. Simple and calm. Now the second step is distance. This and these are used for things near you. That and those are used for things far from you. Near or far, one or many, that is all you need to remember. Let us look at this. This is used when something is close to you. You can touch it, you can see it clearly. It feels near in space or even in time. This is my phone. This book is interesting. When you say this, you are bringing the listener close to the object. You are saying, look here. Now let us look at that. That is used when something is farther away. It may be across the room, outside, or simply not close to you at the moment. That is my house. That place looks nice. You are still pointing, but from a distance. The meaning changes slightly, but communication stays clear. Now let us move to these. These is used for more than one thing that is near you. These are my keys. These shoes are new. You are talking about many things, and they are close to you. Maybe in your hand, maybe on the table. And finally, those. Those is used for more than one thing that is far from you. Those cars are expensive. Those people are waiting. Again, many things, but not close. Many beginners try to memorize these words as rules. This creates confusion. Instead, connect them to real life. Look around you. Notice distance. Notice number. Your brain understands this naturally. One common beginner mistake is mixing this and that. This happens because in many languages, the difference is not strong. Do not worry. With practice, your mouth and mind will learn the difference automatically. Another common mistake is using this with many things, or these with one thing. For example, saying this books or these book. These mistakes are normal. They disappear with repetition. Real-life objects are the best teachers here. Look at something near you. This is a chair. Look at something far from you. That is a building. Look at many things near you. These are apples. Look at many things far from you. Those are houses. Say these sentences slowly. Say them out loud. You are not memorizing grammar. You are training your brain to connect words with space and number. These words are used constantly in daily conversation. When you shop, when you explain, when you tell a story, when you complain, when you admire something. In a shop, you may say, I like this shirt. Those shoes are nice. At home, you may say, these dishes are clean. That room is quiet. In conversation, you may say, this is what I mean. That was a good idea. Notice something important. Sometimes this and that are not only about physical distance. They can also be about ideas and time. For beginners, you do not need to worry deeply about this yet. Just notice that English uses these words to point not only to objects, but also to moments and thoughts. Speaking practice is the key to mastering these words. A very effective practice is called pointing practice. Look around and point to things while speaking. This is my bag. That is the door. These are my notes. Those are my shoes. Do this practice daily for a few minutes. It connects English directly to your environment. Translation disappears. Another great practice is asking and answering questions. What is this? This is a pen. What are those? Those are books. This practice prepares you for real conversations. It builds confidence. You can also practice with stories. This is my friend. That is his house. These are our plans. Those were good days. Even a short story uses all four words naturally. This is how English is learned. Through use, not through fear. Do not worry about speed. Speak slowly. Pause if needed. These words are small, but they carry important meaning. Give them time. Remember, English is not testing you. English is helping you show the world clearly. When you use this, that, these, and those, you guide the listener. You show direction. You create clarity. Small words, clear meaning. As you move forward, these words will become automatic. You will not think about near or far. Your brain will choose naturally. That is the goal. For now, Enjoy the simplicity. Look, point, speak. This is English. That is confidence growing. These are your tools. Those fears are disappearing. And step by step, your English becomes clearer, calmer, and more natural. Chapter 16. Time in English. The Big Picture. When learners hear the word tense, many of them feel nervous. They imagine long tables, strange rules, and many mistakes waiting to happen. Time in English feels heavy because it is often taught in a complicated way. But time itself is not complicated. Time is something every human understands deeply. We live in it every day. We remember yesterday. We live now. We think about tomorrow. English simply gives words to this natural human experience. Time in English is not about grammar first. Time in English is about life. Before we talk about rules, forms, or structures, we must understand the big picture. English talks about time in three main ways: past, present, future. That is it. Everything else grows from these three ideas. The past is about what already happened. The present is about what is happening now or what is generally true. The future is about what has not happened yet. You already understand this in your own language. English does not invent a new idea of time. It only expresses it differently. So why does English care so much about time? Because time changes meaning. Look at this simple idea. I eat. I ate. I will eat. The action is the same, eating, but the meaning changes because of time. English uses time to help listeners understand when something happened. Without time, communication becomes unclear. Imagine someone says, I go to the market. You may ask in your mind, when? Yesterday? Today? Tomorrow? Time answers that question. English speakers use time to organize stories, plans, and experiences. When you listen to someone, you are constantly following their timeline. What happened first? What is happening now? What will happen next? English helps guide you through that timeline. Many beginners feel pressure because they think they must choose the correct tense perfectly every time. This pressure blocks learning. This chapter is not about choosing perfectly. It is about understanding calmly. English time is not a test. It is a tool. The present is usually the easiest place to start. The present talks about now, habits, and general truth. I work here. I live in this city. I like tea. These sentences do not talk about one special moment. They talk about your life in general. This is why the present feels safe. It describes what is true most of the time. The present also talks about what is happening right now. I am reading. I am listening. You do not need to understand all the details yet. Just feel this idea. The present connects English to the moment you are living in. That is why beginners should feel comfortable in the present first. The past talks about memory. what you did, what you saw, what you felt. I worked yesterday. I met a friend. I was tired. Humans love stories, and stories live in the past. When you tell someone about your day, your childhood, or something interesting that happened, you move into the past. English needs ways to show that movement clearly. The future talks about plans, hopes, and possibilities. I will call you. I will study tomorrow. I want to improve. The future helps you connect with hope, with intention, with direction. Without future, language feels stuck. English cares about time because listeners need to know where they are in your story. Are you talking about something finished, something happening now, something planned? But here is an important truth for beginners. Even if you choose the wrong time, people often still understand you. Meaning is strong. Grammar supports meaning, but meaning does not disappear easily. For example, if you say, "Yesterday I go market," the listener understands you. The time word yesterday already gives meaning. Grammar improves clarity, but communication already exists. This should remove fear. Time words like yesterday, today, now, tomorrow, last week, next year help English greatly. They act like signs on a road. Even if the grammar is not perfect, these signs guide the listener. In real life, people use time words constantly. Today is busy. Tomorrow is free. Last night was quiet. English combines time words with verb forms to create clear meaning. You will learn this slowly. There is no rush. One mistake beginners make is trying to learn all tenses at once. This overwhelms the brain. Learning should feel like walking, not jumping. This course will teach time step by step. First, you will feel the present. Then you will gently move into the past. Then you will explore the future. Each step will feel natural because it connects to life. Another important idea is that English often cares about how we see time, not just when something happened. Sometimes English focuses on completion, sometimes on duration, sometimes on experience. This may sound complex, but you already understand these ideas in your life. For example, there is a difference between something finished and something still going. English reflects that difference. But you do not need to master this now. Awareness is enough. For beginners, the most important goal is not tense accuracy, it is time clarity. If the listener knows roughly when something happened, communication is successful. English learners often ask, "Which tense should I use?" A better question is, "What time am I talking about?" When you answer that, grammar becomes easier. Daily practice helps time feel natural. Talk about your day. Today I work. Yesterday I rest. Tomorrow I study. These sentences are not perfect, but they are meaningful. With practice, grammar will slowly adjust itself. Listening also helps greatly. When you listen to English, notice how people move through time. Notice words like now, then, later, before, after. You do not need to analyze them. Just notice them. Your brain is excellent at learning patterns when you allow it to relax. This chapter is about removing pain from tenses. Pain comes from pressure. Pressure comes from misunderstanding. Understanding removes fear. Time in English is not your enemy. Time is your guide. It helps you tell your story clearly. You already live in time. You already understand past, present, and future. English is simply learning to talk about what you already know. As you continue this journey, time will stop feeling heavy. It will start feeling natural. And when time becomes natural, English becomes a language, not a problem. You are not late. You are not behind. You are learning at the right time. And now that you understand the big picture of time in English, you are ready to explore it step by step, without fear. Chapter 17. Present Simple, Daily Life. The present simple tense is the most useful tense in English for beginners. It talks about daily life, things you do again and again, things that are usually true, things that feel normal and stable. When learners understand the present simple, English starts to feel familiar, not foreign. This tense does not talk about special moments. It talks about life as it normally happens. When you say, I eat, you are not talking about one exact moment. You are talking about a habit, something you do as part of your life. When you say, I work, you are describing your regular reality. This is why the present simple is called simple. It describes simple truth. The present simple answers questions like these. What do you do every day? What is true about your life? What usually happens? Think about your daily routine. You wake up, you eat, you work, you rest, you sleep. Most of these actions repeat every day. The present simple is perfect for this. I wake up early. I drink tea. I go to work. I come home late. These sentences are not advanced, but they are powerful. They allow you to speak about your life clearly. You do not need complicated grammar to communicate. You need clear habits. Many beginners feel tense when they hear the word tense, but the present simple should feel relaxed. It is not about speed. It is not about perfection. It is about truth. Another important thing to understand is this. The present simple does not only talk about daily routines. It also talks about things that are always true or generally true. The sun rises in the east. Water boils at high heat. I live in this city. These sentences describe facts. They do not change every day. The present simple is strong because it describes stability. Now let us talk about structure, but very gently. In the present simple, the sentence usually starts with the subject, then the verb. I work, you study, we learn, they play. This pattern feels natural because English likes clear order. You do not need to think too much. Subject first, action next. When you talk about yourself, the verb stays simple. I eat. I work. I like music. This is why beginners should practice I sentences a lot. They are the easiest way to build confidence. Real examples help the most. Think about your morning. I wake up at 6. I wash my face. I eat breakfast. Think about your job or studies. I work in an office. I study English. I help my family. Think about your likes. I like coffee. I enjoy walking. I love music. These sentences describe who you are. They are personal. When English becomes personal, learning becomes easier. One mistake beginners often make is thinking the present simple must talk about now, this second. That is not true. The present simple talks about what is generally true, not what is happening at this exact moment. That difference will become clearer later. For now, remember this. Present simple equals daily life. Another common mistake is trying to speak in long sentences. Long sentences are not necessary. Short sentences carry clear meaning. I work here. I live nearby. I feel good. These are enough. Habits and routines are perfect for practice because they repeat. Repetition helps memory. When you say the same sentence every day, your brain stops translating. It starts understanding directly. A powerful practice is daily self-talk in the present simple. I am at home. I feel tired. I need rest. Say these sentences while you are doing the action. This connects English to real time and real feeling. Another powerful practice is answering simple questions. What do you do? I work as a driver. Where do you live? I live near the market. These questions appear often in real conversations. When you can answer them easily, English feels useful. The present simple is also used to talk about schedules and fixed times. I start work at 9. The shop opens at 10. These sentences help you talk about time in daily life without stress. Many beginners worry about making mistakes with the present simple. They worry about grammar endings. Do not let this worry stop you. Even if you make a small mistake, meaning often stays clear. With practice, accuracy improves naturally. The goal is not perfect grammar. The goal is comfortable communication. English speakers use the present simple constantly. It is everywhere, in conversations, in instructions, in explanations. When you understand it, you understand a large part of English. Listening also helps you learn this tense. When you listen to English videos, notice how often people talk about daily life. Notice phrases like, I think, I know, I work, I like. These are all present simple sentences. They repeat because they are useful. Do not rush. Let this tense settle inside you. Speak it, hear it, feel it. The present simple gives you a stable base. From this base, you will later talk about the past and the future. But if the base is strong, everything else becomes easier. So focus on your life, your habits, your routines, your truth. I learn English. I practice every day. I improve slowly. These sentences are not only grammar, they are your journey. And when English becomes a way to talk about your daily life, it stops being a subject and starts being a language you live with. One simple sentence at a time. Chapter 18. Present Continuous. Happening now. There is a very natural moment in life when you want to talk about what is happening right now. Not what you usually do, not what you did yesterday, not what you will do tomorrow, but what is happening in this moment. English has a very friendly way to do this, and it is called the present continuous. Do not be afraid of the name. The idea behind it is simple and very human. When you say, I am eating, you are showing something that is happening now, right now, at this moment. The action is not finished. It is still moving. This is the heart of the present continuous. It talks about actions that are in progress. Life is always moving. People are talking. Cars are passing. Phones are ringing. Thoughts are coming and going. The present continuous helps English capture this movement. Many beginners feel confused between I eat and I am eating. This confusion is normal. The difference is not difficult, but it must be felt, not memorized. One talks about life in general. The other talks about the moment. I eat talks about your habit. I am eating talks about now. Both are correct. They are just used at different times. Imagine this situation. Someone calls you on the phone and asks, "What are you doing?" You do not answer with, "I eat every day." That would sound strange. You answer with, "I am eating," because the action is happening now. English chooses the tense based on the situation, not based on difficulty. The present continuous is built with a helper and an action. You have already met the helper words before. Am, is, are. They come back here to help again. I am eating. You are working. She is reading. They are waiting. Do not focus on the structure too much. Focus on the meaning. Something is happening now. That is all you need to feel. Talking about now makes English feel alive. It connects language to the present moment. This is very powerful for beginners because it removes imagination. You talk about what you can see, feel, or experience. Look around you right now. Something is happening. I am sitting. I am listening. I am breathing. These sentences are simple, but they are real. They connect English to your body and your space. This kind of learning is strong because it is immediate. Many learners feel more confident using the present continuous because it feels clear. You are not guessing about time, you are describing what is in front of you. This clarity reduces fear. Another common use of the present continuous is describing what other people are doing. He is talking. She is cooking. They are playing. These sentences help you describe the world around you. You do not need advanced words. You need awareness. The present continuous is also used to talk about temporary situations, things that are true now, but not always. I am living here for now. I am working on a project. These situations may change later. The present continuous shows that they are not permanent. This feeling is important. English uses tense to show how stable or temporary something is. Feeling the difference between the present simple and the present continuous takes time. Do not rush it. Let examples guide you. I work in an office. This is your regular life. I am working today. This is about now. I live here. This is generally true. I am living with a friend. This is temporary. You do not need to explain this difference. You need to hear it again and again. Your brain will understand it naturally. Many beginners try to translate the present continuous from their own language. This creates confusion. Instead, connect it to feeling. Ask yourself one question. Is this happening now? If the answer is yes, the present continuous is your friend. Another mistake beginners make is forgetting the helper word. I eating. She reading. These sentences feel incomplete because English needs the helper to show the action is in progress. Do not be angry with yourself for making this mistake. It is very common. With practice, am, is, are will come naturally. A great way to practice the present continuous is live description. Describe what you are doing while you are doing it. I am making tea. I am opening the door. I am writing. This practice is simple, but it is extremely effective. It trains your brain to think in English in real time. Another powerful practice is describing sounds and movement around you. Someone is talking. A car is passing. Children are playing. This practice makes English feel connected to reality, not books. The present continuous also helps you slow down your speaking. Because the structure is clear, you naturally speak more calmly. Calm speaking improves pronunciation and confidence. Do not worry about sounding slow. Slow English is strong English. Clear English. Mistakes will happen. You may mix tenses. You may forget words. This is part of learning. The important thing is that you keep speaking. English does not punish mistakes. People understand intention. They understand effort. Grammar improves with time, not fear. The present continuous is not about complexity. It is about awareness. Awareness of the moment. Awareness of action. Awareness of change. When you use this tense, English feels alive. It feels connected to now. It feels human. I am learning English. This sentence is not just grammar. It is truth. It is happening now. And when you can speak about what is happening now, you are no longer just studying English. You are using it, living it, feeling it. That is real progress. Chapter 19. Past Simple. Yesterday Talk. At some point in every conversation, people begin to talk about the past. What happened yesterday? What they did last night? Where they went? Who they met? Life is full of memories, and English has a simple, friendly way to talk about them. This way is called the past simple. Do not let the name worry you. The idea is very human. The past simple is used when an action is finished. It started in the past and ended in the past. That is all. When you say, I ate, you are saying the eating is over. When you say, I went, you are saying the movement is finished. The action is not happening now. It lives in memory. This is why the past simple is often called yesterday talk. It helps us share stories and experiences. Many beginners feel afraid of the past simple because verbs seem to change shape. But this change has a purpose. English wants to show clearly that the action is finished. Once you feel this idea, the grammar becomes easier. Let us start with very simple examples. I eat is about daily life. I am eating is about now. I ate is about the past. The difference is not in the action, the difference is in time. English changes the verb to show that time clearly. The past simple is used when the time is clear or understood. I worked yesterday. I called you last night. I finished my work. Words like yesterday, last night, last week, 2 days ago help the listener understand the time. These time words are very important for beginners. They guide the sentence. Even if the grammar is not perfect, the time word helps communication. One important thing to remember is this. The past simple does not care about how long the action lasted. It only cares that the action is finished. I watched a movie. I lived there for 5 years. Both actions are finished. That is why the past simple is used. Now let us talk about regular verbs. Regular verbs are friendly. They follow a simple pattern. To make them past, you usually add. Work becomes worked. Play becomes played. Talk becomes talked. This rule covers many everyday verbs. You will see it again and again. It is not something to fear, it is something to get used to. When you speak, the ed sound may feel small, but it carries big meaning. It tells the listener the action is finished. Many beginners forget to say the ed. This is normal. Do not stop speaking because of this. With listening and repetition, your mouth will learn the sound naturally. Now let us talk about irregular verbs. Irregular verbs are verbs that do not follow the ed pattern. They change in their own way. For example, eat becomes ate. Go becomes went. See becomes saw. Come becomes came. At first, this feels strange. Beginners often ask, why? The answer is simple. English grew over time. Some verbs change differently. There is no deep logic to memorize. These verbs must be learned through use and repetition. The good news is this. You do not need to learn hundreds of irregular verbs at once. A small group of very common irregular verbs appears again and again in daily English. When you learn these, you can talk about most past experiences. Think about daily life. I went to work. I ate breakfast. I saw my friend. I came home late. These sentences are common. You will hear them often. When you hear them often, your brain remembers them naturally. One mistake beginners make is trying to apply the ed rule to all verbs. They say goed instead of went, or eated instead of ate. This is a very normal learning step. Children learning English do the same. It means your brain is trying to apply logic. With time, correct forms replace these mistakes. Do not feel embarrassed by this. Mistakes show learning. Another common mistake is mixing present and past in the same sentence. For example, yesterday I go to market. This happens when the learner is thinking about meaning first. Meaning is already there because of yesterday. Grammar will follow with practice. Communication is already happening. Grammar is improving it, not creating it. The past simple is used constantly in storytelling. When you tell someone about your day, your week, or your life, you use the past simple. I woke up early. I went outside. I met a friend. We talked for a while. This small story uses only the past simple. It is easy, clear, natural. You do not need long sentences to tell a story. Short past simple sentences work perfectly. Another important thing to remember is that the past simple is often used with finished time. When the time is over, the past simple is used. Yesterday was busy. Last year was difficult. These sentences describe completed time periods. A very good way to practice the past simple is reflection. At the end of the day, think about what you did. I woke up early. I worked all day. I felt tired. Say these sentences slowly. This practice connects English to your memory. Memory makes language stick. Listening is also important. When you listen to stories, interviews, or simple English videos, notice how often the past simple appears. Notice words like went, did, saw, had. Do not analyze too much. Just notice. Your brain is excellent at learning patterns when it is relaxed. Do not try to be perfect with the past simple. Try to be clear. If your listener understands that the action happened in the past, you are successful. English speakers care about meaning first. Grammar helps meaning, but meaning leads. The past simple gives you the power to share your experiences, your struggles, your successes, your memories. Without it, English feels flat. With it, English becomes a story. I tried. I failed. I learned. These sentences are simple, but they are strong. As you continue this course, the past simple will feel more natural. Irregular verbs will stop feeling strange. Regular verbs will sound familiar. Your confidence will grow. You are not late. You are not slow. You are learning in the correct order. Yesterday is behind you. Today you are learning. Tomorrow you will speak better. And with the past simple, you now have the words to talk about where you have been. Clearly and confidently, one finished action at a time. Chapter 20. Talking about tomorrow. Future basics. Talking about the future is one of the most human things we do. We talk about plans. We talk about hopes. We talk about what we want to do next. Even when life feels uncertain, we still look forward and imagine tomorrow. English gives us simple and gentle tools to talk about the future, and beginners do not need to feel afraid of them. This chapter will help you feel calm and confident when speaking about what has not happened yet. The future in English is not complicated. It is often made confusing by too many rules, too many charts, and too many comparisons. But in real life, people use the future in very simple ways. They do not stop to think about grammar. They think about intention. What do I want to do? What do I think will happen? That feeling is what matters most. Two very common ways to talk about the future in English are will and going to. These words help you move your sentence forward in time. They help your listener understand that you are not talking about now or yesterday, but about later. Let us start with will. Will is often used when you decide something at the moment of speaking, or when you are making a promise, an offer, or a prediction. It feels light and flexible. It is often connected to thoughts and decisions that are not planned for a long time. I will call you. I will help you. I think it will rain. These sentences do not feel heavy. They feel natural. You decide and you speak. Many beginners like will because it is easy to use. The verb after will does not change. This makes speaking calmer. When you use will, you are often reacting to a situation. Someone says, I am tired. You say, I will help you. You did not plan this earlier, you decided now. That is why will feels right. Now let us talk about going to. Going to is often used when you already have a plan or intention. You have thought about it before speaking. The decision is not new. It already exists in your mind. I am going to study tonight. I am going to visit my friend. I am going to learn English seriously. These sentences feel planned. They feel stronger. Going to shows intention. It shows direction. Many beginners ask, which one is correct? The answer is simple. Both are correct. They are just used in slightly different situations. But do not let this difference scare you. In real life, people often understand you even if you choose the other one. Meaning is more important than perfection. Think about your daily life. If you suddenly decide something, will feels natural. If you already decided earlier, going to feels natural. But here is something important. As a beginner, you do not need to master this difference perfectly. You need confidence first. Confidence comes from using simple future sentences without fear. For example, I will practice English. I am going to practice English. Both sentences show future intention. Both are understood. Both are useful. Simple future confidence comes from using future language in a calm way, not from choosing the perfect form every time. Another important thing is that the future is often supported by time words. Words like tomorrow, later, next week, soon help your listener understand the time clearly. I will go tomorrow. I am going to rest later. I will start next week. These words act like signs. They guide the listener. Even if the grammar is not perfect, these time words make your message clear. Many beginners feel nervous because they think the future must be exact. It does not. Life itself is not exact. English reflects this reality. You can speak about the future even when you are not fully sure. I will try. I will see. I am going to think about it. These sentences show intention without pressure. They are used every day by native speakers. Another common fear is forgetting what comes after will or going to. Remember this simple idea. After will, the verb stays in its base form. I will eat. I will go. I will learn. After going to, the verb also stays in its base form. I am going to eat. I am going to go. I am going to learn. You do not need to change the verb. This makes future speaking easier than many learners expect. A very good way to practice future English is to talk about your plans for tomorrow. Tomorrow I will wake up early. I am going to work. I will come home late. These sentences are not advanced. They are real. They help you speak about life. Another good practice is talking about hopes. I will improve. I am going to speak better. I will not give up. These sentences are powerful. They are not just grammar, they are motivation. Mistakes will happen. You may say, I will going, or forget a word. This is normal. Do not stop speaking. Your brain is learning through use. Remember, English is not waiting to punish you. It is waiting to be used. The future in English is not about certainty. It is about intention. When you speak about the future, you are sharing what you plan, what you think, or what you hope. Grammar helps, but meaning leads. Do not try to sound advanced. Try to sound clear. I will try again. I am going to continue. These sentences are simple, but they carry strength. As you move forward in this course, you will become more comfortable talking about the past, the present, and the future. English time will stop feeling confusing. It will start feeling like a natural timeline of your life. You have talked about yesterday. You are talking about today. Now you can talk about tomorrow. And when you can talk about tomorrow with confidence, English becomes a language of possibility, not fear. Chapter 21. Positive Sentences. Positive sentences are the backbone of English communication. They are the sentences we use most often when we speak, listen, read, and write. When you tell someone something, when you share information, when you describe your life, when you explain what you do or what you feel, you usually use positive sentences. That is why this chapter is so important. If you can build clear positive sentences, your English becomes strong, calm, and confident. A positive sentence is simply a sentence that says something is, exists, or happens. It does not deny. It does not question. It states. It tells. It gives information. And English loves clarity. When you say, I work here, you are giving a clear statement. When you say, she is happy, you are sharing information. When you say, they live nearby, you are describing reality. These sentences are positive sentences. They are the easiest and most natural form of English. Many beginners feel nervous because they think sentences must be long or complex to sound correct. This is not true. English values clear order more than long sentences. A short sentence in the correct order is much stronger than a long sentence with confusion. Natural order is the key. English usually follows a very friendly order. First we say, who. Then we say, what happens. This order helps the listener understand quickly, without effort. I work. She studies. They are waiting. The listener does not need to guess. The sentence flows naturally because the order is familiar. This natural order appears again and again in English. Subject first, then the verb, then, if needed, more information. I eat breakfast. We watch movies. He plays football. These sentences feel calm because they follow the expected order. When beginners follow this order, their English improves immediately. One common mistake beginners make is changing the order because of translation. They try to bring the structure of their own language into English. This creates confusion. English has its own rhythm and structure. When you respect it, English feels easier. For example, saying, eat I breakfast feels strange because English expects I first. When the subject is missing or moved, the listener has to work harder. And when the listener works harder, communication becomes uncomfortable. Positive sentences work best when they are simple and direct. I like coffee. I need help. I understand you. These sentences are not advanced, but they are powerful. They show confidence. They show clarity. They show control. Another important thing about positive sentences is that they create a strong base for other sentence types. Questions, negatives, and longer sentences all grow from positive sentences. If your positive sentences are weak, everything else feels difficult. If your positive sentences are strong, learning becomes smoother. That is why this chapter focuses only on positive sentences. No questions, no negatives, just clear statements. In real life, people often start conversations with positive sentences. I am busy today. I have a problem. I feel good. These sentences open communication. They invite response. They create connection. Positive sentences also help your confidence because they feel safe. You are not challenging anyone. You are not asking something difficult. You are simply stating something true. Confidence grows when sentences feel safe. Another important part of positive sentences is rhythm. When the order is natural, the rhythm feels right. Your mouth moves smoothly. Your listener relaxes. English becomes enjoyable. Listen to how natural this feels. I am learning English. I practice every day. I feel better now. Each sentence flows because the order is clear. You are not searching for words. You are following a familiar path. A very good practice for positive sentences is describing your day. I wake up early. I go to work. I come home late. These sentences are simple, but they describe real life. When English describes your real life, it becomes meaningful. Another good practice is describing facts. The shop is open. The bus arrives late. The weather feels nice. These sentences help you talk about the world around you. You are not inventing anything. You are observing and speaking. Positive sentences are also important because they reduce fear of mistakes. Even if the grammar is not perfect, meaning often stays clear. For example, I work office is not perfect, but the listener understands you. When you slowly improve it to I work in an office, clarity increases. But communication already exists. Do not wait for perfection. Start with clarity. Many beginners try to speak too fast or too much. This creates confusion. Slow, clear, positive sentences are much stronger. Speak one idea at a time. Finish the sentence. Pause if needed. This is not weakness. This is control. English speakers pause naturally. They do not rush every sentence. Calm speech shows confidence. Another important thing to remember is that positive sentences can be short. Very short. I agree. I know. I see. These sentences are common in real conversations. They are easy, but they are real English. As you continue this course, you will build more complex sentences. You will add reasons, details, and connections. But all of that will grow from strong, positive sentences. Think of positive sentences as the foundation of a building. If the foundation is strong, the building stands. If the foundation is weak, everything shakes. So take your time with this chapter. Practice positive sentences every day. Speak them out loud. Use them in self-talk. Use them in conversation. I am learning. I am improving. I am not afraid. These sentences are not just grammar. They are mindset. When your sentences become clear, your thoughts become clear. When your thoughts become clear, your confidence grows. Positive sentences are simple. Positive sentences are powerful. And with them, your English becomes strong, one clear statement at a time. Chapter 22. Negative sentences. In real life, we do not only say what is, we also say what is not. We say no. We correct ideas. We explain problems. We set boundaries. Negative sentences are a natural and necessary part of communication. Without them, English would feel incomplete. But many beginners feel confused or afraid when they try to make negative sentences. This chapter will remove that confusion and help you use negative sentences calmly and clearly. A negative sentence simply means you are saying that something is not true, not happening, or not the case. English usually creates negative meaning with one small word, not. This word is powerful, but it must be placed correctly. When not is in the right place, the sentence feels clear and natural. When it is in the wrong place, confusion appears. The good news is this: English negatives follow clear patterns. You do not need to invent anything. You only need to follow what English already does naturally. Let us start with the most basic idea. Positive sentence. I work here. Negative sentence. I do not work here. The meaning changes completely, but the sentence structure stays calm. English does not destroy the sentence to make it negative. It simply adds support. In many sentences, English uses a helping verb, and not comes after that helping verb. I am ready. I am not ready. She is happy. She is not happy. They are here. They are not here. Notice something important. The main sentence stays the same. Only not is added after the helping verb. This is why negative sentences are not scary. They are built from positive sentences. Now let us look at sentences with actions. I work. I do not work. She likes coffee. She does not like coffee. Again, English brings in a helper, do or does, and places not after it. The main verb stays simple. This keeps the sentence clear. Many beginners make the mistake of putting not in the wrong place. For example, saying, I not work, or she not like coffee. These sentences are understandable, but they sound incomplete. English expects support before not. This is not a personal failure, it is a learning step. With practice, the correct pattern becomes natural. Another common beginner mistake is using too many negative words. For example, saying, I don't need nothing. In English, double negatives create confusion. English prefers one clear negative. I do not need anything. One negative is enough. Avoiding confusion is the main goal of negative sentences. When you speak, you want the listener to understand clearly what is not true or not happening. Simplicity helps. Negative sentences are often used to correct information. I am not late. This is not correct. He does not live here. These sentences are short and strong. They communicate clearly. Negative sentences are also used to express feelings and states. I am not happy. I am not sure. I am not ready. These sentences are very common in real life. You hear them everywhere. They help people express honesty. Another important use of negative sentences is setting limits. I do not have time. I cannot come today. I do not agree. These sentences are not rude. They are clear. Clear communication is respectful communication. Many beginners feel uncomfortable saying negative sentences because they feel they sound harsh. But in English, clarity is more important than softness. Tone and politeness come from voice and context, not from avoiding negatives. You can be polite and clear at the same time. I am sorry. I do not understand. I am sorry. I cannot help right now. These sentences are honest and polite. Now let us talk about avoiding confusion when speaking negatives. One important habit is to keep sentences short. Long negative sentences increase the chance of mistakes. Short sentences keep control. I do not know. I am not sure. I do not remember. These are perfect beginner sentences. They appear constantly in real conversations. Another helpful habit is to slow down when using not. Say it clearly. Do not rush it. The word not carries the negative meaning. When it is clear, the whole sentence becomes clear. Listening also helps a lot. When you listen to English, notice where not appears. Notice how native speakers place it naturally. Your brain will copy these patterns without effort. Another thing beginners often worry about is contractions, like don't or isn't. Do not worry about them now. You can use full forms safely. I do not like this. She is not coming. These forms are clear and correct. Contractions will come naturally later. Negative sentences are not about complexity. They are about honesty. They allow you to say what is not true, what you do not want, and what is not happening. Think about your daily life. I do not drink coffee. I do not work on Sunday. I am not feeling well. These sentences describe real situations. They help people understand you better. A very good practice is contrast practice. Say a positive sentence, then say the negative. I work today. I do not work today. I like tea. I do not like tea. This practice helps your brain feel the difference clearly. Do not try to be perfect. Try to be clear. If your listener understands your meaning, you are successful. Negative sentences are not something to fear. They are tools. Tools help you communicate your reality. As you continue learning, negative sentences will feel natural. Not will find its place automatically. Your confidence will grow because you can express both yes and no. English becomes strong when you can say what is and what is not. I am learning. I am not afraid. Both sentences are powerful, and when you can use both calmly, your English becomes balanced, honest, and clear. Chapter 23. Asking questions without fear. Questions are the heart of communication. When you ask a question, you open a door. You invite information. You show interest. You learn. Without questions, English becomes silent and one-sided. Yet many beginners feel afraid of asking questions. They worry about grammar. They worry about order. They worry about sounding wrong. This fear stops them from speaking, even when they want to understand something. This chapter is here to remove that fear completely. Asking questions in English is not about being perfect. It is about being brave. Most people are happy when you ask questions. They see effort. They see curiosity. They see learning. English speakers do not expect beginners to ask perfect questions. They expect honest ones. There are two very common types of questions in English: yes or no questions and what questions. Once you understand these two types, asking questions becomes much easier and much calmer. Let us start with yes or no questions. Yes or no questions are questions that can be answered with yes or no. They are short, simple, and extremely useful in daily life. You use them when you want confirmation. Are you ready? Do you work here? Is this your bag? These questions are everywhere. At work, in shops, on the phone, in daily conversations. They help you move conversations forward. English usually forms yes or no questions by bringing a helper word to the front of the sentence. This helper word may be am, is, are, do, does, or did. Do not panic when you hear this. You do not need to memorize all rules. You need to notice the pattern. Look at this positive sentence. You are ready. Now look at the question. Are you ready? The words are the same, only the order changes. English simply moves the helper word to the front. This is not difficult. It is a pattern. And patterns become easy with repetition. Another example. You work here. Do you work here? Again, English brings a helper word to the front to show that this is a question. The meaning becomes clear immediately. Many beginners try to ask questions by changing only their voice. For example, saying, "You work here?" This can sometimes work in spoken English, but it is not always clear. Using the helper word gives clarity and confidence. Another important thing to remember is this. When you ask a question, the main verb usually stays simple. Do you like coffee? Does she live nearby? You do not need to change the main verb. The helper does the work. Now let us talk about what questions. What questions are questions that ask for information, not just yes or no. They usually start with words like what, where, when, why, who, and how. These words help you ask specific questions. What do you do? Where do you live? When do you work? Why are you here? These questions are very powerful. They help you learn about people, places, time, and reasons. They help you have real conversations. Many beginners feel scared of what questions because they think the structure is difficult. But it is not. The structure is similar to yes or no questions. You just add a question word at the beginning. Look at this example. You live here. Do you live here? Where do you live? The sentence core stays the same. You are not creating something new from nothing. You are adjusting something that already exists. Another example. She is late. Is she late? Why is she late? Again, English moves the helper word and adds a question word. This pattern repeats again and again. The most important thing for beginners is not to overthink question grammar. Overthinking creates fear. Fear creates silence. Silence stops learning. If your question is simple and clear, communication works. For example, saying, "Where you go" is not perfect, but the listener understands you. Over time, it becomes, "Where do you go?" Improvement happens naturally through use. Asking questions is also about confidence. Confidence does not come from knowing everything. It comes from trying. If you do not ask questions, you stay silent. If you ask questions, you learn faster. Questions are also polite when used with the right tone. Can you help me? Do you understand? Where is the office? These questions are respectful and normal. People hear them every day. Another common beginner fear is pronunciation. Do not let this stop you. Even if your pronunciation is not perfect, people usually understand your intention. What matters is clarity, not accent. A very good way to practice questions is daily questioning. Ask yourself questions and answer them. What am I doing? I am studying English. Where am I now? I am at home. This practice helps your brain learn both question and answer patterns together. Another good practice is listening and repeating. When you hear a question in English, repeat it out loud later. Where are you from? What do you do? How are you? These are very common questions. When you can ask them comfortably, conversations start easily. Questions also help you control conversations. If you do not understand something, ask. Can you repeat? What does this mean? Why is this important? These questions show learning, not weakness. Do not wait until your English is perfect to ask questions. Perfect English is not required for communication. Curiosity is. Remember, children learn language by asking questions, not by staying silent. Adults learn best the same way. Questions are bridges. They connect you to people. They connect you to information. They connect you to progress. So let go of fear. Speak slowly. Ask simply. Is this correct? What should I do? These small questions can change your learning journey. When you start asking questions without fear, English stops being a wall and becomes a conversation. And once English becomes a conversation, fluency is no longer a dream. It becomes a direction you are already walking toward. One brave question at a time. Chapter 24. Word Order, English Sentence Formula. One of the biggest secrets to clear English is not vocabulary and not grammar rules. It is word order. Many beginners know words, but their sentences feel confusing because the words are not in the right order. English is very sensitive to order. When the order is right, even simple words sound correct. When the order is wrong, even good words feel messy. This chapter will help you understand the natural English sentence formula and why it matters so much. English likes structure. It likes balance. It likes predictability. This is good news for beginners, because once you understand the basic order, you can use it again and again. You do not need to invent a new structure every time you speak. You follow the formula, and English flows. The most common and powerful English sentence formula is very simple. Subject, verb, object. This is the heart of English sentences. The subject is who or what does the action. The verb is the action. The object is who or what receives the action. Let us see this in real life. I eat food. I is the subject. Eat is the verb. Food is the object. This sentence feels natural because it follows the English order. The listener understands it immediately. Now look at this sentence with a different order. Eat I food. The words are the same, but the order is wrong. The listener feels confused. The brain has to stop and fix the sentence. Communication becomes uncomfortable. This shows why order matters more than words. English listeners expect the subject first. They want to know who is doing something. Then they expect the action. Then they expect what or who is affected by the action. When this expectation is met, listening feels easy. Let us look at more examples. She reads a book. They watch a movie. We play football. In all these sentences, the order is the same. Subject first, verb second, object third. This repetition is not boring, it is helpful. It makes English predictable. Many beginners struggle because their native language may use a different order. This is normal. But when speaking English, you must respect English order. English does not like flexible order the way some other languages do. If you change the order, meaning can change or disappear. For example, dog bites man. Man bites dog. Same words, completely different meaning. Word order controls meaning. This is why English cares so much about order. It protects meaning. Now let us look at sentences without objects. I sleep. She laughs. They wait. These sentences still follow the order. Subject first, verb second. There is no object, but the order stays strong. English still feels complete. Word order also helps you sound confident. When your order is correct, people focus on your message, not your mistakes. When order is wrong, people focus on fixing your sentence in their mind. Confidence comes from clarity. Clarity comes from order. Another common beginner problem is placing time or place words in the wrong position. English likes them after the main structure, not inside it. Correct. I eat lunch at noon. I work here. Confusing. I eat at noon lunch. I hear work. English wants the core first. Subject, verb, object. Then extra information like time, place, or manner. This does not mean you can never move words. But as a beginner, following the basic formula will keep you safe. Many learners ask, why is English so strict? The answer is simple. English lost many endings over time. Word order became the main way to show meaning. Because words do not change much, their position becomes important. That is why English sentences feel like they are built on rails. When you stay on the rails, everything moves smoothly. A very powerful practice is sentence building. Start with the subject. Add the verb. Add the object. I like tea. She needs help. They build houses. Say these sentences slowly. Feel the order. Do not rush. Another good practice is fixing broken sentences. If you hear or say something like IT, stop and rebuild it calmly. I like tea. This rebuilding trains your brain to think in English order, not translation order. Word order also helps with longer sentences. I read a book at night. I met my friend yesterday. I bought food after work. The core stays the same. The sentence grows, but the structure stays strong. This is how English sentences grow without confusion. Many beginners try to add too much information too early. This breaks order. Start small. One idea, one sentence. I work. Then add more. I work here. Then add more. I work here every day. Each step respects the order. Another important thing to remember is that questions and negatives still respect word order, even when helpers move. The core logic stays the same. English does not change its personality. Do not try to sound advanced by breaking the structure. Advanced English still respects order. Simplicity is strength. Native speakers often use very simple sentences with perfect order. That is why they sound fluent. Word order is not something you memorize once, it is something you feel with repetition. At first, you may need to think. Later, your mouth will choose the order automatically. Mistakes will happen. That is normal. Do not stop speaking. Every mistake is feedback. Every correction strengthens your sense of order. English is not asking you to be perfect. It is asking you to be clear. When you respect word order, English rewards you with clarity, confidence, and calm communication. So remember this formula. Subject first. Action next. Then the rest. This simple order is your strongest tool. When your sentences follow this path, English stops feeling chaotic and starts feeling organized. And once English feels organized, learning becomes faster, easier, and more enjoyable, one clear sentence at a time. Chapter 25. Short sentences are powerful. Many English learners believe a dangerous lie. They believe that good English means long sentences. They think confidence comes from using many words, difficult words, and complex structures. Because of this belief, they hesitate. They stop. They wait. They stay silent. But real English does not work like that. Real English is built on short, clear sentences. And short sentences are not weak. Short sentences are powerful. When you listen to confident speakers, you will notice something interesting. They do not speak in long, confusing lines all the time. They speak clearly. They pause. They finish one idea before moving to the next. This is not because they lack vocabulary, it is because they understand clarity. Clarity creates confidence, and confidence creates good communication. Short sentences help beginners because they reduce pressure. When a sentence is short, your brain feels safe. You know where it starts, you know where it ends. You do not get lost in the middle. Long sentences often break before they finish. Short sentences finish strong. Think about this difference. I went to the market yesterday after work because I needed to buy some things and I was tired, but I still went. Now compare it with this. I went to the market yesterday. I was tired. I needed a few things. The second version is easier to understand, easier to say, easier to remember, and it sounds more confident. This is the power of short sentences. English does not reward long sentences. English rewards clear ideas. Short sentences help you control your speaking. You do not rush. You do not panic. You speak one idea at a time. This control makes your English sound calm and natural. Many beginners try to say everything in one sentence. This creates confusion. English prefers ideas to be separated. When ideas are separated, listeners relax. They do not need to work hard to understand you. Short sentences also reduce mistakes. The longer a sentence becomes, the higher the chance of error. Short sentences keep grammar simple. Simple grammar means fewer mistakes. Fewer mistakes mean more confidence. Confidence does not come from being perfect. Confidence comes from being understood. Short sentences are easier to fix. If you make a mistake in a short sentence, you can correct it quickly. If you make a mistake in a long sentence, you may not know where the problem is. For example, I work here. Simple, clear. If something is wrong, it is easy to fix. But in a long sentence, errors hide. The speaker loses control. The listener loses focus. Short sentences help pronunciation too. When sentences are short, you can focus on sounds. You can slow down. You can pronounce words clearly. Clear pronunciation makes your English stronger than fancy grammar. Many native speakers use short sentences all the time. I understand. That is fine. I will try. I am not sure. These sentences are everywhere. They are not basic, they are real. Short sentences also help listening. When you speak clearly, people respond clearly. Conversations become smoother. You do not feel lost, you feel connected. Another important reason short sentences are powerful is memory. Your brain remembers short patterns easily. When you repeat short sentences daily, they become automatic. Automatic language feels fluent. I like tea. I work here. I am learning English. These sentences may feel small, but they build a strong base. From this base, you can grow naturally. Short sentences also help storytelling. Many beginners think stories need long sentences. This is not true. Good stories often use short sentences to keep attention. I woke up early. I felt tired. I drank tea. Then I left. This story is simple, but it is clear. The listener follows easily. That is good storytelling. Short sentences give you time to think. You can pause. You can breathe. You can choose your next sentence calmly. This removes fear. Fear comes when learners feel trapped inside long sentences. They do not know how to finish. Short sentences give you an exit. You can stop anytime. English conversations are not exams. You do not lose marks for stopping. You gain confidence by finishing sentences clearly. Another powerful effect of short sentences is honesty. Short sentences sound honest, direct, human. I am tired. I need help. I do not understand. These sentences show courage. They show clarity. They invite support. Long sentences often hide meaning. Short sentences show it. Many beginners also worry about sounding too simple. They think people will judge them. But in real life, people respect clarity more than complexity. Clear speakers sound confident, even if their sentences are short. Remember this truth. Fluent speakers are not those who speak the longest. They are those who speak the clearest. Short sentences help you stay in control of word order. They help you keep subject, verb, and meaning aligned. When sentences grow too long, order breaks. Start small. Build slowly. I work. I work here. I work here every day. Each sentence grows naturally, without pressure. Short sentences are also excellent for self-talk. When you talk to yourself in English, short sentences keep your practice strong and consistent. I am learning. I am improving. I am not afraid. Say these sentences daily. They build confidence quietly. As a beginner, your goal is not to impress. Your goal is to communicate. Communication loves simplicity. You do not need to sound advanced. You need to sound clear. Short sentences help you speak more. Speaking more helps you improve faster. Improvement builds confidence. This is the cycle. Short sentences lead to clarity. Clarity leads to confidence. Confidence leads to fluency. So stop chasing long sentences. Let them come later. Today, respect the power of short sentences. Speak one idea. Finish it. Pause. Then speak again. This is not weakness. This is strength. And when you allow short sentences to carry your English, you will discover something important. English becomes lighter. Speaking becomes easier. And confidence stops being something you wait for and becomes something you feel, one clear sentence at a time. Chapter 26. Describing things, adjectives. When you start learning English, you first learn names and actions. A phone, a house, to eat, to work. This is good, but language becomes truly alive when you can describe things. Description adds color. It adds emotion. It adds meaning. Adjectives are the words that help you do this. They tell us what something is like. They answer simple human questions. Is it big or small? Is it good or bad? Is it happy or sad? Without adjectives, English feels flat. With adjectives, English feels real. Adjectives are friendly words. They do not change form. They do not have tense. They do not become plural. They simply sit next to nouns and describe them. This makes adjectives very comfortable for beginners. You can use them without fear of complicated rules. Think about these words: big, small, new, old, happy, tired, fast, slow. These are adjectives. You already understand their meaning. English is not asking you to learn new ideas, it is asking you to attach words to ideas you already know. When you say a house, the listener knows what you are talking about, but the picture is unclear. When you say a big house, the picture becomes stronger. When you say a small house, the picture changes. One adjective changes the whole feeling of the sentence. That is power. Adjectives help you express opinion. They help you share feelings. They help you compare your world with others. And most importantly, they help you sound more natural without using long sentences. One important thing to understand early is where adjectives live in English sentences. English has a clear habit. Adjectives usually come before the noun they describe. A big house, a small room, a happy child. English does not say a house big or a child happy. This order may exist in other languages, but English prefers the adjective first. This order is something you must feel and repeat until it becomes natural. This placement rule is very important because it appears everywhere: in daily speech, in writing, in listening. When you place the adjective correctly, your sentence immediately sounds better, even if everything else is simple. Let us look at real-life examples. I live in a small city. She has a new phone. They bought an old car. These sentences are not advanced, but they feel natural because the adjective sits in the right place. Adjectives are also used after certain verbs, especially when you are describing how someone or something is. Verbs like is, are, feel, seem often welcome adjectives. I am happy. She is tired. The food is good. Here, the adjective does not come before a noun. It comes after the verb and describes the subject. This is another very common and natural use. Do not think of this as a rule. Think of it as a feeling. You are describing a state. Many beginners mix these two positions, and that is normal. With practice, your brain learns when an adjective should come before a noun and when it should come after a verb. Adjectives are extremely useful for daily conversation because they help you react. This is good. That was difficult. I feel ready. These reactions are short, but they communicate a lot. Another important thing to understand is that adjectives do not change. Whether the noun is singular or plural, the adjective stays the same. A big house. Big houses. A happy child. Happy children. This is very good news for beginners. You do not need to worry about changing the adjective. You focus only on meaning. Adjectives also help you talk about feelings. Feelings are an important part of language. When you can express how you feel, English becomes personal. I feel nervous. I feel confident. I feel excited. These sentences help you connect with others. They help people understand you. They help conversations go deeper. Many learners focus only on actions and forget feelings, but real English includes emotions. Adjectives give you the words for those emotions. Adjectives also help you compare things, even before learning comparison grammar. This room is big. That room is small. You are already comparing without special structures. This shows how powerful adjectives are. A very good practice for adjectives is observation. Look around you and describe what you see. This is a clean room. That is a noisy street. These are heavy bags. This practice connects English to your environment. It removes translation. You are not thinking. You are observing and speaking. Another powerful practice is self-description. I am busy. I am calm. I am focused. These sentences help you understand yourself in English. This builds confidence. Many beginners try to use too many adjectives in one sentence. This is not necessary. One adjective is often enough. Simple description is better than crowded description. Instead of saying, a very big, nice, beautiful house, start with a big house. Clarity first. Details can come later. English likes balance. One clear adjective is stronger than many unclear ones. Another mistake beginners make is confusing adjectives with nouns or verbs. For example, saying I am happiness instead of I am happy. This is normal. You are still learning word roles. With practice, the correct form becomes natural. Listening helps a lot here. When you listen to English, notice how often people use adjectives. Notice how they place them. Do not analyze, just notice. Adjectives are everywhere because people love to describe their world. They describe food, weather, people, feelings, experiences. The weather is hot. The movie was boring. The lesson is easy. These sentences appear daily. When you can use adjectives comfortably, English becomes expressive. Do not wait until you know many adjectives. Start with a few common ones. Big, small, good, bad, happy, tired, new, old. These words cover a lot of life. Use them daily. Repeat them. Feel them. Adjectives do not make English complicated. They make English alive. They help you paint pictures with simple words. They help you share feelings without long explanations. They help you sound human. As you continue learning, you will add more descriptive words. But for now, focus on clarity and placement. Adjective before the noun. Adjective after is for states and feelings. This is enough to begin. When you can describe your world, English stops being just language and becomes expression. And expression is where confidence lives. One adjective at a time, your English becomes clearer, warmer, and more alive. Chapter 27. Describing actions. Adverbs. When you can name things and describe them, English already feels better. But when you can describe how actions happen, English becomes expressive and alive. This is where adverbs come in. Adverbs are words that describe actions. They tell us how something happens, how often it happens, or sometimes when it happens. Words like slowly, quickly, carefully, and loudly help the listener imagine the action more clearly. Without adverbs, actions feel flat. With adverbs, actions feel real. Think about this simple sentence. He walks. You understand the action, but you do not see it clearly. Now listen to this. He walks slowly. Suddenly, your mind creates a picture. You imagine the movement. You feel the speed. This is the quiet power of adverbs. They do not change the action. They add life to it. Many beginners feel nervous when they hear the word adverb because it sounds technical. Forget the name. Focus on the feeling. Adverbs answer very human questions. How does it happen? In what way? With what speed or feeling? You already understand these ideas in daily life. English is simply giving you words for them. A very common group of adverbs ends with "ly, slowly, quickly, carefully, easily, softly." These words are extremely common in spoken English. They are friendly to beginners because they usually do not change form. You can use them freely once you know their meaning. When you say, "she speaks," the sentence is correct, but neutral. When you say, "she speaks slowly," the sentence becomes helpful. It gives information. It helps the listener understand the situation better. This is why adverbs are important in real communication. They reduce confusion. One of the most useful things about adverbs is that they are flexible. They often come after the verb, but sometimes they can move. For beginners, the safest and most natural place is usually after the action. He drives carefully. They work quickly. I listen quietly. This position feels natural in daily English. It keeps the sentence clear and balanced. You do not need to experiment too much at the beginning. Stay with what feels safe. Adverbs are especially helpful when you want to give instructions or explain behavior. Please speak slowly. Walk carefully. Listen closely. These sentences are short, polite, and very common in real life. Teachers, doctors, parents, and friends use them every day. When you learn adverbs, you also learn how to guide people gently. Adverbs also help you describe your own actions and habits. I work slowly. I learn quickly. I speak carefully. These sentences help you talk about yourself honestly. They show awareness. They show effort. They show personality. Many beginners confuse adjectives and adverbs, and this is completely normal. For example, saying, "he speaks slow" instead of "he speaks slowly." This happens because the learner is still learning which words describe things and which words describe actions. Do not feel bad about this. With time and listening, the correct form becomes natural. Here is a simple way to feel the difference. If you are describing a thing or person, you usually use an adjective. If you are describing an action, you usually use an adverb. He is slow. This describes the person. He walks slowly. This describes the action. Do not turn this into a rule to memorize. Just notice the feeling. One describes what someone is like, the other describes how someone does something. Natural use of adverbs comes from observation. Listen to how people speak. Notice words like really, very, slowly, carefully. These words appear often because people want to be understood clearly. Adverbs also help you express emotion in action. She smiled happily. He answered angrily. Even without knowing the full story, you feel something. This is the power of adverbs. They add emotion without adding long explanations. Another important thing to remember is that you do not need many adverbs to sound fluent. One well-placed adverb is enough. Too many adverbs make sentences heavy and unnatural. English prefers balance. Instead of saying, he spoke very, very slowly and very carefully, it is often better to say, he spoke slowly and carefully, clear and calm. Adverbs also help you compare actions naturally. He works quickly. I work slowly. You are already comparing without special grammar. This is why adverbs are powerful tools for beginners. They help you say more with less effort. A very effective practice is live action practice. While you are doing something, describe it in English. I am walking slowly. I am reading carefully. I am writing quickly. This practice connects English directly to your body and movement. It removes translation, it builds natural understanding. Another strong practice is observation practice. Watch people around you and describe what they are doing. He is talking loudly. She is walking quietly. They are working together. This kind of practice makes English feel like part of your environment, not something locked in a book. Adverbs also help you sound polite and kind. Please speak slowly. Can you explain clearly? These sentences show respect. They make communication smoother. They are very useful in learning environments. Many beginners worry that adverbs make English complicated. The truth is the opposite. Adverbs make English clearer. They help you avoid misunderstandings. They help people understand your intention. Mistakes will happen. You may forget the like. You may place the adverb in the wrong spot. This is part of learning. Do not stop speaking because of it. Communication matters more than correctness. As you continue learning, you will naturally collect common adverbs. Slowly. Quickly. Usually. Always. Often. These words will appear again and again. When they do, welcome them. They are helping you. Adverbs are not decorations, they are meaning tools. They help your listener see, feel, and understand what you are saying. When you can describe how actions happen, your English gains depth. It gains personality, it gains confidence. You are no longer just saying what happens, you are showing how it happens. And that is a big step forward in your journey, one clear action at a time. Chapter 28, Talking About Feelings. Language is not only about information, it is also about emotion. People do not speak only to share facts, they speak to share how they feel. When you can talk about your feelings in English, the language becomes personal. It becomes honest. It becomes real. Many beginners can talk about work, food, and daily actions, but they stop when it comes to emotions. They feel shy. They feel unsure. They feel afraid of saying the wrong word. This chapter is here to show you that talking about feelings in English can be simple, gentle, and powerful. Feelings are part of every human life. You feel happy, you feel tired, you feel worried, you feel excited. You already understand emotions deeply. English is not asking you to learn new feelings, it is only giving you words to express what you already feel inside. That is why emotional English should feel natural, not scary. One of the most important things to understand is that English often talks about feelings in a very direct way. Simple words are enough. You do not need long explanations. One clear sentence can say everything. I feel happy. I am tired. I feel nervous. These sentences are short, but they carry strong meaning. They tell people exactly what is happening inside you. This kind of honesty builds connection. People trust speakers who can express their feelings clearly. Many beginners believe they must use big, advanced words to talk about emotions. This is not true. Native speakers often use very simple emotional words in daily life. Words like happy, sad, tired, angry, worried, calm, excited appear everywhere. They are common because they work. When you say, I am tired, everyone understands you. When you say, I feel happy today, people feel your mood. This is real communication. English usually uses two very simple patterns to talk about feelings. One is with I am. The other is with I feel. I am happy. I am sad. I am angry. I feel happy. I feel sad. I feel nervous. Both patterns are correct and natural. You do not need to worry about choosing the perfect one. Choose the one that feels easier to say. Meaning is more important than grammar perfection. Talking about feelings is not weakness, it is strength. When you can say how you feel, you take control of the conversation. You stop guessing, you stop hiding, you become clear. Many learners avoid emotional language because they are afraid of sounding vulnerable. But vulnerability is part of human connection. When you say, I feel confused, you are not showing weakness. You are opening a door for help. I do not understand, I feel confused. I need help. These sentences are extremely powerful for learners. They allow others to support you. Silence does not help learning, honest expression does. Another important thing to understand is that feelings change. English allows you to show that change easily. I was tired, but now I feel better. I feel nervous at first, but now I am calm. These sentences show emotional movement. They show growth. They show reality. Talking about feelings also helps you understand yourself in English. When you name your emotions, you become more aware of them. This awareness builds confidence not only in English but in life. Many beginners also worry about mixing up feeling words. For example, confusing angry and sad, or nervous and excited. This is normal. Even native speakers sometimes explain their feelings with simple words first. I feel bad. I feel good. These general expressions are perfectly fine. As your English grows, your emotional vocabulary will grow naturally. There is no need to rush. English also allows you to soften your feelings if you want to sound polite. I feel a little tired. I am a bit nervous. Words like a little and a bit make your expression gentle. They are very common in daily speech. You do not need to master them immediately, but noticing them helps. Another powerful use of emotional language is empathy. When you understand someone else's feelings, you can respond kindly. I understand. That sounds difficult. I am sorry to hear that. These sentences do not require advanced grammar. They require attention and care. They are used everywhere in real conversations. A very effective way to practice emotional English is daily reflection. At the end of the day, ask yourself simple questions in English. How do I feel today? I feel tired. I feel proud. I feel calm. Say these sentences slowly. Feel them. This practice connects English to your inner world. That connection is very strong. Another good practice is reacting to situations. If something good happens, say, I feel happy. If something is difficult, say, I feel stressed. If something is unclear, say, I feel confused. You are not performing, you are expressing. Many learners think they must hide mistakes when talking about feelings, but emotional sentences are often forgiving. Even if the grammar is not perfect, people understand your meaning. I feel not good. This is not perfect English, but the feeling is clear. With time, it becomes, I do not feel good. Improvement comes naturally through use. Do not wait until your English is perfect to talk about your emotions. Your emotions are happening now. English is here to help you express them now. When you can talk about feelings, English becomes more than a skill. It becomes a voice. Your voice. You can share joy. You can share stress. You can share hope. And when you share honestly, English stops being a foreign language and starts becoming a human language. Talking about feelings is not advanced English, it is essential English. As you continue learning, your emotional vocabulary will grow. But for now, simple honesty is enough. I feel motivated. I feel ready. I feel confident. These sentences are not just language practice, they are steps forward. And every time you express how you feel in English, you strengthen both your language and your confidence, one honest sentence at a time. Chapter 29, Comparing Things Easily. In daily life, we compare things all the time. We compare prices, we compare places, we compare experiences. We compare today with yesterday. Comparison is a natural human habit, and English makes comparison simple and clear when you approach it calmly. Many beginners feel nervous when they hear words like comparative, but the idea itself is very easy. You are not learning a new way of thinking, you are only learning how English shows difference. When you say, this phone is good, you are giving information. When you say, this phone is better, you are adding comparison. You are helping the listener understand a choice. Comparison helps conversations move forward. It helps people decide. That is why comparing things is such an important skill for beginners. Let us start with the feeling behind comparison. Comparison answers a simple question. Is one thing more, less, or different than another thing? English usually shows this with very small changes to words. These changes are friendly once you see them in real life. For many common adjectives, English adds ear to compare two things. Big becomes bigger, small becomes smaller. Fast becomes faster, cheap becomes cheaper. This pattern appears again and again in daily English. When you see it, do not panic. It is simply English saying more than. This room is big. That room is bigger, the meaning is clear. You are not memorizing rules, you are showing difference. Comparison usually involves two things. English likes to be clear about that. It often uses the word than to connect them. This house is bigger than that one. My bag is lighter than yours. These sentences are very common in real conversations. You hear them in shops, at work, at home, everywhere. Some adjectives do not use ear, instead they use the word more. For example, more interesting, more comfortable, more expensive. Do not worry about which adjectives use which form right now. Focus on meaning. English gives you two simple tools to compare, or more, both show difference. This book is more interesting. This place is more comfortable. The listener understands you. That is success. There are also a few very common comparison words that change completely. Good becomes better. Bad becomes worse. Far becomes farther or further. These words appear often, so you will meet them many times. With repetition, they stop feeling strange. This movie is good. That movie is better. I feel bad today. I felt worse yesterday. Do not try to memorize long lists. Let listening and speaking do the work. Simple comparisons are powerful because they allow you to express opinions. Opinion is a big part of real communication. People do not only talk about facts, they talk about what they prefer and why. I like tea, but coffee is better. This way is faster. That option is cheaper. These sentences are short, clear, and useful. They help you participate in conversations naturally. Another very common comparison structure is using as. This is used when two things are equal. This bag is as heavy as that one. She is as tall as her sister. You are saying there is no difference, both are the same in that way. This structure is simple and polite. It is often used when you want to be balanced. Comparing things also helps you describe change. I am feeling better today. The weather is getting colder. My English is improving faster now. These sentences show movement. They show progress. They show life. English loves this kind of expression. Many beginners worry about making mistakes when comparing. They think comparison grammar is difficult. But even when grammar is not perfect, meaning often stays clear. This phone more cheap. The sentence is not perfect, but the idea is clear. With time, it becomes, this phone is cheaper. Improvement happens naturally. The key is to keep sentences short. Short comparison sentences are easier to control. This car is faster. That road is longer. This lesson is easier. These sentences are strong and confident. Comparisons are also very helpful when shopping or making choices. This one is cheaper. That one is better quality. This size is smaller. You do not need full sentences every time. English allows short comparison phrases in real life. This makes speaking easier. Another important thing to remember is that you usually compare only one idea at a time. Do not try to compare many things in one sentence. That creates confusion. Instead of saying, this phone is bigger and better and cheaper than that phone, try breaking it. This phone is bigger. It is cheaper. It feels better. Short comparisons keep your English clean and clear. Comparing things also helps you express feelings. I feel better today. I feel worse now. These sentences are very common in daily conversation. Doctors, friends, family members use them all the time. They are simple but meaningful. A very good way to practice comparison is observation. Look around you and compare things you see. This street is quieter. That building is taller. This chair is more comfortable. Say these sentences slowly. You are not practicing grammar. You are practicing awareness. Another powerful practice is reflection. Compare today with yesterday. Today is better. Yesterday was harder. This week feels easier. This kind of practice connects English to your experience. Experience helps language stick. Many beginners think comparison makes English complicated. In reality, comparison makes English practical. It helps you talk about real choices and real differences. Do not aim for perfection, aim for clarity. This is better. That is worse. This feels easier. These sentences are enough to communicate. As your English grows, you will naturally add reasons. This is better because it is cheaper. That is worse because it takes more time. But for now, simple comparison is enough. Comparing things is not advanced English. It is daily English. It is used everywhere because people want to understand difference. When you can compare easily, you can give opinions, make choices, and explain preferences. That is real communication. So keep it simple. One idea, one comparison, one sentence. Your English does not need to be perfect to be powerful. It needs to be clear. And when you can say something is bigger, better, or easier with confidence, you are no longer just learning English. You are using it to understand and describe your world, one clear comparison at a time. Chapter 30, More, Most, No Confusion. As you continue learning English, you naturally want to say not only that something is good or better, but that it is the best. Or that there is more of something than before. This is where many beginners feel confused. Words like more and most look simple, but learners often overthink them. The truth is very calm and very simple. More and most are just tools to show degree. They show how much, how many, or how strong something is compared to something else. Once you feel this idea, confusion disappears. Let us start with the meaning, not the grammar. More means a greater amount or a higher degree. Most means the greatest amount or the highest degree. That is all. You already understand this idea in real life. You know what more time means. You know what the most important thing means. English is not asking you to learn something new. It is asking you to say what you already know. When you say, I need more time, you are not comparing many things. You are simply saying the amount you have is not enough. When you say, this is the most important lesson, you are saying that nothing is higher than this in importance. These words help you express scale and intensity without long explanations. Many beginners try to force more and most into complex rules. That is where confusion begins. Instead, connect them to feeling. Ask yourself one simple question. Am I talking about a bigger amount or am I talking about the biggest amount? If it is bigger, more is your friend. If it is the biggest, most is your friend. Let us look at real-life examples. I want more food. She needs more help. They have more experience. In all these sentences, more is about increase. Something is not enough, and you want a greater amount. This is very common in daily English. People use more constantly because life is full of needs and wants. Now let us look at most. This is the most important rule. He is the most experienced person here. That was the most difficult day. Here, most shows the highest level. There is nothing above it. This is often used when giving opinions, making judgments, or talking about extremes. Another place where more and most appear naturally is with adjectives. Some adjectives use and est, but many use more and most instead. Do not try to memorize which ones. Focus on meaning. This movie is more interesting. This is the most interesting part. The meaning is clear. One is higher than another. One is the highest of all. That is enough for communication. Many beginners worry about choosing between better and more good. In real English, people say better. But if you say more good, people still understand you. Understanding comes first. Correct forms come later through listening and practice. Do not let fear stop you from speaking. Another common area is using more and most with nouns. I need more practice. This class has the most students. These sentences are simple and clear. More works with things you can count and things you cannot count. Most does the same. This makes them very flexible and beginner-friendly. Confusion often happens when learners try to compare more than two things. Here is a simple way to feel it. If you are comparing two things, you often use more. If you are talking about one thing compared to all others, you often use most. This phone is more expensive than that one. This phone is the most expensive in the shop. The difference is not grammar. It is situation. Another important thing to notice is that more and most often come before the word they describe. More people, more time. The most important lesson. This placement helps English stay clear. You do not need to move them around. Place them calmly before the noun or adjective, and your sentence will feel natural. Many beginners also confuse much and more. Do not worry about this now. If you use more, people understand you. Communication is already successful. Accuracy improves with time. More and most are also very useful for talking about learning itself. I need more practice. This is the most helpful lesson. These sentences are honest. They show awareness. They help you express your needs clearly. Another powerful use of more is encouragement. Try more. Speak more. Practice more. These short phrases are common in real life. Teachers and friends use them often. They are not rude, they are motivating. Most is often used when giving importance. The most important thing is practice. The most important rule is clarity. These sentences help you focus. They help you prioritize. English uses most to highlight what truly matters. Many beginners fear that using more and most will make their sentences long or difficult. In reality, these words often make sentences shorter because they replace long explanations. Instead of saying, "This lesson helps me a lot and more than the others," you can say, "This is the most helpful lesson," clear and strong. Another reason more and most are important is emotional expression. I feel more confident now. This is the most stressful week. These sentences help you describe growth and intensity. They help people understand your experience better. A very good practice is comparison reflection. Think about your progress. I know more English now. This is the most confident I have felt. These sentences are powerful because they connect language to your journey. Do not try to use more and most perfectly from the beginning. Try to use them honestly. Meaning leads. Grammar follows. If you say, "I need most practice," it is not perfect, but the idea is clear. With time and listening, it becomes, "I need more practice." This correction happens naturally. English does not grow through silence. It grows through use. Remember this simple guide. Use more for increase. Use most for the highest level. That is enough to begin. As you continue learning, your ear will learn what sounds right. Your mouth will follow. Confusion will fade. More and most are not enemies, they are helpers. They help you express need, growth, importance, and intensity. And when you can use them without fear, your English becomes richer, clearer, and more confident, one stronger idea at a time. Chapter 31. Talking about daily routine. One of the most useful things you can do in English is talk about your daily routine. Your routine is your life. It is real. It is familiar. You do not need imagination to describe it. This is why daily routine English is perfect for beginners. When you talk about what you do from morning to night, English stops feeling like a school subject and starts feeling like a living language. You are not creating stories. You are describing reality. Daily routine English is powerful because it repeats. You wake up every day. You eat every day. You work or study every day. Repetition makes learning strong. When sentences repeat in your life, they repeat in your brain. This creates confidence without pressure. Let us start with the morning. Morning sentences are often calm and simple. They describe how your day begins. I wake up early. I get out of bed. I brush my teeth. I take a shower. These sentences use the present simple because they describe habits. They are not about one special day. They are about what usually happens. This is why daily routine is the best place to practice the present simple tense. Morning sentences help you warm up your English. They are easy, they are predictable. You can say them slowly. You can say them every day. After the morning, you move into preparation. I get dressed. I eat breakfast. I drink tea. I check my phone. These sentences describe actions that happen naturally. You are not forcing English. You are following your life. Many beginners think grammar must be practiced with exercises. But daily routine sentences are real grammar practice. You are using subject, verb, and time naturally. This is how children learn language. Now let us move into the daytime. This part of the routine is different for everyone, but the sentence patterns are the same. I go to work. I go to school. I study at home. I work in an office. These sentences describe where your day continues. They are clear and useful. They help you answer common questions like, what do you do? Or, where do you work? During the day, actions continue. I work for many hours. I talk to people. I use my phone. I take a break. These sentences are simple, but they describe real life. They allow you to talk about your day without stress. Daily routine English also helps you talk about time naturally. I start work at 9. I eat lunch at 1. I finish work in the evening. You are not learning time grammar separately. You are using it naturally inside your routine. Now let us talk about the evening. Evenings are often about slowing down. I come home. I feel tired. I rest for a while. I talk with my family. These sentences bring emotion into your routine. They show how you feel, not just what you do. This makes your English more human. Evening routines often include simple activities. I watch TV. I use my phone. I eat dinner. I relax. These sentences are extremely common in real English. Native speakers use them daily. When you can say them comfortably, your English becomes practical. Now let us move to night. Night routines help you close the day. I get ready for bed. I brush my teeth. I go to sleep. These sentences are short and calm. They end the day just like they end this part of the routine. Talking about daily routine is not about saying everything in one long sentence. It is about saying one clear idea at a time. Short sentences keep your English clean and confident. Many beginners try to connect everything with en vogue. This creates long sentences that feel heavy. Instead, separate your routine into steps. I wake up early. I eat breakfast. I go to work. This sounds natural. This is how people really speak. Daily routine English also helps you practice speaking about yourself without fear. You are not giving opinions. You are not arguing. You are simply describing your life. This is safe speaking. Another powerful benefit of routine sentences is self-talk. When you speak your routine to yourself, English becomes part of your thinking. I am waking up. I am going to work. I am coming home. This kind of self-talk builds fluency quietly. You can practice daily routine English anywhere. In the morning, while walking, before sleeping. You do not need a book. Your life is the lesson. You can also use routine English in conversations. What do you do in the morning? I wake up early and go to work. What do you do at night? I eat dinner and sleep. These are very common questions. When you can answer them easily, conversations feel comfortable. Do not worry about making your routine sound interesting. Real English is often simple. People do not expect drama. They expect clarity. Mistakes will happen. You may forget a word. You may mix tenses. This is normal. Communication still works. Daily routine English builds a strong foundation because it uses the most common grammar patterns again and again. Present simple, time words, clear order, short sentences. This repetition is not boring, it is powerful. As you continue this course, daily routine sentences will become automatic. You will stop translating. You will stop thinking. You will start speaking. English becomes easier when it becomes familiar. Nothing is more familiar than your own day. So speak your routine, morning to night, slowly, clearly, every day. Your routine is not just your life. It is your best English teacher. Chapter 32. Talking about past experiences. Talking about past experiences is one of the most human things we do in any language. We talk about what happened yesterday. We talk about what we did last week. We talk about moments that changed us, taught us something, or simply stayed in our memory. When beginners start learning how to talk about the past in English, they often feel nervous. They think they must tell perfect stories, remember many rules, or use difficult grammar. The truth is much simpler. Past experiences in English are not about perfection. They are about sharing moments in a clear and honest way. Past experiences usually answer one simple question. What happened before now? That is all. You are not explaining history. You are not writing a novel. You are simply telling someone about something that already happened. English gives you easy tools to do this. And once you understand the feeling of the past, the language becomes much lighter. Let us begin with a simple idea. When something is finished, when it is over, when it already happened, English often uses the past simple. You have already seen examples like, I went, I ate, I worked. These words help you move your listener back in time. They say, this is not happening now. This happened before. That feeling is more important than the form. When you talk about past experiences, you do not need long sentences. In fact, short sentences are better. They help your listener follow the story without confusion. I went to the market yesterday. I met an old friend. We talked for a long time. These sentences are simple, but they already form a story. They have time, action, and meaning. Many beginners think storytelling means big stories. That is not true. Real-life storytelling is often very small. It is about simple moments. Yesterday I was very tired. I came home late. I slept early. This is a story. It is real. It is clear. It is enough. Past experiences often use time words like yesterday, last night, last week, 2 days ago, when I was young. These words help the listener understand when the experience happened. You do not need many of them. One time word is enough. Last year I learned English. Yesterday I felt sick. Once the time is clear, the rest of the story flows naturally. Many beginners worry about irregular verbs when talking about the past. Words like went, saw, did, had feel scary at first. But these words are very common, and because they are common, you hear them again and again. With listening, they become familiar. You do not need to memorize long lists. Use the ones you need for your life. I went to work. I did my homework. I had a problem. These sentences appear everywhere in real English. Past experiences are also emotional. When you talk about the past, you often talk about how you felt. I was happy. I was nervous. I was sad. The word was helps you describe feelings in the past. It is one of the most useful past words in English. It helps you talk about situations, states, and emotions. I was tired after work. I was excited about the trip. These sentences make your past experience human, not robotic. Simple storytelling does not mean boring storytelling. It means clear storytelling. Clarity helps connection. When your listener understands you easily, they feel closer to you. A very good way to practice past experiences is daily reflection. At the end of the day, ask yourself simple questions in English. What did I do today? I worked. I studied. I rested. Say these sentences slowly. Do not rush. You are training your brain to move naturally between present and past. Another helpful practice is memory sharing. Think about one small moment from your past. When I was a child, I played outside. I liked games. I was happy. You are not trying to be perfect. You are trying to be understood. Many beginners try to connect everything into one long sentence when telling past experiences. This often creates confusion. English prefers short steps. Instead of saying, "Yesterday I went to the market, and I met my friend, and we talked, and then I came home," break it into parts. Yesterday I went to the market, I met my friend, we talked, then I came home. This sounds natural. This is how people really speak. Past experiences are often used in conversations to build relationships. What did you do yesterday? I stayed at home. Did you enjoy the trip? Yes, I enjoyed it. These are very common conversation patterns. When you can answer them comfortably, your confidence grows. Mistakes will happen when you talk about the past. You may say, "I go yesterday," instead of, "I went yesterday." Do not stop speaking because of this. People understand your meaning. Correction comes with time. Remember, English is forgiving when the meaning is clear. Communication is always more important than grammar accuracy in the beginning. Another important thing about past experiences is honesty. You do not need to impress anyone. I did nothing yesterday. I was very tired. These sentences are honest and natural. Native speakers use them all the time. Talking about past experiences also helps you practice listening. When others share their stories, listen for time words and past verbs. Your brain will slowly absorb the patterns. Storytelling is not a performance. It is a conversation. When you talk about the past, you are not only practicing grammar, you are sharing your life. That makes learning meaningful. As you continue learning English, your past stories will become richer. You will add details naturally. But for now, simple storytelling is enough. One time, one action, one feeling. That is a complete past experience. When you can talk about what happened before, with calm and clarity, English becomes a bridge between your memories and your voice. And every time you share a past experience in English, you are not just learning the language. You are owning it. Chapter 33. Talking about plans. Talking about plans is a very important part of real-life English. People talk about plans all the time. They talk about what they will do later today. They talk about what they are going to do tomorrow. They talk about hopes, intentions, and small future actions. When beginners learn how to talk about plans in English, They often feel confused because they think future grammar is difficult. In reality, natural future talk in English is simple, relaxed, and very human. You do not need complex rules. You need clarity and confidence. Plans are not promises carved in stone. Plans are ideas about the future. English understands this. That is why English has soft and flexible ways to talk about what you plan to do. When you talk about plans, you are not predicting the future like a scientist. You are sharing your intention as a human being. One of the most natural ways to talk about plans in English is using going to. This form is extremely common in daily speech because it sounds friendly and realistic. It shows that you have already decided something, even if the plan is small. I am going to study tonight. I am going to meet my friend. I am going to rest. These sentences are simple, but they clearly show intention. You decided. You are planning. The listener understands you immediately. Talking about plans often starts from the present moment. You are here now, and you are looking forward. English likes this connection. That is why going to feels natural. It connects now with later. Another common way to talk about plans is using will. Beginners often think will is only for big future events. But in real life, will is often used for quick decisions or simple statements about the future. I will call you later. I will help you. I will try again. These sentences sound natural because they are natural. People use them every day. You do not need to think deeply about which one is perfect. Both going to and will are used in daily English. What matters is that your meaning is clear. Talking about plans also often includes time words. These words help your listener imagine when the plan will happen. Today, tonight, tomorrow, next week. When you add a time word, your plan becomes clearer. I am going to work tomorrow. I will study tonight. You do not need long explanations. One sentence is enough. Plans can be small or big. I am going to drink tea. I am going to start a new job. Both are plans. Both are valid. Both are spoken naturally. Many beginners worry that their plans are too simple to talk about. This is not true. Native speakers talk about simple plans all the time. I am going to sleep early. I will watch a movie. These sentences are part of real conversation. They are not childish. They are normal. Talking about plans is also a way to connect with people. When someone asks you about your plans, they are showing interest. What are you doing tonight? I am going to stay at home. This is a very common exchange. When you can answer it easily, conversations feel smoother. Plans are often flexible, and English allows you to show that flexibility. I am going to try. I will see. I am not sure yet. These sentences are honest and natural. They show that plans can change. Another important thing about talking about plans is politeness. When you share your plans, you also show respect for others' time. I will call you later. I am going to visit you tomorrow. These sentences build trust because they show intention. Many beginners feel pressure to speak about the future perfectly. This pressure blocks fluency. Remember, the future has not happened yet. English does not expect perfection when talking about it. If you say, I go tomorrow, the grammar is not perfect, but the meaning is clear. With time, it becomes I will go tomorrow, or I am going to go tomorrow. Improvement happens naturally. Talking about plans also helps you talk about goals. I am going to improve my English. I will practice every day. These sentences are powerful because they connect language learning with motivation. Plans are also emotional. I am excited about my plan. I am nervous about tomorrow. You are not only talking about actions, you are talking about feelings connected to the future. A very good practice for beginners is daily planning in English. In the morning, say your plan for the day. Today, I am going to work. I am going to study. I will rest in the evening. Say these sentences slowly. This practice makes future talk automatic. Another strong practice is night reflection with future thinking. Tomorrow, I will wake up early. I am going to try again. This keeps English alive in your thinking. Talking about plans does not require long stories. It requires honesty and clarity. Short sentences are better than long ones. Big meaning can live inside simple language. Many learners think they must wait until their English is advanced to talk about the future. This is a mistake. Talking about plans is basic English. It belongs to beginners because beginners also have futures. Your future matters. Your plans matter. English is simply helping you talk about them. Do not be afraid of changing plans. Do not be afraid of making mistakes. Speak anyway. When you talk about plans in English, you are not just practicing grammar. You are shaping your voice. You are saying, this is what I want to do. And when you can say that clearly, English becomes part of your direction, not just your education. Talking about plans is not difficult English. It is hopeful English. And hope is one of the strongest reasons to speak at all. Chapter 34. Giving reasons. In real life, people do not only say what they do, they also say why they do it. This is where giving reasons becomes very important. When you can explain your reason in English, your speech becomes clearer, stronger, and more human. Many beginners can say simple sentences, but they stop when someone asks why. They feel stuck. They feel pressure. The good news is that English gives you very simple tools to give reasons, and the most powerful of them are because and so. Giving reasons is not advanced English. It is everyday English. People use reasons at home, at work, at school, everywhere. When you say something without a reason, it sounds unfinished. When you add a reason, it sounds complete. This chapter will help you feel comfortable explaining your thoughts in a calm and natural way. Let us begin with because. The word because is one of the most useful words in English. It connects an action with a reason. It answers the question why. You do not need long grammar rules to use it. You only need one clear idea. I am tired because I worked a lot. I stayed at home because it was raining. These sentences feel natural. They feel complete. They tell the listener not only what happened, but why it happened. Many beginners think they must give long reasons. This is not true. A simple reason is enough. English does not need drama. It needs clarity. I am happy because I passed. I am sad because I failed. These sentences are short, honest, and powerful. People understand you immediately. Another very important word for giving reasons is so. While because explains the reason, so explains the result. This difference is very gentle and very human. I was tired, so I slept early. It was raining, so I stayed at home. You can feel the flow. One thing happened, so another thing followed. This is how people naturally explain events. Do not worry about choosing between because and so perfectly. Focus on meaning. If you are explaining the cause, because is your friend. If you are explaining the result, so is your friend. That is enough to begin. Many beginners mix these words, and that is okay. Meaning still comes through. With listening and practice, your brain learns the pattern naturally. Giving reasons also helps you sound polite and respectful. Instead of giving short answers that sound cold, you can soften them with a reason. I cannot come because I am busy. I will be late, so please wait. These sentences feel human. They show consideration. They improve communication. Reasons are also very useful when explaining decisions. I chose this because it is easier. I will study today because I have time. These sentences show thinking. They show logic. People trust speakers who explain their reasons. Another important thing to remember is that you do not need to use because and so in long sentences. Short sentences are better, especially for beginners. I am learning English because I want to improve my life. I practiced a lot, so I feel confident. These sentences are simple, but they carry strong meaning. Many learners try to add too many ideas in one sentence. This creates confusion. Instead, keep one reason per sentence. I am studying English because I want a better job. That is all clear, complete. Giving reasons is also important in storytelling. When you talk about the past, reasons help your listener understand your actions. I left early because I was sick. I stayed longer, so I missed the bus. Now your story makes sense. Reasons also help you express emotions clearly. I am nervous because this is new. I feel relaxed, so I am smiling. These sentences connect feelings with situations. They make your English expressive, not robotic. A very common beginner fear is making mistakes with sentence order. Do not worry. English is flexible with because and so as long as the meaning is clear. I stayed home because I was tired. Because I was tired, I stayed home. Both are correct. You do not need to use the second form right now. The first one is easier and more common in daily speech. Another powerful use of giving reasons is self-expression. When you explain your choices, you feel more confident. I am practicing every day because I want to improve. I speak slowly, so people understand me. These sentences build self-belief. Reasons also help in learning situations. When you ask for help, giving a reason makes your request clearer. Please speak slowly because I am learning. I need help because I do not understand. These are honest and respectful sentences. Teachers and listeners appreciate them. Many beginners think grammar is about rules. In reality, grammar is about connection. Because and so connect ideas. They help your listener follow your thinking. A very good practice is daily reasoning. Try to add a reason to simple sentences. I am drinking tea because I feel cold. I will rest so I can work later. This practice makes your English deeper without making it harder. You can also practice by answering why questions. Why are you studying English? Because I want to communicate. That is enough. No long speech is required. Do not wait until your English is perfect to explain yourself. Perfect English is not needed for clear reasons. Honest English is enough. If you say, I am tired because work, it is not perfect, but the meaning is clear. With time, it becomes I am tired because of work or I am tired because I worked. Growth happens naturally. Remember, people care more about understanding you than correcting you. Giving reasons makes your English sound mature and thoughtful, even with simple words. It shows that you are not only speaking, but thinking in English. When you can explain why, your English becomes complete. You are no longer just saying things. You are explaining them. And that is a big step toward real, confident communication. One clear reason at a time. Chapter 35. Making requests politely. In real life, English is not only about speaking correctly. It is also about speaking kindly. One of the most important skills for beginners is learning how to make requests politely. A request is when you ask someone to do something for you. You ask for help. You ask for information. You ask for time. When you know how to ask politely in English, people feel comfortable with you, and conversations become smooth and respectful. This chapter will help you understand that polite English is simple, gentle, and very human. Many beginners feel afraid to ask for things in English. They worry about sounding rude. They worry about choosing the wrong words. Because of this fear, they stay silent, even when they need help. This silence slows learning. The good news is that English has very easy tools for politeness, and you do not need advanced grammar to use them. Words like can, could, and please are enough to open doors. Let us start with can. The word can is friendly and common. It is used everywhere in daily life. When you say can, you are asking in a simple and direct way. Can you help me? Can I ask a question? These requests sound normal and polite. They are not rude, they are used by native speakers every day. Beginners often think can is too direct, but in real English, it is perfectly acceptable when said with a calm tone. Now let us talk about could. The word could is slightly softer than can. It sounds more polite and gentle. Many people use could when they want to show extra respect, especially with strangers, teachers, or older people. Could you help me? Could I use your phone? These sentences feel kind and respectful. You are not demanding, you are requesting. Even if you do not fully understand the grammar difference between can and could, you can feel the difference in tone. Could feels softer. Another very important word is please. This word is small, but it has big power. Please turns a request into a polite request. Without please, a sentence can sound dry. With please, it sounds human. Can you help me? Please? Could you explain this? Please? You do not need to use please many times. Once is enough. English likes simplicity. Polite requests are not long. They are clear and respectful. You do not need to add many extra words. In fact, too many words can make a request confusing. Can you speak slowly? Please? Could you repeat that? Please? These sentences are short, clear, and very useful for English learners. They help you control the speed of conversation. They help you learn better. Many beginners worry about their pronunciation when making requests. Remember, politeness is not only in words, it is also in tone. Speak calmly, do not rush. A slow, calm voice makes even simple English sound polite. Making requests politely is especially important in learning situations. When you ask a teacher or a friend for help, polite language creates a positive feeling. Could you check my sentence? Please? Can you explain again? Please? These requests show respect and effort. People are more willing to help when you ask kindly. Polite requests are also important in daily life outside learning. In shops, offices, and public places, these expressions are used again and again. Can I get some water, please? Could you tell me the time, please? These sentences help you move through the world comfortably in English. Another important thing to understand is that polite requests do not mean weak requests. You can be polite and confident at the same time. Politeness is strength, not weakness. Can you help me with this? You are clear. You are confident. You are respectful. Many beginners think they must apologize before every request. This is not necessary. You do not need to say sorry all the time. A simple polite request is enough. Instead of saying, sorry, can you maybe help me if you are free, say, could you help me please? This is clear and polite. English prefers clarity over long excuses. Another useful pattern for polite requests is asking permission. Can I sit here? Could I leave early today? These sentences help you ask politely without pressure. They show awareness of others. A very good practice for beginners is role play in your mind. Imagine simple situations and practice polite requests. At home, can you pass the salt, please? In class, could you explain again, please? On the phone, can I speak to you later, please? This kind of practice prepares you for real situations. Mistakes will happen. You may forget please. You may mix can and could. Do not stop speaking. Meaning still reaches the listener. With time, your politeness becomes natural. Remember, native speakers also make mistakes. Politeness is not about perfect grammar, it is about intention. Another powerful thing about polite requests is confidence building. When you know how to ask politely, you feel less fear. You feel more control. You feel part of the conversation. Silence feels heavy. Polite requests feel light. As a learner, you have the right to ask for help. English gives you tools to do it kindly. Use can when you want simple and direct politeness. Use could when you want extra softness. Use please to add respect. That is enough to begin. You do not need advanced English to be polite. You need awareness and calm words. When you make requests politely, people listen. People respond. Conversations open. And every time you say, "Can you help me please?" in English, you are not only learning grammar. You are building confidence, respect, and connection, one polite request at a time. Chapter 36. Is, Verbs. Are, final clarity. For many English learners, is and are feel like a lifelong problem. You hear them everywhere. You see them in every lesson. And still, when it is time to speak, your mind freezes. You stop. You think. You doubt yourself. This chapter exists to end that confusion once and for all. Not with rules that scare you, but with understanding that stays with you forever. Let us start with something very important. Is and are not enemies. They are helpers. They help English show who or what we are talking about right now. That is all. When you stop treating them like a grammar test and start treating them like meaning tools, everything becomes clear. English uses is and are to talk about the present. They are forms of the verb be. You use them to describe situations, feelings, identities, and states. You already use them in your own language without thinking. English is not asking you to change how you think. It is only asking you to match the word with the number of people or things. Here is the heart of the matter. Is used when we talk about one person or thing. Are is used when we talk about more than one. That is the core idea. Everything else grows from this. When you say, "The book is on the table," you are talking about one book. When you say, "The books are on the table," you are talking about more than one book. The sentence changes because the number changes, not because English wants to confuse you. Many learners get stuck because they try to remember rules instead of noticing meaning. Stop asking, "Which rule do I apply?" Start asking, "Am I talking about one or many?" Your answer gives you the correct word immediately. Let us talk about people, because this is where confusion often feels strongest. When you talk about one person, you use is. When you talk about two or more people, you use are. He is my friend. She is tired. My brother is at home. All of these sentences talk about one person. They feel calm and natural. Now listen to these. They are my friends. We are ready. My parents are at home. Here, you are clearly talking about more than one person. That is why are feels right. Another common confusion comes with you. This is very important, so read it slowly. In English, you always uses are. Always. One person or many people, it does not matter. You are my friend. You are late. You are learning English. Even when you are talking to one person, English treats you as plural in grammar. Do not fight this. Accept it. Native speakers do not think about it. You should not either. Just remember this one sentence. You always goes with are. Now let us talk about things around you. Objects, places, ideas. The same simple idea applies. One thing uses is. More than one uses are. The room is clean. The rooms are clean. The problem is serious. The problems are serious. Notice how nothing complicated is happening. Only the number is changing. Many beginners struggle because they speak fast and think slow. They start a sentence without knowing if they are talking about one thing or many things. This creates hesitation. The solution is simple. Pause for half a second before speaking. Decide what you are talking about, then speak. Another source of confusion is long subjects. When a sentence is long, learners forget what the main subject is. For example, the list of names. Many learners see names and think plural, but the main subject is list, which is one. The list of names is on the table. English follows the main idea, not the last word. But do not worry about these complex examples right now. For beginners, focus on clear and simple sentences. Complexity can wait. Let us talk about feelings, because is and are appear here all the time. I am tired. He is happy. They are excited. These sentences describe states. They are extremely common in daily English. When you master is and are here, your English becomes much more natural. A very powerful practice is self-talk. Look around you and describe what you see. The light is on. The doors are closed. The weather is nice. The people are busy. This kind of practice trains your brain to connect meaning with form automatically. No rules, just awareness. Another helpful idea is to stop correcting yourself too much while speaking. If you say, they is coming, people still understand you. Communication is not broken. With listening and repetition, your brain will correct this naturally. Fluency comes before accuracy. English learners often feel embarrassed about is and are. They think everyone notices their mistake. In reality, most people focus on meaning, not grammar. Confidence matters more than perfection. When you speak calmly and clearly, small mistakes disappear in importance. When you stop speaking because of fear, learning stops completely. Remember this. Children learning English also say they is sometimes. They are not corrected with anger, they are corrected with exposure. You deserve the same patience. Let us simplify everything into one clear truth. If it feels like one, use is. If it feels like more than one, use are. If it is you, always use are. That is enough. Truly. You do not need charts. You do not need fear. You do not need to overthink. English wants you to communicate, not panic. When you finally stop fighting is and are, you will feel a strange calm. Sentences will come out faster. Your confidence will grow. Your fluency will improve. This chapter is not just about grammar. It is about freedom. From now on, when you speak English, let meaning lead and grammar follow. The confusion ends here. Chapter 37. Do, Verbs, does. Everyday accuracy and confusion. For many beginners, do and does feel like small words with big problems. You hear them every day. You see them in questions, in negative sentences, in simple conversations. Still, when it is time to speak, confusion appears. You stop. You hesitate. You ask yourself, do I say do or does? This chapter is here to remove that hesitation. Not by giving you heavy rules, but by helping you feel the difference in a natural way that stays with you. First, let us relax. Do and does are not advanced grammar. They are everyday English. Children use them. Native speakers use them without thinking. That means you can also master them. The confusion comes only when learners try to memorize rules instead of understanding meaning and patterns. Once you see the pattern clearly, do and does become simple helpers, not obstacles. At the heart of this topic is one idea. Do and does are used with the present simple tense. They help us ask questions and make negative sentences. That is their main job. They do not change the meaning of the action. They only help the sentence work correctly in English. Let us begin with the most important clarity. The choice between do and does depends on who you are talking about. That is all. Not time, not meaning, not difficulty, just the subject. When you talk about I, you, we, or they, English uses do. When you talk about he, she, or it, English uses does. This one idea solves most of the confusion. I do work hard. You do understand. We do practice. They do try. All of these sentences use do because the subjects are I, you, we, and they. Now look at the other side. He does work hard. She does understand. It does matter. Here the subject is he, she, or it, so English uses does. Many learners panic because they try to think about verbs at the same time. Do not do that. First, look at the subject. The subject decides do or does. The verb will take care of itself. Now let us talk about questions, because this is where do and does appear most often in daily life. English uses do and does to ask simple questions in the present. Do you work here? Do they like coffee? These questions sound natural because the subjects are you and they, so we use do. Now listen to these. Does he work here? Does she like coffee? The subject is he or she, so does appears automatically. Notice something very important here. After do or does, the main verb stays in its simple form. We say, does he work? Not does he works? This is a common beginner mistake, and it is very normal. Remember this feeling. Does already carries the grammar weight, so the verb stays calm and simple. You do not need to remember this as a rule. Just notice how it sounds. Native speakers say, does she like it? Because that rhythm feels right. With listening and repetition, your brain learns this pattern naturally. Now let us move to negative sentences, because do and does are also used here very often. To make a negative sentence in the present simple, English uses do not or does not. In spoken English, these often become don't and doesn't. I do not understand. You do not need this. We do not agree. Here do not is used because the subjects are I, you, and we. Now listen to the other side. He does not understand. She does not need this. It does not work. Again, does not is used with he, she, and it. These sentences are extremely common in real life. When you master them, your English becomes much more confident because you can say yes, no, and explain clearly. Many beginners feel afraid of negative sentences because they think they are rude. In English, they are not rude. They are normal. Tone matters more than grammar. Another important thing to understand is that do and does are also used for emphasis. This means you use them to show strong feeling or correction. I do want to learn. He does try. These sentences are not questions or negatives. They are positive sentences with extra strength. Native speakers use them to show seriousness or emotion. You do not need to use this form often, but recognizing it helps your listening. Now let us talk about the biggest mistake beginners make. Mixing do and does in the same sentence. He do not like it. She do work here. These sentences happen because the speaker is thinking too fast. The fix is simple. Slow down. Look at the subject. Is it he, she, or it? If yes, does is the answer. Mistakes like this do not mean you are bad at English. They mean you are learning. Every learner passes through this stage. A very powerful practice is speaking about daily life using do and does. Do you wake up early? Yes, I do. Does he work here? Yes, he does. These short question and answer patterns are extremely common. Practice them slowly. They build automatic accuracy. Another helpful practice is self-talk. Ask yourself questions. Do I understand this? Yes, I do. Do I need more practice? Yes, I do. This practice builds confidence quietly. Remember something very important. Native speakers do not think about do and does. They feel them. Your goal is the same. Feeling comes from exposure, not from fear. If you say, he do not know, people still understand you. Communication continues. Over time, with listening and practice, it naturally becomes, he does not know. This change happens without stress. Accuracy grows from use, not from silence. So let us end the confusion clearly and calmly. Use do with I, you, we, they. Use does with he, she, it. After do or does, keep the verb simple. That is enough. Truly. You do not need to overthink. You do not need to panic. You need practice and patience. When do and does stop scaring you, your English becomes faster, smoother, and more confident. This chapter is not about rules. It is about everyday accuracy. And everyday accuracy is what turns learners into real speakers, one clear sentence at a time. Chapter 38, Was verse A's were, Past clarity and confusion. For many English learners, was and were feel confusing in the same way is and are once did. You understand the present clearly, but when you move into the past, hesitation comes back. You pause. You doubt yourself. You wonder which word is correct. This chapter is designed to remove that doubt completely. Not by giving you long grammar tables, but by helping you understand the simple meaning behind was and were so deeply that the confusion cannot return. Let us begin with a calm truth. Was and were are simply the past forms of is and are. Nothing more, nothing scary. If you understood is and are, you are already very close to understanding was and were. English is not changing the system. It is only moving the time backward. The key idea is very simple. When you talk about something that happened before now, English changes is to was and are to were. The same idea of one and more than one still applies. Time changes, meaning stays. When you talk about one person or one thing in the past, English uses was. When you talk about more than one person or thing in the past, English uses were. That is the heart of the matter. I was tired yesterday. He was at home. She was happy. All of these sentences talk about one person in the past, so was feels natural. Now listen to these. We were tired. They were at home. The children were happy. Here, you are talking about more than one person, so were appears naturally. Many learners get confused because they try to memorize forms instead of noticing who they are talking about. Stop thinking about grammar and start noticing the subject, one or many. That question gives you the answer immediately. Now let us talk about you, because you often causes confusion in past tense as well. In English, you always uses were in the past, just like it uses are in the present. You were late yesterday. You were very kind. Even when you are talking to one person, English still uses were with you. Do not fight this, accept it as part of English personality. Native speakers never question it. Another common confusion appears when learners talk about feelings and situations. Was and were are often used to describe states, not actions. I was nervous. She was excited. They were bored. These sentences are extremely common in daily English. When you can use was and were correctly here, your storytelling becomes much clearer. Past clarity is especially important when sharing experiences. Yesterday, I was very busy. Last week, we were in the city. These sentences help your listener understand your past without effort. They create a clear picture. Many beginners try to mix past and present when they speak fast. Yesterday, I am tired. This is a very common mistake. The idea is clear, but the time is mixed. With practice, this becomes yesterday, I was tired. The correction comes naturally when you slow down and think about time. Another area of confusion is negative sentences. In the past, English uses was not and were not. In spoken English, these often become wasn't and weren't. I was not ready. He was not there. We were not ready. They were not there. The pattern stays the same. One uses was not. Many uses were not. Questions in the past also use was and were. Was he at home? Were they tired? Notice how the verb comes before the subject. Do not worry about memorizing this. Just listen and repeat. Your brain learns through sound. Many beginners fear making mistakes with was and were because they think it sounds very wrong. In reality, even if you say they was happy, people still understand you. Communication is not broken. Learning continues. Do not stop speaking because of fear. Silence creates more confusion than mistakes. A very powerful practice for mastering was and were is daily reflection. At night, think about your day in English. I was busy today. I was tired. We were at work. This practice connects past language with real experience. Real experience makes learning strong. Another useful practice is looking at photos from the past. I was young. We were friends. These sentences are emotional and meaningful. They make grammar feel human. One more important thing to understand is that English sometimes uses were in special sentences, like, if I were you. This is advanced usage. You do not need to worry about it now. Focus on real-life past clarity first. Remember this simple guide. One person or thing in the past uses was. More than one uses were. You always uses were. That is enough. Truly, you do not need fear. You do not need stress. You need awareness and practice. English grammar is not a trap. It is a pattern. Once you see the pattern, confusion disappears. When was and were become clear, your past stories become smoother. Your confidence grows. Your English sounds more natural. This chapter is not just about grammar, it is about time. And when you can speak about the past with clarity, English becomes a language you control, not a language you fear. The confusion ends here. Chapter 39. An. The articles made human and confusion. For many English learners, an, and. The feel like tiny words with huge problems. You hear them everywhere, but you are never fully sure when to use them. You may feel that even native speakers use them without logic. You may think articles are just rules you must memorize. This chapter is here to change that feeling completely. Articles are not rules first. Articles are feelings. When you feel them, they become natural. When they become natural, confusion disappears. Let us start with a very important truth. Articles do not change meaning in a dramatic way. They do not stop communication. If you say, I bought phone instead of I bought a phone, people still understand you. So relax. Articles are not here to punish you. They are here to make English sound smoother and more human. You can learn them without fear. Articles answer one simple human question. Am I talking about something new or something known? That is the heart of articles. Everything else grows from this idea. Let us talk about a and an first. These two words are almost the same. They are used when you talk about one thing and that thing is not specific yet. It is new to the listener. It is not special. It is just one example. I bought a phone. She saw a dog. In these sentences, the listener does not know which phone or which dog. That is okay. The speaker is not trying to be specific. They are simply introducing something for the first time. Now, what about a and an? The difference between them is not grammar, it is sound. English cares about how words sound, not how they are written. If the next word starts with a vowel sound, English uses an. If it starts with a consonant sound, English uses a. A book, a car, an apple, an idea. Do not think about letters, think about sound. That is why we say an hour, because hour starts with a vowel sound, even though it begins with the letter H. This is not something to memorize deeply now, just listen and notice. Your ear will learn it naturally. Now let us talk about the. This is where learners feel the most fear. The is used when both the speaker and the listener know what is being talked about. The thing is not new, it is already clear. It is already in the situation. I bought a phone. The phone is very good. In the first sentence, the phone is new, so we use a. In the second sentence, the phone is now known, so we use the. This is not a rule to memorize, it is a story. First you meet something, then you talk about it again. This is why articles are human. They follow conversation, not grammar tables. Another example. There is a shop near my house. The shop opens early. The first time the shop is new. The second time the shop is known. English uses articles to guide the listener gently. Many beginners think the means important. That is not always true. The means we both know which one. Close the door. Which door? The one we can see. The one in the room. It is clear to both people. Now here is something very important and very calming. Sometimes English uses no article at all. This happens when you talk about things in general. I like tea. Children learn fast. Here you are not talking about one tea or specific children, you are talking about the idea in general. English feels complete without an article here. This is why articles feel confusing. Sometimes they are there, sometimes they are not. But there is always meaning behind the choice. Articles also appear naturally in daily life. I am looking for a job. The job market is hard. Again, first time is a general or known idea becomes the. Many beginners try to translate articles from their own language. This creates stress. Do not translate. Feel the situation instead. Ask yourself gently, is this new? Is this known? Is this general? Your answer guides the article. Let us talk about a very common fear. Learners think they must use articles perfectly to sound fluent. This is not true. Many advanced speakers still make article mistakes. Even native speakers sometimes change articles for style. Communication never stops. If you say, I went to market, people understand you. With time, it becomes, I went to the market. Growth happens naturally. Another helpful way to learn articles is through listening, not studying. Listen to how people introduce things. I saw a movie. The movie was interesting. This pattern appears everywhere. Movies, books, people, places. Once you notice it, articles stop feeling random. Articles are also emotional. They guide attention. This is a problem. This is the problem. The first sentence says there are many problems. The second says this one matters now. English uses articles to focus attention, not to confuse learners. A very good practice is describing your surroundings. There is a table. The table is near the window. Say these sentences slowly. Let the meaning guide you. Another strong practice is storytelling. I met a man. The man was kind. Simple, human, clear. Do not rush articles. They grow with exposure. Your job is not to master them immediately. Your job is to notice them without fear. Remember this gentle guide. Use a or an when something is new or not specific. Use the when something is known or clear. Use no article when speaking in general. That is enough to move forward. Articles are not enemies. They are signs. They guide your listener through your story. When you stop fighting them and start feeling them, English becomes smoother. Your sentences breathe. Your confidence grows. This chapter is not about memorizing rules. It is about understanding how humans introduce and share ideas. And once you feel that a, an, and the stop being a problem forever. Chapter 40. Prepositions without memorizing. In, on, at, real situations. For many English learners, prepositions feel like the most frustrating part of grammar. Words like in, on, and at look very small, but they create big confusion. Learners often ask, why is it in English but on Monday? Or why at night but in the morning? This chapter exists to free you from memorizing lists and rules that do not stay in your mind. Prepositions are not about memory. They are about how humans see space, time, and position. When you understand that feeling, prepositions start making sense naturally. Let us begin with a calm truth. Native speakers do not memorize prepositions. They feel them. They imagine situations, places, and moments, and the correct word comes naturally. Your goal is the same. You do not need to become perfect. You need to become comfortable. Prepositions like in, on, and at help English answer one simple question. Where or when is something happening? That is all. They give location and time a shape. English likes to imagine things in different sizes. Big spaces, medium surfaces, small points. This idea will guide you. Let us start with in. English uses in when it feels like something is inside a space or inside a period of time. The space can be real or imaginary. I am in the room. She lives in the city. The room feels like a box. The city feels like a big area. You are inside it. That is why in feels right. Now think about time. I study in the morning. I was born in 2000. The morning is a period of time. The year is a long time container. You are inside that time. English feels in here naturally. You can see that in is not random. It is about being surrounded, whether by walls or by time. Now let us talk about on. English uses on when something touches a surface or feels like it is attached to a line or a flat idea. The book is on the table. The phone is on the bed. The table and the bed are surfaces. The object touches them. English sees this clearly. Now think about time again. I work on Monday. My exam is on Friday. Days feel like points on a calendar line. English imagines them like surfaces you step on. That is why on feels natural with days. Now let us talk about at. This is where beginners feel the most confusion. At is used when English wants to show a specific point, a small place, a clear moment. I am at the door. She is at school. You are not thinking about inside the building or the size of the place. You are thinking about the location as a point. That is why at feels correct. Now look at time. I wake up at 7. The class starts at night. 7 is a point on the clock. Night is seen as a specific time, not a long period like morning or year. English uses at for precision. Do not try to turn this into rules. Instead, imagine pictures. Is it a big space or long time? In feels right. Is it a surface or a day? On feels right. Is it a point or exact moment? At feels right. Let us look at daily life examples, because real situations teach better than rules. I am in my room. I am on my chair. I am at my desk. All three sentences are correct, but the feeling changes. The room surrounds you. The chair supports you. The desk is your position point. English uses prepositions to show this difference. Many beginners panic when they see sentences like at home instead of in home. The reason is feeling, not logic. Home is not treated like a building here. It is treated like a point of comfort and location. English says at home naturally. With exposure, this becomes automatic. Another calming truth is this. Prepositions are not always logical. They are cultural habits. That means exposure is more important than explanation. The more you listen, the more natural they feel. If you say, I am in school instead of I am at school, people still understand you. Communication continues. Over time, your ear adjusts. A very powerful way to learn prepositions without memorizing is observation. Look around you and describe your environment. I am in the house. The keys are on the table. My bag is at the door. Say these sentences slowly. Feel the space. Let the image guide the word. Another powerful practice is daily routine speaking. I wake up at 6. I study in the morning. I work on weekdays. This practice repeats naturally every day. Repetition builds confidence. Many learners make the mistake of trying to correct themselves every time. This creates fear. Fear blocks fluency. Allow yourself to speak first. Correction comes later. Remember, prepositions do not carry meaning alone. The sentence carries meaning. Prepositions only refine it. Even advanced speakers sometimes pause with prepositions. That is normal. Here is the most important mindset shift. Do not ask which preposition is correct. Ask, how do I see this situation? Your answer guides the word. Big area or long time, surface or day. exact point or moment. That feeling is enough to move forward. Prepositions are not enemies, they are guides. They help your listener imagine where and when things happen. You do not need perfection, you need comfort. When you stop memorizing and start imagining, in, on, and at stop confusing you, they start working for you. This chapter is not about rules. It is about perspective. And when your perspective becomes clear, English becomes lighter, smoother, and more natural, one real situation at a time. Chapter 41, and but, or joining thoughts. When you first start speaking English, your sentences are short. One idea, one sentence. This is good. This is how confidence begins. But as you grow, you naturally want to say more. You want to add another idea. You want to explain contrast. You want to give a choice. This is where connecting words become powerful. Words like and, but, and or help you speak longer without making English difficult. They are simple words, but they open the door to natural conversation. Many beginners think speaking longer means using complicated grammar. That belief creates fear. In reality, native speakers often speak longer by connecting very simple sentences. They do not jump to complex structures. They use small connectors again and again. And, but, and or are the most important of these connectors. When you master them, your English starts flowing. Let us begin with and. The word and is friendly. It adds information. It joins two ideas that feel comfortable together. When you say and, you are telling the listener, there is more. I wake up early and I go to work. I like tea and I like coffee. These sentences are simple, but they already sound natural. You are not rushing, you are building meaning step by step. And is often the first connector learners use, and that is perfectly okay. Even native speakers use and a lot. There is no rule saying you should stop using it. The key is to use it clearly, not endlessly. I was tired and I went home and I slept and I felt better. This sentence is understandable, but it feels heavy. A better way is to slow down and break it gently. I was tired and I went home. I slept and I felt better. You are still using and, but you are respecting clarity. Now let us talk about but. The word but is very powerful because it shows contrast. It shows that something is different from what you expect. When you use but, your sentence becomes more interesting. I want to go, but I am busy. He is tired, but he is happy. These sentences feel real because life is full of contrast. We want one thing, but reality gives another. But helps you express this naturally. Many beginners are afraid of but because they think it sounds negative. It is not negative, it is honest. It helps balance ideas. I am learning English, but it is not easy. This sentence is not weak, it is real. Real language is honest. Using but also helps you correct yourself politely. I like coffee, but today I prefer tea. This sounds smooth and confident. You are guiding the listener gently. Now let us talk about or. The word or gives choice. It shows options. It is used when you are not sure or when you want to offer alternatives. Do you want tea or coffee? We can go now or later. These sentences are extremely common in daily life. When you can use or naturally, conversations become interactive. Or is also useful when you are thinking while speaking. I will call you today or tomorrow. This shows flexibility. It shows natural thinking. Many beginners think connectors must join long sentences. That is not true. They work best with short, clear ideas. I work during the day and I study at night. I want to help, but I need time. You can sit here or there. These sentences are clean and easy to understand. Another important thing to understand is that you do not need commas or punctuation perfection when speaking. Focus on pauses. Pause slightly before and, but, or. Your voice does the work. When you speak too fast, connectors feel confusing. When you slow down, they feel natural. Connecting ideas also helps you tell small stories. Yesterday I was tired, but I finished my work and I felt proud. This is a complete mini story. No complex grammar, just simple connectors. Many learners believe they must avoid repeating and. This is not necessary. Repetition is natural in spoken English. What matters is rhythm and clarity. Another powerful use of connectors is expressing feelings. I am nervous, but I am excited. I was sad, but I learned something. These sentences feel human. They show growth and emotion. A very useful practice is daily speaking with connectors. Describe your day using and, but, and or. I woke up early and I went to work, but I felt tired. I wanted to study, but I had no time, so I will study tomorrow. You are not memorizing grammar. You are speaking your life. Another practice is choice questions. Do you want to eat now or later? Should we stay or leave? These questions appear everywhere in real conversation. Many beginners worry about making mistakes while connecting ideas. Remember, connection matters more than correctness. If you say, I go home and I sleep, but I tired, the listener understands you. With time, this becomes smoother. Fluency grows when you allow yourself to connect ideas freely. Connecting words are bridges. They help your listener walk with you from one idea to the next. Without them, English feels broken. With them, English feels like a journey. Do not try to speak perfectly. Try to speak connected. One idea, add another with and. Show contrast with but. Give choice with or. That is enough to speak longer naturally. This chapter is not about making English complex. It is about making English flow. And when your ideas start flowing together, your confidence follows, one connected thought at a time. Chapter 42. Because, although, so, natural logic. When your English starts growing, something important happens. You no longer want to say only what happened. You want to explain why it happened. You want to show contrast. You want to show results. This is where your thinking meets your speaking. Words like because, although, and so help you express logic in a natural, human way. They allow your listener to follow your thinking easily, without effort. This chapter is about making your English logical, smooth, and real, without turning it into a grammar problem. Many beginners feel scared when they hear words like although. They think it sounds advanced. They think logic words make sentences long and difficult. The truth is very simple. These words already exist in your thinking. You use them every day in your own language. English is only giving you simple tools to connect ideas the way humans naturally think. Let us begin with because. Because is the most honest logic word in English. It answers one simple question: why? When you use because, you are opening your thinking to the listener. You are not just giving information, you are giving reason. I stayed at home because I was tired. She is happy because she passed the test. These sentences feel complete. Without because, the listener might wonder why. With because, everything becomes clear. This is why because is so powerful for beginners. It removes confusion. Many learners think they must give long reasons after because. This is not true. A small reason is enough. I am late because traffic was heavy. I am studying because I want to improve. Simple reasons feel natural. English prefers clarity over complexity. Now let us talk about so. So works differently from because. While because gives the reason, so gives the result. It shows what happened after something else. I was tired, so I went to bed early. It was raining, so we stayed inside. You can feel the flow. First one thing happens, so another thing follows. This is how people tell stories in real life. They explain events in order. Many beginners mix because and so in one sentence. This is very common. I stayed at home because it was raining, so I watched TV. The meaning is clear, but the sentence feels heavy. For now, choose one connector. Either explain the reason or explain the result. One is enough. I stayed at home because it was raining. It was raining, so I stayed at home. Both are correct. Both are natural. Choose the one that feels easier. Now let us move to although. This word often scares learners, but it should not. Although is simply a polite way to say but. It shows contrast. It shows that two ideas are different, but both are true. I was tired, although I finished my work. She is young, although she is very responsible. These sentences show balance. Life is not black and white. Although helps you express that balance calmly. You do not need to use although often. Even using it sometimes makes your English sound thoughtful. It is especially useful when you want to show effort or strength. I was nervous, although I tried my best. This sentence feels human. It feels honest. Many beginners worry about sentence order with although. Do not worry. English is flexible. Although I was tired, I kept working. I kept working, although I was tired. Both sound natural in spoken English. Choose the structure that feels easier for you. Now let us look at how these three words work together to create natural logic in speaking. They help you explain life clearly. I am learning English because I want a better future. I practice every day, so I feel more confident. Although it is difficult, I do not give up. These sentences together create a powerful message. No complex grammar, only clear thinking. Logic words are very useful in daily conversations. Why are you studying so late? Because I have an exam. Why did you leave early? So I could rest. These short answers are completely natural. You do not need full sentences every time. Logic words also help you express emotions better. I am happy because you are here. I was sad, although I understood the reason. You are not just saying how you feel, you are explaining it. A very important thing to remember is that you do not need to sound perfect. If you say, I tired because work people still understand you. Over time, this becomes, I am tired because of work, or I am tired because I worked. Growth happens naturally through use. Do not stop speaking to fix grammar in your head. Speak first, correct later. Another powerful practice is daily reflection using logic words. I felt good today because I helped someone. I was busy, so I could not study. Although the day was hard, I learned something. This kind of practice connects English to your real thinking. That connection makes language strong. Many learners try to memorize rules for connectors. This creates stress. Instead, listen to real English. Notice how often people use because and so. Notice how gently although appears. Logic words are not decorations. They are bridges. They help your listener cross from one idea to another without falling. When you use these words, your English becomes more than sentences. It becomes explanation. It becomes reasoning. It becomes conversation. Remember this simple guide. Use because to explain why. Use so to show result. Use although to show contrast. That is enough to speak logically. You do not need complex structures. You need clear thinking. And when your thinking becomes clear in English, your speaking becomes confident, calm, and natural, one logical connection at a time. Chapter 43. When, while, after, time connection. As your English grows, you naturally want to talk about when things happen, not just what happens. Life is a flow of moments. One thing happens first, another happens at the same time, and something else happens later. English has very simple words to connect these moments. When, while, and after help you organize time in your sentences so your listener can follow your story easily. These words are not advanced grammar. They are everyday tools for clear thinking and natural speaking. Many beginners feel nervous about time connectors because they think they must change tenses perfectly or build long sentences. That fear is unnecessary. Time connection is about sequence and feeling, not perfection. When you understand the idea behind each word, the sentence builds itself. English wants you to guide the listener gently through time, not impress them with complex structures. Let us start with when. The word when is very friendly. It connects two moments and shows that one happens at a specific time related to another. When often feels like at the time that. It is used constantly in daily speech because people like to explain situations simply. I was happy when I saw you. I called my friend when I arrived. In these sentences, when acts like a bridge. It connects an action with the moment it happened. You are not explaining grammar. You are explaining life. This is why when is so powerful for beginners. It feels natural and flexible. You can use when with the past, present, or future without stress. I feel calm when I listen to music. I will call you when I reach home. You do not need to overthink. Focus on meaning. One action happens, and when shows the time connection. Now let us talk about while. The word while is used when two things happen at the same time. It shows overlap. It shows that one action continues as another happens. This idea exists clearly in your mind already. English simply gives it a word. I was cooking while he was cleaning. She listened to music while she studied. You can feel the picture. Two actions happening together. That feeling is the key. You do not need to analyze tenses deeply right now. Just notice the overlap. While tells the listener to imagine two things happening side by side. Many beginners confuse when and while. The difference is gentle. When often focuses on a moment, while focuses on duration. One is like a point, the other is like a line. Do not turn this into a rule to memorize. Let the image guide you. I smiled when you spoke. This feels like a moment. I smiled while you were speaking. This feels like a longer time. Both are correct. They simply show different feelings of time. Now let us talk about after. The word after is very clear and calm. It shows order. One thing finishes, then another thing begins. There is no overlap. There is sequence. I slept after I finished my work. We talked after dinner. These sentences feel logical because life follows order. After helps you show that order without explaining too much. After is very useful for daily routine and storytelling. I went home after work. I studied after lunch. You do not need long sentences. After does the work for you. Many beginners think they must change grammar heavily after these words. That fear comes from overthinking. English does not want complexity, it wants clarity. If your sentence shows time clearly, communication succeeds. You can even use these words in very simple ways. When I wake up, I drink water. While I wait, I read. After I eat, I rest. These sentences are short, clear, and very natural. Native speakers use them daily. Time connectors are especially helpful for storytelling. They help your listener imagine the order of events. Yesterday, I felt tired when I came home. I rested while the rain was falling. After I slept, I felt better. This is a small story. It flows smoothly because time is clear. Another powerful use of when, while, and after is explaining habits. I feel good when I exercise. I learn better while I practice daily. I relax after work. These sentences connect time with feeling. They make your English sound thoughtful and real. Many learners worry about making mistakes with these connectors. Remember, even if the tense is not perfect, meaning usually stays clear. I happy when you come. This is not perfect, but the listener understands. With time and exposure, it becomes, I am happy when you come. Growth is natural. Do not stop speaking to fix grammar in your head. Speak first, adjust later. A very helpful practice is daily reflection using time connectors. When I woke up today, I felt tired. While I was working, I learned something new. After I finished, I felt proud. This practice connects English to your real day. Real experiences make learning strong. Another simple practice is planning. When I finish this lesson, I will practice. While I study, I will focus. After class, I will rest. You are not memorizing grammar. You are speaking your intentions. Time connectors also help in conversations. What were you doing when I called? I was eating. What did you do after work? I went home. These questions and answers appear everywhere in real English. When you can use them comfortably, conversations feel easy. Remember, when, while, and after are not special grammar tools. They are natural thinking tools. They help you show sequence, overlap, and order. If you remember only this, it is enough. When connects moments. While shows things happening together. After shows what comes next. That is all you need to move forward. Do not aim for perfection, aim for clarity. When your listener understands when something happened, while something else was happening, and after it ended, your English is doing its job. And when time flows clearly in your sentences, your confidence flows with it, one connected moment at a time. Chapter 44. If sentences very basic, real-life conditions. In daily life, we are always thinking about conditions. We think about what will happen if something changes. We think about results before we act. We say things like, if it rains, I will stay home. Or, if I have time, I will call you. This kind of thinking is natural for every human being. English does not invent this thinking. English simply gives it a clear and simple word. That word is if. When beginners hear if sentences, they often feel scared, as if this topic is difficult and advanced. The truth is very different. Basic if sentences are some of the most natural and useful sentences in real-life English. An if sentence is not a grammar trick. It is a way to talk about real situations. It connects a condition with a result. One part shows the condition, and the other part shows what happens because of that condition. This happens in your mind every day, even without language. English just puts it into words. Let us start with the feeling of if. The word if means in this situation, or when this thing happens. It does not mean the situation is fake. It often talks about real and possible situations. If I finish my work, I will rest. If it rains, I will stay at home. These sentences are not imaginary. They are realistic. They talk about things that can truly happen. That is why basic if sentences are perfect for beginners. They describe real life. In basic English, an if sentence usually has two parts. The first part starts with if. The second part shows the result. You do not need to worry about names like first conditional. Those names are not important for speaking. What matters is understanding the flow. If I wake up early, I go for a walk. If she studies daily, she improves. These sentences talk about general truth or habit. They show that one action regularly leads to another. This kind of if sentence is very common in advice and daily talk. Another very common pattern is talking about future results. If I have time, I will call you. If he comes early, we will start. These sentences feel natural because they match how life works. The future is not fixed, it depends on conditions. English uses if to show that dependency. Many beginners think they must use difficult grammar in if sentences. This fear is unnecessary. In very basic if sentences, you only need clear ideas and simple verbs. Even if the tense is not perfect, the meaning is usually clear. If you come late, I angry. This sentence is not perfect, but the idea is clear. With time, it becomes, if you come late, I will be angry. Improvement happens naturally through exposure and use. One very important thing to understand is that if does not mean maybe only. Sometimes it talks about things that often happen. If I eat too much, I feel sick. This is a general truth. It happens again and again. English uses if to express this easily. If sentences are also very useful for giving advice. If you want to improve, practice daily. If you feel tired, take a break. These sentences sound calm and helpful. They are used by teachers, parents, and friends. They do not sound rude. They sound caring. Another beautiful thing about if sentences is that they help you speak longer naturally. You are not stuck with one short sentence. You can connect, cause, and effect. I am happy if I see progress. I feel nervous if I speak fast. Now your English is not just describing, it is explaining. Many beginners worry about sentence order. The good news is that English is flexible here. If I finish early, I will help you. I will help you if I finish early. Both sentences are correct. Both are used in real speech. Choose the order that feels easier for you. English does not punish you for choosing one over the other. If sentences are also very common in daily conversation. What will you do if it rains? I will stay home. What happens if you miss the bus? I am late. These questions and answers are everywhere. When you understand basic if sentences, conversations feel easier and more natural. Another important thing is tone. If sentences are not threats, they are explanations. If you study, you will pass. This is not pressure, it is logic. If you say this calmly, it sounds supportive, not strict. A very powerful practice for beginners is using if with daily routine. If I wake up late, I feel rushed. If I drink water, I feel better. This practice connects English directly to your body and life. That connection makes language strong. You can also use if sentences in self-talk. If I make mistakes, I will learn. If I practice slowly, I will improve. These sentences are not just English practice, they are confidence builders. Many learners stop themselves from speaking because they are afraid of wrong grammar. Remember this clearly. Communication comes first, perfection comes later. Even simple if sentences with small mistakes still communicate meaning. English is very forgiving with if sentences because the logic is clear. Another reason if sentences are powerful is that they help you plan. If I finish this chapter, I will take a break. If I understand this, I will move on. You are using English to organize your life, not just learn rules. Do not try to learn all types of if sentences at once. That creates confusion. For now, stay with real, possible situations. That is more than enough. Remember this simple idea. If shows a condition, the other part shows the result. That is all. You do not need fear, you do not need memorization. You need real-life thinking. When you start using if sentences naturally, your English becomes logical, flexible, and confident. You are no longer only speaking about now, you are speaking about possibilities. And when you can speak about possibilities in English, you are thinking in English. That is real progress, one condition at a time. Chapter 45, Simple Story Grammar. Speaking in flow. At some point in your English journey, you stop wanting to answer with only short sentences. You want to explain. You want to share something that happened. You want to tell a small story. This is a very important moment, because storytelling is where language becomes alive. Simple story grammar is not about writing novels or using difficult words. It is about speaking in a smooth flow so the listener can follow you without effort. This chapter will help you understand how real people tell simple stories in English, using easy grammar and clear order. Many beginners believe storytelling needs advanced English. They think they must know many tenses, many connectors, and many new words. Because of this belief, they stay silent. The truth is very different. Most real-life stories are simple. They follow a natural human pattern. First something happens, then something else happens, then the story ends. English does not want perfection. English wants clarity. Simple story grammar starts with time. A listener needs to know when the story happened. You do not need a long introduction. One small time phrase is enough. Yesterday, last week. One day. These small openings prepare the listener's mind. They say, I am about to tell you something. This is the first step to speaking in flow. After time, you talk about the situation. What was happening? Where were you? How did you feel? Yesterday, I was very tired. Last week, I was at work. These sentences set the scene. They are calm, they are slow, they help the listener enter your story. Now comes the action. What did you do? What happened next? This is where past simple becomes useful, but you do not need to think about grammar names, you just talk about finished actions. I came home late. I met a friend. I started working. These sentences are short, but together they create movement. This is how stories flow, not one long sentence, but many clear steps. One common mistake beginners make is trying to say everything in one sentence. This breaks flow and creates confusion. Real storytelling is like walking, one step at a time. Instead of saying, yesterday I went to market and met friend and talked and came home, say it like this. Yesterday I went to the market. I met a friend. We talked for some time, then I came home. This sounds natural. This sounds confident. This is real spoken English. Another important part of simple story grammar is feelings. Stories are not only about actions, they are about emotions. You do not need advanced vocabulary to express feelings. Simple words are enough. I felt happy. I was nervous. I felt tired. These sentences make your story human. Without feelings, stories sound empty. With feelings, stories connect. You can also show change of feeling. At first I was nervous. Then I felt relaxed. This kind of sentence makes your story more interesting, even with simple English. Connecting words help your story flow smoothly. You already learned words like and, but, so, when, after. In stories, these words act like bridges. They help the listener move from one moment to the next. I was tired, so I went home. I met him, and we talked. I felt better after I rested. Do not try to use many connectors at once. One connector at a time is enough. Flow comes from clarity, not complexity. Another key idea in simple story grammar is order. English stories usually follow time order. First, then, after that, finally. You do not need to say these words every time, but your sentences should follow this logic. I woke up early. I went to work. I finished my tasks. I came home. This order helps the listener follow easily. When order is clear, grammar mistakes matter less. Many beginners worry about making tense mistakes in stories. Remember this clearly. If your listener understands the order and the main actions, your story is successful. Grammar improves with time. Silence stops improvement. Even if you say, "Yesterday I go to work," the listener understands. With practice, it becomes, "Yesterday I went to work." This correction happens naturally through exposure and use. Simple stories are also very useful in conversations. People often ask questions like, "What did you do yesterday? How was your day?" These questions invite a small story. You do not need to answer with one word. You can answer with a few sentences. My day was busy. I worked a lot. I felt tired, but I learned something. This answer sounds natural and confident. A very good practice for storytelling is daily reflection. At night, think about one small event from your day and tell it to yourself in English. Today, I woke up late. I rushed to work. I felt stressed. After work, I rested. This practice builds flow quietly. You are not studying, you are speaking. Another powerful practice is retelling. Take a simple event and tell it again with small changes. Yesterday, I met a friend. We talked. I felt happy. Say it again slowly. Each time, your flow improves. Story grammar also helps you explain problems. I had a problem. I felt confused. Then I asked for help. Finally, I understood. This kind of storytelling is very useful at work and in learning situations. Remember, stories do not need to be long. A few clear sentences are enough. Real-life stories are often short. Do not try to impress. Try to connect. Flow does not come from difficult grammar. Flow comes from calm thinking and clear order. Time, situation, action, feeling, end. This simple structure is inside every good story. When you follow this structure, your English naturally flows. Your listener stays with you. Your confidence grows. Simple story grammar is not a special skill, it is a human skill, now expressed in English. And when you can tell simple stories smoothly, English stops being something you study and starts becoming something you use, one clear story at a time. Chapter 46. Spoken Grammar versus Book Grammar. What natives really say. At some point in learning English, many beginners feel confused for a very honest reason. What they read in books does not always match what they hear in real life. The sentences in textbooks feel long, careful, and complete. But when native speakers talk, their English sounds shorter, faster, and sometimes incorrect according to the book. This gap makes learners nervous. They start thinking, am I learning the wrong English? This chapter exists to calm that fear and show you a powerful truth. Spoken English and book English are not enemies. They serve different purposes, and once you understand this difference, your confidence will grow naturally. Book grammar is designed to teach structure. It shows full sentences. It explains rules clearly. This is helpful in the beginning because it gives your brain order. But spoken grammar is designed for communication. It is shaped by speed, emotion, and real situations. Native speakers are not trying to be perfect when they talk. They are trying to be understood quickly and comfortably. That is why spoken English often sounds simpler and more relaxed than textbook English. In real conversations, people do not always speak in full sentences. They often drop words that feel unnecessary because the meaning is already clear. For example, a book might teach you to say, "Are you coming with us?" But in real life, you will often hear, "You coming?" This is not bad English, it is natural spoken English. The speaker trusts the listener to understand the missing words. Another common difference is repetition and pauses. Book grammar avoids repetition. Spoken grammar uses it all the time. Native speakers repeat words to think, to feel, and to stay connected. So, yeah, I was like, really tired, really tired. This sentence would never appear in a grammar book, but it sounds very human. Spoken grammar allows space for thinking. It allows emotion to enter the sentence. Spoken English also uses contractions almost all the time. In books you might see do not, cannot, and I am. In real speech you hear don't, can't, and I am life. This is not lazy English, it is comfortable English. When you try to speak without contractions, your English can sound stiff and unnatural. I do not understand is correct, but I don't understand is what people usually say. Learning spoken grammar means allowing yourself to sound relaxed, not robotic. Another big difference is sentence length. Book grammar likes long, complete sentences with clear structure. Spoken grammar prefers short chunks. Native speakers often break ideas into pieces. Instead of saying, I went to the market because I needed some groceries, and then I came back home, a native speaker might say, I went to the market, needed some stuff, then I came back. The grammar is not perfect on paper, but the meaning is perfectly clear. Spoken grammar values flow over form. Spoken English also uses simple words more often than textbooks suggest. Beginners sometimes think native speakers use difficult vocabulary all the time. In reality, native speakers choose easy words because they want speed and clarity. They say help, not assist. They say start, not commence. They say fix, not repair, in casual talk. Book grammar teaches you options. Spoken grammar teaches you preference. Another important difference is how questions are formed. In books, you learn full question forms like, do you want to come with me? In real life, you often hear, wanna come, or you wanna come. And this does not mean you should forget book grammar. Book grammar builds your foundation. Spoken grammar builds your confidence. You need both, but you should not judge real speech using book rules. Native speakers also break grammar rules when emotions are strong. They speak faster, they skip words, they change structure. So happy to see you, can't believe it. These are not full sentences, but they are full messages. Spoken grammar allows emotion to lead. Many beginners stop speaking because they are afraid of sounding wrong. They try to build perfect book sentences in their head while speaking. This creates silence. Silence is the real enemy of fluency. Native speakers do not plan grammar before speaking. They trust the listener and let language flow. This does not mean grammar does not matter, it means grammar serves communication, not the other way around. Another key point is that spoken grammar depends on situation. With friends, speech is relaxed. At work or in formal situations, speech becomes more careful. Native speakers naturally change their grammar style depending on who they are talking to. This is normal and human. You do not need to choose one type forever. You simply need to recognize the difference. When you are learning, start with book grammar to understand structure. Then slowly allow spoken grammar into your speech. Allow contractions. Allow short sentences. Allow pauses. Allow yourself to sound human. A very helpful practice is listening without judging. When you hear native speakers, do not ask, "Is this grammatically correct?" Ask, "Do I understand?" If you understand, the grammar is working. Another powerful practice is imitation. Repeat how people actually speak, not how books write. Say short sentences. Use natural rhythm. Do not force perfection. For example, instead of saying, "I am going to go and take a rest because I am feeling tired," try, "I'm tired, gonna rest." This is spoken English. This is confidence. Remember something very important. Native speakers learned English by listening, not by studying grammar books. You are now doing the same. Book grammar gave you the map. Spoken grammar is the road. Do not feel guilty for sounding simple. Simple English is strong English. When you accept spoken grammar, your fear reduces. Your speed increases. Your confidence grows. You stop translating. You start reacting. That is what it means to speak like a human. Book grammar teaches you correctness. Spoken grammar teaches you connection. You do not have to choose one, you just have to know when to use which. And when you allow yourself to speak naturally, English stops feeling like a subject and starts feeling like a voice. Chapter 47. Common Spoken Patterns. Everyday English. When you listen to real English conversations, you start noticing something interesting. Native speakers do not create new sentences every time they speak. They reuse familiar patterns again and again. These patterns are like ready-made roads in the brain. Because of them, speech becomes fast, natural, and confident. This is why learning common spoken patterns is one of the smartest things a beginner can do. You are not memorizing grammar rules. You are learning how English actually moves in daily life. Spoken patterns are short, flexible sentence shapes that people use without thinking. They are not special phrases from books. They are everyday language tools. When you learn these patterns, you stop building sentences from zero every time. Instead, you slightly change a pattern and speak smoothly. This is exactly how native speakers talk. One very common spoken pattern is starting with "I think" native speakers. Use this pattern all the time because it feels soft and natural. It gives them time to think and makes the sentence sound polite. I think it's good. I think I will go home. I think she is busy. This pattern is powerful because it removes pressure. You are not stating a hard fact. You are sharing a thought. Beginners feel more confident using it. Another extremely common spoken pattern is "I feel like." This pattern is used to talk about emotions, opinions, and plans in a relaxed way. I feel like eating. I feel like it's late. I feel like staying home today. This pattern sounds very human. It does not sound like grammar. It sounds like real life. Native speakers also use kind of and sort of very often. These words soften sentences. They show uncertainty or gentleness. I'm kind of tired. It's sort of difficult. These patterns are important because real spoken English is not always strong and direct. It is often soft and flexible. Another common pattern is using gonna, wanna, and gotta in speech. In books, you learn going to, want to, and have to. In real speech, these become shorter. I'm gonna call him. I wanna learn English. I gotta go now. These forms are not used in formal writing, but they are everywhere in spoken English. When you understand them, listening becomes much easier. Native speakers also use patterns to react quickly. That's true, that makes sense. I don't think so. These short reactions keep conversations alive. They show listening and understanding. You do not need long sentences to participate in a conversation. These patterns give you confidence to respond quickly. Another very important spoken pattern is starting sentences with so low. This word is used constantly in real conversations. It helps speakers organize thoughts and move forward. So, what do you think? So I went home. So the problem is. This pattern is not taught much in books, but it is essential for spoken flow. Native speakers also use you know very often. This phrase helps them think and connect with the listener. It's hard, you know. I was tired, you know. This does not add new meaning, but it adds humanity. It makes speech sound natural, not robotic. Another common pattern is leaving sentences incomplete because the meaning is obvious. Coming, ready, finished. These are not full sentences, but in spoken English they are completely normal. The situation gives meaning. Spoken English also loves repetition for emphasis.
Editor. I was really, really happy. It was very, very cold.
Books may avoid repetition, but spoken English uses it freely. Another everyday pattern is it's like. This phrase is used to explain feelings, situations, or examples. It's like too much work. It's like I don't have time. This pattern helps speakers explain things without sounding formal. Native speakers also use patterns to show time casually. Just now, a bit later, in a minute. These phrases are flexible and common. They make your English sound relaxed. A big mistake beginners make is trying to speak perfectly instead of naturally. They avoid these patterns because they think they are wrong. In reality, avoiding them makes your English sound stiff and unnatural. Remember this clearly. Spoken patterns are not bad grammar. They are living grammar. You do not need to learn all patterns at once. Start with a few and use them daily.
I think. I feel like. I'm gonna.
Use these in your self-talk. Use them when speaking to others. Slowly, your brain starts recognizing English as something familiar, not something foreign. Listening practice is very important here. When you watch videos, movies, or interviews, listen for patterns, not individual words. You will notice the same shapes again and again. This repetition builds confidence automatically. Another helpful practice is shadowing. Repeat spoken patterns exactly as you hear them. Do not change them to book grammar. Copy the sound, rhythm, and structure. For example, repeat, I'm gonna try instead of I am going to try. This trains your spoken English muscle. Common spoken patterns also help you stop translating. When you have ready-made English patterns in your mind, you think less and speak more. This is the real secret of fluency, not knowing everything, but having enough patterns to move forward. Spoken English is not about sounding smart. It is about sounding real. When you start using common spoken patterns, people understand you more easily. Conversations feel smoother. You feel relaxed. And most importantly, English starts feeling like a language you use, not a subject you study. That is when everyday English becomes your English. Chapter 48, Mistakes That Don't Matter. Confidence Built. One of the biggest reasons people stop speaking English is not grammar. It is fear. Fear of sounding wrong. Fear of making mistakes. Fear of being judged. This fear becomes so heavy that learners choose silence instead of imperfect speech. This chapter is here to remove that fear gently and honestly. You need to understand a very important truth from the beginning. Many mistakes in English do not matter at all. They do not stop communication, they do not block understanding, and they do not make you a bad speaker. Native speakers make mistakes every single day. They forget words, they change sentences halfway, they correct themselves, they use wrong grammar when speaking fast, yet communication still happens. Why? Because meaning matters more than form. English is a tool for connection, not a test paper. When your message is clear, most mistakes become invisible. Let us talk about the kinds of mistakes that truly do not matter. One very common mistake is tense confusion. A beginner might say, "Yesterday I go to market," instead of "Yesterday I went to the market." Is it perfect? No. Is it understandable? Yes. The word yesterday already tells the listener the time. The brain of the listener automatically understands the meaning. Communication succeeds. This kind of mistake does not stop conversation, so it should not stop you from speaking. Another mistake that does not matter much is missing small words. Articles like an, the are very difficult for beginners. Many learners worry too much about them. They say things like, I go to office instead of I go to the office. Native speakers still understand. The meaning is clear. With time, articles improve naturally. Silence, however, improves nothing. Word order mistakes also happen a lot. A learner might say, I very like this instead of I like this very much. Again, the feeling is clear. The listener understands that you like something. The grammar can be fixed later. Confidence cannot be built if you do not speak. Pronunciation mistakes are another big fear. Many beginners think they must sound perfect. The truth is, accents are normal. Mispronouncing a word does not mean you are wrong, it means you are learning. Even native speakers pronounce words differently depending on region. As long as your pronunciation is understandable, it is good enough for communication. Another mistake that does not matter is pausing while speaking. Beginners think they must speak smoothly like a native speaker. This is unrealistic. Pauses are human. Pauses show thinking. Pauses show honesty. Native speakers pause all the time. They say, or stop for a moment. This is part of spoken English, not a failure. Repeating yourself is also not a problem. Beginners often apologize for repeating words. In real speech, repetition is normal. It helps clarify meaning, it helps the listener follow, it helps the speaker think. Do not punish yourself for sounding human. One important thing to understand is the difference between learning mistakes and communication mistakes. Learning mistakes are part of growth. Communication mistakes are only a problem when meaning is lost. Most beginner mistakes do not destroy meaning. That is why they do not matter. Think about how children learn language. Children make endless mistakes. Nobody stops them and says, "Be silent until you are perfect." Children speak freely. Adults understand them. Over time, the mistakes disappear. Adults learning English need the same freedom. Many learners wait for confidence before speaking. This is a mistake. Confidence comes from speaking, not before it. Every time you speak and the listener understands you, your confidence grows. Even if your sentence was not perfect, your brain learns one important lesson. I can communicate. That lesson is more powerful than any grammar rule. Another important point is that people are usually kind. Most people do not judge your grammar. They care about your message. They care about what you want to say. Often, they admire your effort. The fear in your head is much bigger than the reality outside. There are mistakes that matter, of course, but they are fewer than you think. Mistakes that completely change meaning can cause confusion, but even those can be fixed by repetition or explanation. You do not need to be perfect on the first try. Conversation allows repair. You can rephrase, you can explain again. This is normal. A very healthy habit is to separate speaking time from correcting time. When you speak, focus on meaning. When you study, focus on correction. Do not mix these two. Mixing them creates fear and silence. Speaking time should be free and relaxed. Another confidence-building idea is to notice success, not failure. After a conversation, do not think about the one mistake you made. Think about the 10 things you communicated successfully. This mindset slowly changes how you see yourself as an English speaker. Self-talk is a powerful tool here. Say things like, "Mistakes mean I am learning," or "My English does not need to be perfect to be understood." These thoughts reduce fear and increase courage. Remember something very important. Fluency is not the absence of mistakes. Fluency is the ability to continue speaking despite mistakes. Native speakers are fluent because they do not stop when they say something wrong. They move on. You can do the same. English is not judging you. People are not grading you. This is not an exam. This is communication. When you allow yourself to make mistakes that do not matter, your English becomes lighter. Your voice becomes stronger. Your confidence becomes real. And one day, you will look back and realize that the mistakes you were so afraid of were simply steps on the path forward. Speak first. Improve later. That is how real confidence is built. Chapter 49, Self-Correction. Without fear, growth mindset. When learners hear the words self-correction, many feel pressure immediately. They imagine stopping in the middle of a sentence, judging themselves and feeling embarrassed. For beginners, this idea can feel heavy and scary. But real self-correction is not about stopping yourself or feeling ashamed. It is about gently improving while moving forward. In real English communication, self-correction is a sign of confidence, not weakness. This chapter will help you understand how to correct yourself naturally, calmly, and without fear, so your English keeps growing instead of freezing. First, let us remove a dangerous misunderstanding. Self-correction does not mean correcting every small mistake. That kind of behavior kills fluency. Real self-correction means noticing important mistakes after or during speaking, and fixing them calmly if needed. Native speakers do this all the time. They say something, pause, adjust, and continue. Nobody laughs, nobody panics. Conversation continues normally. Think about how people speak in their own language. They often say things like, I went there yesterday. No, actually it was last week. This is self-correction. It is natural. It shows honesty and clarity. English works the same way. You are allowed to adjust your words. You are allowed to fix meaning. You are allowed to think out loud. One of the biggest problems beginners face is trying to be perfect in the first attempt. They want the sentence to come out flawless, so they stop speaking to check grammar in their head. This habit blocks progress. Self-correction should come after speaking, not before. Speak first. Then, if something feels wrong, adjust gently and move on. For example, you might say, yesterday I go to market. Sorry, I went to the market. This is healthy self-correction. You did not stop communication. You fixed the tense and continued. The listener understands and respects your effort. This kind of correction builds confidence instead of fear. Another important thing to understand is that not every mistake needs correction. Ask yourself one simple question. Did the listener understand me? If the answer is yes, correction is optional. If the answer is no, correction is helpful. This mindset removes unnecessary pressure and keeps your speech flowing. Many beginners correct themselves harshly in their minds. They say things like, I am bad at English, or I always make mistakes. This is not self-correction. This is self-criticism. Self-correction focuses on language. Self-criticism attacks identity. One helps growth. The other creates fear. You must choose growth. A growth mindset means seeing mistakes as information, not failure. Each mistake shows you where you are learning. When you correct yourself calmly, your brain remembers the correct form more strongly. Fear blocks memory. Calm correction strengthens it. Another healthy way to self-correct is after the conversation. Think back and say, next time, I will say it like this. This removes pressure from the moment of speaking. Many fluent speakers improve this way. They do not interrupt themselves every time, they reflect later. Self-talk is extremely powerful here. After speaking, instead of saying, I made so many mistakes, say, I communicated, and now I know one thing to improve. This simple change builds confidence slowly but deeply. It is also important to understand timing. Sometimes correcting yourself in the middle of a sentence is helpful. Sometimes it is better to finish the thought and correct later. Both are acceptable. There is no single rule. The goal is clarity, not perfection. For example, if you are telling a story and make a small grammar mistake, keep going. Do not break the story flow. But if you use the wrong word and meaning changes, correct it gently. I met my cousin. Sorry, I mean my colleague. This helps the listener and keeps trust. Another powerful habit is noticing patterns, not single mistakes. If you keep making the same mistake, that is a learning signal. You can work on it later during study time. Do not fight it during speaking time. Fluency and accuracy grow best when they are trained separately. Listening plays a big role in self-correction. The more you listen to correct English, the more your brain notices differences naturally. One day you say a sentence and suddenly feel, "This sounds wrong." That feeling is progress. That is internal correction starting to work. Shadowing is another excellent tool. When you repeat natural sentences from real speakers, your brain absorbs correct patterns. Later, when you speak, you automatically self-correct without stress. This is how fluency develops quietly. Remember, confidence does not come from never making mistakes. Confidence comes from knowing you can handle mistakes calmly. When you stop fearing correction, you stop fearing speaking. When you stop fearing speaking, improvement accelerates. Self-correction should feel like adjusting your posture while walking, not stopping the journey. Small adjustments keep you balanced. Stopping completely makes you stuck. English is not a performance. It is a process. You are allowed to pause, you are allowed to adjust, you are allowed to grow slowly. Speak, notice, adjust, continue. That is self-correction without fear. And when correction becomes gentle instead of painful, your English becomes stronger, clearer, and more confident with every conversation. Chapter 50. Thinking in English Naturally. Ending the translation habit. For many beginners, the biggest hidden problem in English learning is not grammar or vocabulary. It is translation. Inside the mind, a learner thinks in their own language first, then translates into English, then speaks. This process is slow, tiring, and stressful. It creates hesitation, fear, and broken flow. Thinking in English naturally does not mean becoming perfect or forgetting your first language. It simply means reducing translation step by step until English thoughts start appearing on their own. This chapter will help you understand how that shift happens and how you can gently move toward it without pressure. First, let us clear one important misunderstanding. You cannot force yourself to think in English suddenly. It does not happen by command. It happens gradually through use, exposure, and comfort. Translation is normal at the beginning. It is not a weakness. It is a bridge. But the goal is not to live on the bridge forever. The goal is to cross it and walk freely on the other side. Translation happens because your brain feels unsafe. It wants certainty. It wants to check meaning twice before speaking. This is very human, but safety does not come from translation. Safety comes from familiarity. When English words become familiar, your brain stops checking so much. It starts reacting instead of calculating. The key to thinking in English is not learning more rules. It is building direct connections between English words and meaning. When you hear water, you should feel the idea of water, not think of a word in your own language first. This direct connection is what native speakers have. And the good news is, learners can build it too. One powerful way to reduce translation is to start with very small English thoughts. Do not try to think full paragraphs in English. Start with simple observations. I am tired. It is hot. I need water. Say these sentences in your mind during the day. Do not translate them. Just feel them. These are basic human thoughts. The more you repeat them, the more natural they become. Another important habit is describing what you see in English. This pulls English into the present moment. This is a chair. The door is open. The phone is on the table. These sentences are simple, but they train your brain to use English directly with reality, not through translation. Self-talk is one of the strongest tools for thinking in English. Talk to yourself quietly in English while doing daily tasks. I am cooking now. I am walking. I will rest later. This kind of practice feels strange at first, but it is extremely effective. You are not performing for anyone. You are training your brain gently. Another major reason people translate is fear of mistakes. They want to be correct before speaking. This creates delay. To think in English, you must allow yourself to think imperfect English. Thoughts do not need to be perfect. They need to be quick and meaningful. Native speakers also think imperfectly. They correct themselves mentally. That is normal. Thinking is not writing. It is fast and flexible. Listening plays a huge role in ending translation. The more you listen to simple, clear English, the more your brain absorbs sentence patterns naturally. Over time, your brain starts predicting words instead of translating them. This is a powerful sign of progress. For example, when you hear, "I'm gonna," your brain already expects a verb. You do not translate, you anticipate. Anticipation is thinking in English. Another important step is accepting silence in your mind. Many learners panic when they cannot find words. They rush to translate. Instead, pause. Let the English word come. This pause is not failure, it is learning in action. You can also practice thinking in English by planning simple things. What will I do today? I will study. I will rest. I will sleep early. This planning builds future thinking in English, which is very powerful. Do not wait for English to become perfect in your head. Natural thinking comes from repeated exposure, not perfection. Some days you will translate more, some days less. This is normal. Progress is not linear. Another helpful idea is to avoid translating every new word. Learn words with context, not definitions. When you learn a new word, connect it to a situation or feeling. For example, learn excited by remembering a happy moment, not by translating it. This emotional connection strengthens direct understanding. Remember, thinking in English does not mean rejecting your first language. Your first language is part of you. English is an addition, not a replacement. Many bilingual people switch between languages naturally. That is a strength, not a problem. The real goal is reducing mental distance. When English feels closer to your thoughts, confidence grows. Speaking becomes faster. Hesitation reduces. One day, you will notice something surprising. You will react in English before translating. You will answer quickly. You will think, that just came out. This is a breakthrough moment, and it happens quietly. Thinking in English naturally is not magic. It is habit. Small daily habits create big mental change. Speak to yourself. Describe your world. Accept imperfection. Listen deeply. Over time, English stops being something you convert, it becomes something you experience. And when English becomes an experience instead of a translation, fluency stops feeling far away. It starts feeling normal, natural, and yours. Chapter 51: Building Your Own Sentences. Creative Speaking. There is a very special moment in every English learner's journey. It is the moment when you stop only repeating sentences and start creating your own. This moment is not loud, nobody announces it, but inside, something changes. You no longer depend completely on memorized lines. You begin to express your own thoughts, your own feelings, your own ideas. This chapter is about that transformation. Building your own sentences is the bridge between learning English and owning English. It is where you move from being a learner to becoming a speaker. Many beginners believe they must first know perfect grammar before making their own sentences. This belief holds them back. In real life, sentence building does not start with rules. It starts with ideas. You already have ideas in your mind. You already know what you want to say. English sentences are simply tools to carry those ideas out of your head and into the world. When you understand this, sentence building becomes easier and less scary. Building your own sentences does not mean creating complex or fancy English. It means using the words you already know in new combinations. Creativity in language is not about difficulty. It is about freedom. Even very simple words can create unlimited sentences. For example, with words like I, want, go, eat, happy, today, you can already say many things. I want to eat. I want to go today. I am happy today. These sentences may look basic, but they are powerful because they are yours. The first step toward creative speaking is trusting simple sentence patterns. You do not need to invent grammar from nothing. English already has natural patterns that you have learned. Subject plus verb. Subject plus verb plus object. These patterns are like empty frames. You simply place your ideas inside them. When you do this again and again, sentence building becomes automatic instead of stressful. Another important part of building your own sentences is letting go of fear. Fear blocks creativity. When you worry too much about being correct, your mind becomes tight. Creative speaking needs a relaxed mind. It needs permission to try, to adjust, and to continue. Remember, every sentence you create does not need to be perfect. It needs to be meaningful. Meaning first, perfection later. A powerful way to start building your own sentences is by talking about your real life. Real life gives you endless content. Talk about your day. Talk about what you like. Talk about what you plan to do. These topics are familiar, so your brain focuses on expression, not translation. For example, instead of repeating textbook sentences, say something real like, "Today I feel tired but calm," or "I want to improve my English slowly." These sentences may be simple, but they are honest, and honesty makes speaking easier. Another helpful method is sentence expansion. Start with a small sentence and slowly add details. For example, start with, "I work," then add more meaning. "I work at home." Then expand again. "I work at home in the morning." This method trains your brain to grow sentences naturally without pressure. You are not forcing complexity, you are allowing it to appear step by step. Creative speaking also grows when you ask yourself questions and answer them in English. Questions push your mind to form original responses. Ask simple questions like, "What do I want today?" Or, "How do I feel right now?" Then answer honestly, even if the answer is short. Over time, answers become longer and more natural. This practice builds independence because you are no longer copying anyone, you are responding as yourself. Another key part of building your own sentences is accepting that mistakes are part of creativity. Every creative act involves risk. When you try to say something new, you might make a grammar mistake or choose the wrong word. That is not failure. That is exploration. Children learn language this way. Artists learn this way. Speakers grow this way. When you accept mistakes as part of the process, your creativity becomes stronger. Listening also supports sentence building. When you listen to real English, you collect patterns, phrases, and rhythms. Later, when you speak, your brain mixes these elements in new ways. This is not copying. This is natural language creation. The more you listen, the more raw material your mind has for creative speaking. Self-talk plays a big role here as well. When you speak to yourself in English, you are free from judgment. You can try new sentences without fear. You can experiment. You can repeat. This private practice is one of the safest ways to build confidence. Over time, what feels easy in self-talk begins to feel easy in conversation too. It is also important to stop comparing your sentences with native speakers. Native speakers have years of experience. You are on your own path. Your goal is not to sound like someone else. Your goal is to express yourself. Clear, simple English that carries your meaning is successful English. As you continue building your own sentences, you will notice something beautiful. You will start enjoying the process. Speaking will feel less like work and more like expression. You will feel proud when you say something new, even if it is small. That pride is fuel. It pushes you forward. Be patient with yourself during this stage. Transformation does not happen overnight. Some days you will feel fluent, some days you will feel stuck. Both are normal. What matters is consistency. Every sentence you create strengthens your speaking muscle. Building your own sentences is not the end of learning. It is the beginning of freedom. It means English is no longer something you only receive, it is something you produce. And when you can produce your own sentences, English becomes your voice, not just a lesson. Chapter 52. Describing your day fluently. Full sentence practice. Describing your day in English is one of the most powerful and practical skills you can develop as a beginner. It may sound simple, but it touches every part of language learning at once. When you talk about your day, you use time, actions, feelings, sequence, and meaning together. This is why this practice is so important. It turns grammar into real communication. It takes English out of the book and places it directly into your life, where it belongs. Many learners believe fluency comes from difficult topics or advanced vocabulary. In reality, fluency grows from familiar content. Your day is the most familiar story you have. You already know what happened. You do not need to invent ideas. Your mind is free to focus on expression. This freedom makes speaking smoother and more confident. When you describe your day regularly, English starts to feel natural instead of forced. To describe your day fluently, you do not need long or complex sentences. You need clear, connected sentences. Fluency is not speed. Fluency is flow. Flow comes when one sentence leads naturally to the next. This happens best when you follow time order. Morning comes first, then afternoon, then evening. This natural order helps your listener follow easily and helps your mind stay calm. You can begin your day description with a simple opening. Words like today, this morning, or my day started with are enough. These openings give direction. They tell the listener what you are talking about. For example, you might say, today was busy, or my day started early. These are not impressive sentences, but they are strong because they are clear. After the opening, you move into actions. What did you do? What happened? This is where simple past and present sentences work beautifully. You do not need to name the tense, you just need to speak honestly. I woke up early. I went to work. I finished my tasks. These sentences are short, but together they create a smooth picture of your day. Fluency grows when you avoid stopping after every sentence. Instead of thinking too much about correctness, think about continuation. What happened next? When you ask yourself that question, the next sentence comes naturally. One sentence pulls the next one forward. This is how natural speech works. Feelings are an important part of daily description. Without feelings, your speech sounds flat. You do not need deep emotional words. Simple feeling words are enough. I felt tired. I was happy. I felt relaxed. These words make your description human. They help the listener connect with you, not just understand events. Another important skill is adding small details without overloading your sentence. You do not need to describe everything. One or two details are enough. For example, instead of saying, I ate, you can say, I ate lunch at home. This small addition makes your sentence richer without making it difficult. Connecting words help your day description flow smoothly. Words like, then after, that's so, and because gently link ideas. You do not need to use them in every sentence. Use them when you feel a pause or a change. I finished my work, then I went home. I was tired, so I rested. These connectors guide the listener through your day without confusion. Many beginners worry about repeating words when describing their day. Repetition is not a problem in spoken English. In fact, it is very common. Native speakers repeat words like then and so all the time. Repetition keeps the flow alive and gives your brain time to think. Do not try to sound perfect. Try to sound comfortable. Describing your day is also an excellent self-talk exercise. You can do it alone, quietly, or aloud. At night, take 2 or 3 minutes and describe your day in English. Do not write first, speak directly. Even if you make mistakes, continue. This daily habit trains your brain to organize thoughts in English. You can also practice describing your day in the present. For example, while doing an activity, say, I am cooking now, or I am working. This practice builds real-time thinking in English and reduces translation. It makes English part of the moment, not something you prepare later. Another powerful practice is describing the same day twice. First, describe it simply. Then describe it again with a few more details. You will notice that the second time feels easier and smoother. This repetition strengthens fluency and confidence. Do not judge your fluency by how fast you speak. Judge it by how comfortable you feel continuing. If you can keep talking without panic, you are becoming fluent. Pauses are allowed, mistakes are allowed. Stopping completely is the only thing that blocks progress. Describing your day fluently also prepares you for real conversations. People often ask questions like, how was your day? Or, what did you do today? When you can answer these questions comfortably, you feel more confident in social situations. Your English becomes useful, not just studied. Remember, fluency does not come from learning more rules. It comes from using what you already know again and again. Your day gives you endless practice material. Every day is a new lesson, but the structure stays familiar. This familiarity builds speed, comfort, and confidence naturally. When you describe your day regularly, something important happens. English stops being an exercise. It becomes a reflection of your life. You stop searching for sentences, they come to you. And when your day can flow out in English without fear, you are no longer just learning the language. You are living in it, one ordinary day at a time. Chapter 53. Asking and Answering Naturally. Conversation Flow. Real conversation is not about speaking long speeches, it is about exchange. One person asks, the other responds, then the roles change. This back and forth movement is the heart of natural English communication. Many beginners feel confident when speaking alone but freeze in conversation because questions and answers come unexpectedly. This chapter is designed to remove that fear and help you ask and answer in a calm, natural way, so conversations feel smooth instead of stressful. The first thing to understand is that conversation is not an exam. You are not expected to give perfect answers. You are expected to respond. Native speakers do not plan answers fully before speaking. They react. That reaction is what keeps conversation alive. When you stop trying to be perfect and start trying to be present, flow appears naturally. Asking questions is not only about getting information, it is about showing interest. When you ask a simple question, you invite the other person to speak. This reduces pressure on you and builds connection. Simple questions are powerful. How are you? What are you doing? Where are you going? These questions are not small. They are the doors to conversation. Many beginners think they need complex question forms. This belief creates hesitation. In reality, simple question patterns work best in daily life. You already know them. Yes or no questions and short open questions are enough. Do you work here? Are you busy? What time is it? These questions are natural and common. When you use them confidently, people respond easily. Answering naturally is even more important than asking. A common mistake beginners make is giving one-word answers. One-word answers end conversations. To keep flow, you need short sentences, not long explanations. For example, if someone asks, "How was your day?" and you answer, "Good," the conversation stops. But if you say, "It was good, I was busy but relaxed," the conversation continues naturally. You do not need to say much, you just need to give the other person something to respond to. This is the secret of conversation flow. Short sentences create space. Long speeches create pressure. Another important point is that natural answers often include small extra information. This is not grammar. This is human communication. Yes, I am working today. No, I am free right now. These answers feel complete and friendly. They show openness. Many learners are afraid of not understanding a question. This fear stops conversation before it starts. You must remember this clearly. Not understanding is normal. Native speakers also ask for repetition. Asking for clarity is part of natural English. Phrases like, "Sorry, can you repeat?" or "What do you mean?" are not signs of weakness. They are signs of confidence. Conversation also becomes easier when you use follow-up questions. These are simple questions that respond to the other person's answer. If someone says, "I am tired," you can say, "Why?" or "Long day." These short responses show listening and keep flow alive. Another important skill is answering honestly but simply. You do not need to impress anyone. If you do not know something, it is okay to say, "I'm not sure," or "I don't know." These phrases are used daily by native speakers. They are honest and natural. Pauses are part of conversation. Many beginners panic during silence. Silence does not mean failure. It means thinking. Native speakers pause all the time. They use fillers like, well, or you know. These fillers give the brain time to prepare the next sentence. Using them is not bad English. It is human English. Another thing that helps conversation flow is repeating part of the question in your answer. This gives you time and clarity. If someone asks, "What are you doing tonight?" you can answer, "Tonight, I am resting." This repetition feels natural and organized. Do not try to answer too fast. Speed does not mean fluency. Comfort means fluency. Take a breath. Speak calmly. Your listener is not racing you, they are listening to you. Asking and answering also become easier when you stay in the present moment. Do not think about grammar rules while speaking. Think about meaning. Think about connection. Grammar improves naturally when communication continues. Practice is essential here, but practice does not mean memorizing dialogues. Practice means using English in small, real situations. Ask questions in your mind. Answer them aloud. Pretend you are having a conversation. This self-practice prepares you for real interactions. Another powerful habit is noticing how people ask and answer in real English. Watch interviews, casual videos, or conversations. Notice how simple the questions are. Notice how short the answers are. Conversation is not complicated. We make it complicated by overthinking. Remember, conversation is a shared responsibility. You are not alone. The other person also helps keep it going. Do not carry all the pressure on your shoulders. When you start asking and answering naturally, English becomes lighter. You stop translating. You start responding. This is a major step in becoming a real speaker. Conversation flow does not come from perfect grammar. It comes from presence, simplicity, and courage. Ask simply, answer honestly, continue calmly. And when conversation flows, English stops feeling like a challenge and starts feeling like connection. Chapter 54. Talking about your life story, emotional speaking. At a certain stage in your English journey, you stop wanting to talk only about daily routines or simple facts. You want to talk about you, your past, your struggles, your growth, your dreams. This is where English becomes deeply personal. Talking about your life story is not about perfect grammar or beautiful sentences. It is about sharing your experiences with honesty and emotion. When you can do this, English stops being just a language and becomes a voice. Many beginners think their life story is too big or too difficult to explain in English. They believe they need advanced words to talk about emotions or important moments. This belief is false. The strongest life stories are often told with simple words. Emotion does not come from complexity. It comes from truth. Even very basic English can carry deep meaning when the feeling is real. Your life story does not need to be long or complete. You do not need to start from birth and explain everything. You can choose small parts, one memory, one challenge, one turning point. Emotional speaking grows when you focus on moments that matter to you. When something matters, words come more easily. A good way to begin talking about your life story is by using time phrases. Words like, "when I was young," "one day in the past," or "some years ago" help your listener understand where the story begins. These phrases also help your mind organize thoughts. For example, saying, "when I was young, I was very shy" is simple, but it opens the door to a real story. Emotional speaking needs feelings, but feelings do not need difficult vocabulary. Simple feeling words are enough. Words like happy, sad, afraid, confused, proud, and tired are powerful. They connect directly with human experience. When you say, "I was afraid," the listener understands immediately. You do not need long explanations. Another important part of life stories is cause and effect. What happened, and how did it change you? Simple connectors like because so and then help you show this clearly. For example, I failed once, so I felt very sad. Then I tried again. This kind of sentence is easy, but it shows growth and emotion. Many learners are afraid of emotional speaking because they fear making mistakes while sharing something important. Remember this clearly. Your listener cares more about your story than your grammar. If your voice carries honesty, small mistakes disappear. People listen with the heart first, not with grammar rules. Talking about your life story also helps you practice past tense naturally. You are not studying the past, you are using it. When you talk about what happened, verbs come naturally. Even if the tense is not perfect, meaning stays strong. Over time, repetition improves accuracy without stress. It is also okay to pause when talking about emotional things. Pauses do not mean weakness, they show thinking and feeling. Native speakers pause when sharing personal stories. Silence gives weight to words. Do not rush, take your time. Emotional speaking is slow by nature. You can also use contrast to make your story stronger. Simple contrasts like before and now help listeners understand change. For example, before I was very quiet. Now I feel more confident. This sentence is simple, but it shows a journey. Journeys are powerful. Another helpful technique is focusing on lessons instead of details. You do not need to explain every event, you can say what you learned. That experience taught me patience. I learned not to give up. These sentences make your story meaningful and easy to follow. Talking about your life story is also a powerful self-practice. When you tell your story in English, you are not only learning a language, you are understanding yourself in a new way. Many learners feel emotional when they first describe their struggles in English. This is normal. Language connects deeply with identity. You can practice this alone first. Sit quietly and speak your story softly. There is no audience, no pressure. This safe space allows honesty. Over time, this honesty becomes confidence. What feels difficult alone becomes easier with others. It is also important to accept that your story will improve with time. The first time you tell it, it may feel broken. The second time, clearer. The third time, smoother. This is growth. Do not judge your first version, respect it. It is the beginning. Emotional speaking does not mean being dramatic. It means being real. Even calm stories carry emotion when they are true. Speak as you are. You do not need to act. When you share your life story, you build deep connection with listeners. People remember stories more than facts. They remember emotion more than grammar. This is why life stories are such a powerful part of communication. Remember, your life story matters. Your experiences matter. Your voice matters. English is simply a tool to share them. When you can talk about your life story in simple English, you are no longer just practicing a language. You are expressing your identity. You are standing in your truth. And when English becomes a way to share who you are, not just what you know, you have truly become a speaker. Chapter 55, Grammar in Real Conversations. No Fear Usage. When learners hear the word grammar, many immediately feel tension. They imagine rules, corrections, and fear of making mistakes while speaking. This fear becomes even stronger in real conversations, where there is no time to think slowly. But here is the truth that changes everything. In real conversations, grammar is not something you think about. It is something that quietly supports communication. When grammar is learned the right way, it stops feeling like a burden and starts feeling like balance. This chapter is about using grammar in real conversations without fear, without stopping, and without losing confidence. In real life, conversations move fast. People do not wait for perfect sentences, they respond, react, interrupt, laugh, and change topics. If you try to apply grammar rules consciously in these moments, your mind freezes. That is why grammar must move from your head into your habits. Grammar is not meant to control you while you speak, it is meant to help you be understood while you stay relaxed. The most important thing to understand is that grammar in conversation is flexible. Native speakers do not follow grammar rules like robots. They follow meaning. If meaning is clear, grammar can be imperfect. This is why conversations still work even when sentences are incomplete, tense is mixed, or words are missing. Communication survives because humans are good at understanding intention. In real conversations, grammar works in the background. You already use it without realizing. When you say, I am tired instead of I tired, you are using grammar naturally. When you ask, what are you doing, instead of what you doing? In a careful moment, grammar is supporting clarity. The goal is not to use grammar perfectly every time. The goal is to use it enough to keep meaning clear. One big fear beginners have is correcting themselves during conversation. They think correction will interrupt flow or make them look weak. In reality, gentle correction is very normal. Native speakers often say things like, I went there yesterday. No, actually, last week. This does not break conversation. It improves clarity. When you allow small corrections without emotion, grammar becomes a friend, not an enemy. Another important idea is that grammar changes with situation. In casual conversations with friends, grammar is relaxed. In more serious or professional conversations, grammar becomes slightly more careful. This does not mean difficult, it simply means clearer sentences. Understanding this difference removes confusion. You are not learning two languages. You are adjusting one language to different moments. Many learners try to avoid speaking because they think their grammar is not ready. This mindset delays progress. Grammar improves because you speak, not before you speak. Every conversation gives your brain feedback. You hear how others speak, you notice patterns. Over time, your grammar adjusts automatically. Silence gives no feedback. Another helpful way to see grammar is as a safety net. You do not need to think about it constantly, but it is there to catch you when needed. For example, word order helps your listener understand who did what. Tense helps your listener understand when it happened. Articles and prepositions add detail, but they are not the heart of communication. When you focus on the heart, grammar supports quietly. In real conversations, short sentences are your best friend. Short sentences reduce grammar pressure. They give you time. They keep flow alive. Instead of trying to say everything at once, say one idea at a time. Grammar becomes easier when sentences are simple. Another fear beginners have is being corrected by others. Correction is not rejection. Often people correct to help, not to judge. And many times, they do not correct at all because they understand you. When correction happens, accept it calmly. Do not apologize too much. Simply notice it and continue. Confidence grows when you do not attach emotion to correction. Listening is one of the strongest tools for grammar in conversation. The more you listen to real English, the more grammar patterns sink in naturally. You start hearing what sounds right. This feeling is more powerful than memorized rules. One day, you will say a sentence and immediately feel it needs adjustment. That feeling is grammar becoming internal. Conversation grammar also improves when you reuse common patterns. Phrases like, I think, I feel like, it depends. That makes sense already contain correct grammar. When you use them, you are speaking accurately without effort. Patterns reduce fear because they are familiar. A very important mindset shift is this: grammar is not watching you. It is not judging you. It is not waiting for you to fail. Grammar is simply a structure that humans created to share meaning more clearly. When you see grammar as support instead of danger, your relationship with English changes completely. In real conversations, focus on three things: meaning, connection, continuation. If meaning is clear, connection is human, and conversation continues, grammar has done its job. Perfection is not required. Do not stop speaking to fix small grammar issues. Keep going. If something important needs correction, adjust calmly and continue. This flow builds real confidence. Remember, the goal of grammar is not to make you silent. The goal of grammar is to make you understood. When you start using grammar in real conversations without fear, English becomes lighter. You stop monitoring every word. You start listening more. You start responding naturally. And when grammar becomes a quiet helper instead of a loud enemy, you finally experience what real communication feels like. Chapter 56, Reviewing Grammar Without Boredom, Natural Revision. At this stage of your journey, grammar should no longer feel heavy or scary. You have already met it many times, used it in sentences, spoken with it, and lived with it. Now comes a very important phase that many learners misunderstand: review. The word review often brings boredom, notebooks, and repetition without meaning. But real revision is not about repeating rules again and again. Real revision is about recognition. It is about seeing grammar in action and gently strengthening what you already know. This chapter will show you how to review grammar naturally, without stress, and without losing motivation. The biggest mistake learners make during revision is going back to the beginning like they are starting from zero again. This creates frustration. You are not starting again. You are refreshing. Your brain already has patterns inside it. Revision is simply waking them up. Think of grammar like a path you have already walked on. Reviewing is not rebuilding the path, it is walking it again with more confidence and less effort. Natural revision starts with usage, not rules. Instead of asking yourself, what is the rule for this tense? Ask, where do I use this in real life? For example, present simple is not a chapter anymore. It is how you talk about habits. Past simple is not a lesson. It is how you tell yesterday's story. When you connect grammar to life situations, revision becomes meaningful instead of boring. One powerful way to review grammar naturally is through speaking. Speak about familiar topics and notice what grammar appears automatically. When you describe your day, you revise tenses. When you talk about plans, you revise future forms. When you explain reasons, you revise connectors. You are revising without opening a book. This kind of revision sticks because it is alive. Listening is another powerful revision tool. When you listen to simple English, your brain reviews grammar quietly. You hear correct patterns again and again. You do not need to stop and analyze. Just notice. Notice how questions are asked. Notice how negatives are formed. Notice how time is expressed. This repeated exposure strengthens grammar naturally without effort. Reading simple content also helps revision, but only when reading is relaxed. Do not read like a student hunting for mistakes, read like a human enjoying meaning. When you enjoy the content, your brain absorbs grammar patterns automatically. This is why stories are such powerful revision tools. They repeat grammar in context, not in isolation. Another key idea in natural revision is focusing on common mistakes, not everything. You do not need to review all grammar equally. Pay attention to the mistakes you personally make often. Maybe you confuse is and are. Maybe past tense slips sometimes. These areas need gentle attention. When revision is personal, it becomes efficient and interesting. Self-correction plays an important role here. When you notice a small mistake in your own speech and correct it calmly, that moment is revision. It is short, meaningful, and powerful. You do not need long exercises. One small correction at the right time can be more effective than many written drills. Boredom often comes from long study sessions. Natural revision works best in short moments, 5 minutes of speaking, a few sentences of self-talk, one short listening clip. These small moments add up. Grammar strengthens through frequency, not duration. Short and regular always beats long and rare. Another helpful approach is revising grammar through questions. Ask yourself simple questions and answer them naturally. What did I do yesterday? What am I doing now? What will I do tomorrow? In these answers, you revise past, present, and future without pressure. This feels like thinking, not studying. Do not underestimate the power of repetition. Many learners avoid repetition because they think it is boring. But repetition with variation is how the brain learns. Saying similar sentences in different situations keeps grammar fresh. The sentences change, but the structure stays familiar. This is natural learning. Revision also becomes enjoyable when you notice progress. Compare how you speak now with how you spoke before. Notice how sentences come faster. Notice how you hesitate less. This awareness creates motivation. Grammar review should make you feel stronger, not weaker. It is also important to stop measuring progress by perfection. Revision is not about removing all mistakes, it is about reducing effort. If grammar feels lighter than before, revision is working. If you can focus more on meaning and less on form, you are progressing. Another powerful mindset is accepting that grammar mastery is not a finish line. Even native speakers adjust grammar depending on situation. Mastery means flexibility, not perfection. When you accept this, revision becomes curiosity instead of pressure. You can also revise grammar by teaching it. Explain simple grammar points to yourself or imagine explaining them to a friend. Teaching forces clarity. When you can explain something simply, you truly understand it. This method is very effective and surprisingly engaging. Remember, boredom is not caused by grammar. Boredom is caused by how grammar is reviewed. When revision is connected to life, emotion, and communication, it becomes interesting again. You have already come far. Grammar is no longer new, it is familiar. Reviewing it naturally helps it settle deeply and stay ready when you need it. This stage is not about learning more. It is about owning what you already know. And when grammar feels like a quiet companion instead of a loud teacher, you are truly moving from zero to hero, calmly, confidently, and without boredom. Chapter 57: Fixing Fossilized Mistakes. Common long-term errors. At this stage of your journey, you are no longer a beginner who does not know grammar. You have spoken English, you have practiced, you have communicated, and yet you may notice something frustrating. The same small mistakes keep coming back again and again. You understand the rule, you have learned it many times. Still, in real speech, the mistake appears. This is what we call fossilized mistakes. They are not signs of failure, they are signs of long use without correction. This chapter will help you understand these long-term errors calmly and show you how to fix them without stress or shame. Fossilized mistakes happen because language is a habit. When you repeat a wrong form many times, your brain accepts it as normal. It becomes automatic. This is why simply knowing the correct rule is not enough. Your brain needs a new habit, not new information. The good news is that habits can be changed. They just need patience, awareness, and the right approach. The most important thing to understand first is this: fossilized mistakes do not mean your English is bad, they mean your English is active. Silent learners do not fossilize mistakes because they do not speak. Speakers do. So if you have fossilized errors, it means you have used English enough for patterns to form. That is progress, not failure. Common fossilized mistakes are usually small. Things like mixing is and are, forgetting s with third person, using the wrong preposition, or saying a sentence in the order of your first language. These mistakes survive because they do not block meaning. People still understand you. Because communication works, your brain does not feel urgency to change. Fixing fossilized mistakes starts with awareness, not criticism. You do not need to feel bad or angry with yourself. Instead, you need to gently notice. When a mistake appears often, do not fight it in the moment. Fighting creates tension. Tension blocks learning. Simply notice the pattern and accept that this is one area for growth. One powerful method to fix long-term errors is focused attention. Do not try to fix everything at once. Choose one mistake only. For example, if you often confuse is and are, make that your focus for 1 week. During that week, do not worry about other mistakes. When your brain knows what to watch for, change becomes easier. Another very effective technique is correct repetition. When you notice a fossilized mistake, repeat the correct version many times in different sentences. Not in drills, but in meaningful sentences. For example, if you often say, he go, start saying sentences like, he goes to work, he goes home early, he goes every day. This repetition builds a new habit slowly. Listening plays a huge role in fixing fossilized mistakes. When you listen carefully to correct English, your brain starts comparing. Over time, the wrong form begins to sound uncomfortable. This feeling is important. It means your internal grammar is changing. Do not ignore this feeling. It is a sign of progress. Self-correction also becomes important at this stage. Earlier, you learned to ignore small mistakes to keep confidence. Now, you can gently correct specific mistakes that you are targeting. The key word is gently. No stopping, no apology, just a small adjustment and continue speaking. This keeps fluency alive while accuracy improves. Another reason fossilized mistakes stay is speed. When you speak fast, habits control you. To fix long-term errors, slow down slightly. not too much, just enough to allow awareness. Slower speech gives your brain time to choose the new form instead of the old one. Writing can also help break fossilized patterns, but only when used correctly. Write short, simple sentences focusing on your problem area. Do not write long essays. Short writing allows accuracy. Accuracy in writing slowly moves into speaking over time. It is also important to understand emotional fossilization. Sometimes mistakes stay because you are afraid of sounding different or unsure. For example, some learners avoid contractions or avoid changing word order because the wrong form feels safe. Growth feels uncomfortable at first. Accept that discomfort. It means you are changing. Another helpful approach is feedback from real use. When someone corrects you or repeats your sentence correctly, notice it. Do not feel embarrassed. That moment is gold. Real-life correction is powerful because it happens in context. Be careful not to overload yourself with correction. Too much correction creates frustration. Fixing fossilized mistakes is slow work. It is like reshaping clay that has hardened. You do not break it. You soften it slowly. Also remember that some fossilized mistakes disappear naturally with more exposure. Not everything needs aggressive fixing. Choose the mistakes that affect clarity or confidence. Leave the rest for later. Celebrate small wins. The first time you catch yourself before making the old mistake, that is a victory. The first time you automatically use the correct form, that is a breakthrough. Progress here is quiet, but it is deep. Most importantly, never confuse fossilized mistakes with identity. You are not bad at English. You are a speaker refining your tool. This stage is refinement, not rescue. Fixing fossilized mistakes is one of the final polishing steps on your journey. It means you are no longer learning English from the outside, you are shaping it from the inside. And when old mistakes slowly fade and new habits take their place, your English becomes clearer, stronger, and more confident, not because you studied harder, but because you learned smarter. Chapter 58. Speaking with confidence, not perfection. Mindset shift. For many English learners, the real battle is not vocabulary or grammar. It is the voice inside the head that says, "Not yet. I will speak when I'm ready." Or, "What if I make a mistake?" This voice keeps people silent for years. Confidence is not something that arrives after perfection. Confidence is something you choose before perfection. This chapter is about changing that inner relationship with English, so speaking becomes an act of courage and clarity, not fear and delay. Perfection feels safe in theory, but in practice it becomes a cage. When you wait for perfect grammar, perfect pronunciation, and perfect sentences, you never feel ready. There is always one more rule to learn, one more mistake to fix. Confidence works differently. Confidence grows when you speak and survive the moment. Each time you speak and the world does not collapse, your brain learns a powerful lesson. I can do this. That lesson is stronger than any grammar rule. Speaking with confidence does not mean speaking loudly or aggressively. It means speaking calmly and honestly, even when your English is simple. Confidence is not about showing off. It is about trusting that your message matters. When you believe your message matters, your words come more easily. When you believe mistakes define you, words disappear. One important mindset shift is understanding that communication is shared responsibility. You are not alone in a conversation. The listener also works to understand you. Humans naturally fill gaps. They guess meaning, they ask questions, they support communication. You do not need to carry the entire weight alone. When you realize this, pressure reduces and confidence grows. Another powerful shift is separating identity from performance. You are not your grammar mistakes. A mistake is a moment, not a label. When learners attach mistakes to identity, they feel shame. Shame blocks learning. When mistakes are seen as information, learning accelerates. You can say, "That sentence didn't come out well," without saying, "I am bad at English." This small change protects confidence. Confidence also grows when you stop measuring yourself against native speakers. Native speakers have years of experience and do not represent a fair comparison. Compare yourself to your past self instead. Notice how you speak faster than before, hesitate less, or express more ideas. Progress is the real measure of success, not perfection. Many learners fear being judged. The truth is that most people are not judging your English. They are listening to your meaning. Often, they admire your effort. And even when someone notices a mistake, it rarely becomes a big deal. The fear in your mind is usually louder than the reaction outside. Confidence grows when you test this reality again and again through speaking. Another mindset shift is accepting that confidence and mistakes can exist together. You do not need to remove mistakes to be confident. You need to remove fear. You can speak confidently with mistakes. In fact, confident speakers often make mistakes and continue smoothly. The continuation is what creates confidence, not the absence of error. Slowing down slightly can also support confidence. When you rush, fear increases. When you slow your speech a little, your brain feels safer. You choose words more calmly. This does not mean speaking unnaturally slow, it means giving yourself permission to breathe. Calm speech sounds confident, even when grammar is simple. Confidence is also built through preparation, but not memorization. Preparation means having familiar topics ready. Your day, your work, your goals, your interests. When you speak about familiar things, your mind focuses on expression instead of translation. Familiar content reduces fear and builds confidence naturally. Self-talk is a powerful confidence tool. The way you speak to yourself before and after speaking matters deeply. If you say, "I will try," your mind opens. If you say, "I must be perfect," your mind closes. Choose words that support courage, not control. Another important shift is allowing yourself to sound simple. Simple English is not weak English. Simple English is clear English. Many confident speakers use very simple structures. They focus on meaning and connection. When you allow simplicity, you reduce pressure and increase fluency. Confidence also grows through consistency. One conversation does not change everything, but many small conversations create a new identity. Each time you speak, even briefly, you strengthen the speaker version of yourself. Over time, speaking feels normal, not special. Do not wait for confidence to appear, act first. Confidence follows action. This is true in language and in life. The more you speak, the more familiar speaking becomes. Familiarity is the true source of confidence. Remember that silence feels safe but keeps fear alive. Speaking feels uncomfortable at first, but slowly kills fear. Choose the discomfort that leads to growth, not the comfort that leads to stagnation. Speaking with confidence means accepting imperfection and moving forward anyway. It means valuing connection over correctness. It means trusting that your voice deserves space. When you speak with this mindset, something changes. English stops feeling like a test and starts feeling like a tool. Your sentences may not be perfect, but your presence becomes strong. And when presence is strong, confidence follows naturally, not because you finally became perfect, but because you finally allowed yourself to be heard. Chapter 59. Your Daily English Grammar Routine. 10-minute system. Many learners believe improvement needs long study hours, heavy books, and strong discipline. Because of this belief, they either overwork for a few days or give up completely. Real progress does not come from long, tiring sessions. It comes from small actions done every day. This chapter will show you how a simple 10-minute daily routine can keep your grammar alive, clear, and useful without stress. This is not a study plan. This is a system. A system works even on busy days, tired days, and low motivation days. The most important idea to understand first is this. Grammar does not need to be studied every day to be improved every day. Grammar improves when it is used. Your daily routine is not about learning new rules, it is about keeping your existing grammar active so it does not fade or become confusing. 10 minutes is enough if those minutes are focused, calm, and connected to real life. Your daily routine starts with activation. For the first 2 minutes, you simply wake up your English. You do this by speaking, not reading. Say a few sentences about the present moment. Where are you? How you feel? What you are doing? These sentences activate present tense, sentence order, and basic structure naturally. You are not checking rules, you are turning English on, like switching on a light. The next part of the routine is revision through meaning. For 3 minutes, choose one familiar grammar area and use it in real sentences. Do not open a grammar book, just use it. For example, talk about yesterday to revise past tense. Talk about tomorrow to revise future forms. Talk about habits to revise present simple. Because the content comes from your life, your brain connects grammar with meaning, not memory. This makes revision stick. After that comes listening awareness. For 2 minutes, listen to a short piece of simple English. It can be a short video, an audio clip, or even one paragraph read aloud. The goal is not to understand every word, the goal is to notice how grammar sounds, how questions are asked, how negatives appear, how time is expressed. This passive noticing strengthens grammar without effort. Then comes self-correction focus. For 2 minutes, think about one small mistake you often make. Only one. Maybe it is and are, maybe past tense endings, maybe word order. Say 5 or 6 sentences slowly using the correct form. Do not rush. Do not judge. This focused repetition gently reshapes habits over time. You are not fixing everything, you are fixing one thing well. The final minute is for confidence reinforcement. Say 1 or 2 sentences that remind you why you are learning English. For example, I am improving step by step, or my English helps me express myself. This may sound simple, but it is powerful. Confidence keeps grammar alive, fear kills it. This entire routine takes 10 minutes, not more. The magic is not in the length, the magic is in consistency. When grammar is touched every day, it stops feeling heavy. It becomes familiar. Familiarity creates speed, speed creates confidence. One important rule of this routine is flexibility. If one day you miss listening, it is okay. If another day you only speak for 5 minutes, it is still success. The system is designed to bend, not break. Perfection destroys routines. Flexibility protects them. Another important rule is that this routine must stay simple. Do not add more steps, do not increase time. When routines become complex, they disappear. 10 minutes feels easy. Easy habits survive long term. Many learners ask, when will I see results? The honest answer is that results appear quietly. You will not wake up fluent one day. Instead, you will notice that sentences come faster, you hesitate less, you correct yourself naturally. These are real results. They mean grammar is becoming internal. This routine also prevents fossilization. When grammar is revisited daily in small ways, mistakes do not harden, they stay soft and fixable. You stay flexible instead of stuck. Another powerful benefit of this system is that it removes guilt. You no longer feel bad for not studying for hours. You know you are doing enough. This mental relief increases motivation naturally. Remember, grammar does not need intensity, it needs contact. 10 minutes of daily contact is stronger than 2 hours once a week. Language is a living skill. It grows with regular use, not pressure. You can do this routine anywhere. At home, before sleep, in the morning, even during a break. It does not require books, notebooks, or apps. It only requires your voice and attention. Over time, this routine builds trust between you and English. English stops feeling like a task and starts feeling like a habit. Habits do not need motivation. They run automatically. This is how real speakers are built, not through extreme effort, but through steady presence. If you follow this 10-minute system daily, grammar will stop slipping away. It will stay close, ready, and useful when you speak. And when grammar is always ready, confidence follows naturally, one calm day at a time. Chapter 60. You are no longer a beginner. Final confidence boost and call to action. If you have reached this point, something important has already changed inside you. You may not feel it clearly yet, but it is there. You are no longer standing at the door of English, wondering if you belong. You have walked inside. You have spoken. You have practiced. You have made mistakes and continued anyway. That alone means you are no longer a beginner. Beginners are afraid to start. You have already started, and more importantly, you have stayed. Being a beginner is not about how many words you know or how perfect your grammar is. Being a beginner is a mindset. It is the belief that English is something distant, difficult, and not yet yours. That belief does not fit you anymore. You now understand how English works, how sentences are built, how grammar supports meaning, and how speaking grows through use. You have tools, you have habits, you have experience. Experience changes identity. It's all over the day. Experience changes identity. Look back at where you started. At the beginning, English felt like a monster. Grammar felt heavy. Speaking felt risky. You probably translated every sentence in your head and doubted yourself constantly. Now compare that with how you think and speak today. You understand patterns. You feel when a sentence sounds right or wrong. You can describe your day, share your story, ask questions, answer naturally, and keep conversations going. These are not beginner skills. These are speaker skills. It is very important to pause here and recognize your progress. Many learners move forward without ever acknowledging how far they have come. They keep chasing the next level and forget to respect the journey. Confidence grows when progress is recognized. Take a moment and be honest with yourself. You are not perfect, but you are capable. You are not fluent, but you are functional. You are not silent anymore. And silence was the real problem. From this point on, your growth will look different. Earlier, progress came from learning new things. Now, progress comes from using what you already know more deeply and more freely. You do not need to study grammar the way you did before. You need to live with English. Speak it, hear it, think with it. Let it become part of your daily life. This is how real mastery develops. One of the biggest dangers at this stage is stopping because you feel good enough or stopping because you feel not good enough. Both are traps. English is a skill, and skills stay alive only when they are used. The goal now is not intense study. The goal is consistency. A little English every day keeps your confidence strong and your grammar sharp. You will still make mistakes. This will never completely stop, and that is normal. Even advanced speakers make mistakes. The difference now is how you react to them. Earlier, mistakes stopped you. Now, they guide you. You notice them. You adjust. You continue. That is the behavior of a speaker, not a beginner. It is also time to change how you see yourself when you speak English. Do not say, "My English is weak." Say, "My English is growing." Do not say, "I can't speak fluently." Say, "I can communicate and I am improving." Language follows identity. When you see yourself as a speaker, your behavior aligns with that belief. From here, your main job is simple but powerful. Use English for real reasons. Talk about real things. Your work, your family, your thoughts, your opinions. Do not wait for perfect moments. Speak in small moments. One sentence here, one question there. These small moments create momentum, and momentum creates confidence. You are also now in a position to help others. When you share your journey, your struggles, and your progress, you reinforce your own learning. Teaching, even informally, strengthens understanding. When you explain something simply, it becomes clearer in your own mind. This is another sign that you have moved beyond the beginner stage. Remember that confidence is not loud. Confidence is calm. When you speak calmly, pause naturally, and continue even after a mistake, people feel comfortable listening to you. That comfort is more powerful than perfect grammar. People trust speakers who are present, not performers who are perfect. Now comes an important decision. You can either let this course be the end of something, or you can let it be the beginning of something bigger. The real journey starts after structured learning. This is where English becomes part of your identity, not just your routine. Here is your call to action, and it is a simple one. Make a promise to yourself. A promise to keep English in your life every day, even if only for a few minutes. Speak out loud daily. Describe your day. Ask questions. Answer in full sentences. Listen to real English. Do not disappear from the language. If you are watching this as a video, pause for a moment and say one sentence out loud right now. Any sentence. Make it yours. That act alone proves that English is already inside you. If you are following this as a course or series, continue to the next stage with confidence. Revisit lessons when needed. Repeat chapters. Use them, not just watch them. Language grows through repetition with meaning. And finally, remember this truth and carry it with you. You do not need permission to speak English. You do not need perfection to be confident. You do not need to be fearless to move forward. You only need to continue. You started as a learner. You practiced like a learner. But today, you stand as a speaker in progress. You are no longer a beginner. You are a communicator. And English is now part of your voice. Keep going, speak daily. Trust yourself, your journey does not end here. Thanks for watching.